Chapter 41. The door to Greyston's bedroom clicks closed as I stomp over to the opposite corner of the room. The room seems different somehow, gloomier than the last time I was here. Now, the dark furniture doesn't add to the style of the room, it adds to the dark thoughts swimming in my head. How could Greyston be so cruel? How could he decide to kill an innocent person so easily? I know he didn't necessarily believe that Eli was innocent, but how could he act as judge, jury, and executioner without gathering all possible information? Eli is weak. He was unconscious, for God's sake. As much as I hate to admit it, the thing that upsets me the most isn't the fact that he was so quick to kill my warlock friend. It was the fact that he didn't respect me. He sent his goons in to carry me out kicking and screaming while he got blood on his hands unnecessarily, and all because he has this vendetta against all Coven members. I had to threaten him with something deep, something that would show the severity of his actions. When Carter told me about marking, I thought I would bring it up when we got closer, or when I felt the time was right, not in the heat of the moment to stop him from making a rash decision. As I turn around to face Greyston, his eyes are black, as they usually are whenever he's infuriated with something. He's been angry more often than not, and I'm usually the one to calm him down. Not today. The silence between us is deafening. The only sound is of our breathing, mine coming out in short puffs and his in long, shallow breaths. He doesn't say anything, so I choose to begin this argument. Aren't you going to apologize? I give him a glare as I cross my arms in front of my chest. He only scoffs in return. I should apologize? How about you apologize for threatening me and not allowing me to complete a werewolf tradition? And all because I was trying to protect you. As he screams, a vein in the side of his neck protrudes from his skin. His eyes were between black and steel, but settled on black. I had to threaten you because you were going to harm my friend. A friend who, might I remind you, saved my life? He's not going to hurt me. He could have dash. I cut Greyston off before he could speak again. It's my turn to be angry. And you are going to throw me out of there like a prisoner? You set your little guards to grab me and force me out of the room. Do you know how scared I was? My vision becomes blurrier by the second as tears cloud my eyes. The salty tears don't fall, but they will any second now. His eyebrows furrow as he takes in my fearful form. His fingers extend out to me, as if his instinct is to hold me when I'm vulnerable and upset. Diana, you should know that they would never hurt you, dash. I wasn't scared of them. I say in a low voice that I knew he could hear. I was scared of you. Now my tears fall, trailing down my cheeks, down my chin, staining my face with wet mascara. I must look like a deranged raccoon, but I don't care what I look like right now. Greyston's face says it all. Tears form in his eyes before he quickly wipes them away with a fist before they can fall. He looks at me with regret and guilt as his mouth opens and closes as he searches for the right words to say. You were scared of me, he whispers, and I almost don't catch his words. I nod my head slowly, watching his reaction. He exhales quickly before grabbing his dark locks between his fingers and pulling harshly. He paces around the room. Left foot, left foot, turn. Right foot, right foot, turn. He stops pacing to walk over to me, but almost as if he remembers why he's pacing in the first place, he stops reaching for me and begins pacing again. I'm mesmerized by his movements. I'm stuck watching this vulnerable side of Greyston that I'm so unaccustomed to viewing. He turns to the back wall and clenches his fist. He then turns to me, and I can finally see his face. His canines are extended, and his nose looks more like a snout. His eyes are pitch black, and I take a step back from him. He looks more like an angry beast than a man at this moment. I can't even punch the wall because you'll be more scared of me than you are right now. He growls more to himself than he does to me. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. He continues apologizing, muttering words under his breath that I can't hear. It's painful to watch the person you care about suffering, but I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do. His nose looks more like a human feature by the second, and he now looks like my Greyston. His eyes turn to two beautiful blue orbs, and if he didn't look so sad, I would say he looks normal. He slowly walks over to me, keeping his eyes trained on mine. He hesitantly reaches out to me and holds my hand softly, as if it could break in his hand from a mere touch. He looks like a sad puppy right now. I'm so sorry, Vanna. I never meant to scare you, and I really hope you can still see that I would never hurt you. Never. I may get angry sometimes, I may punch walls or people, but I would never touch you in any way you don't like. I care about you too much. I freeze up when I hear his confession. Did he just say that he cares about me? I look up at him, calming down as his thumb gently ghosts my hand as he rubs up and down in a soothing pattern. Greyston cares about me? The more his words echo in my brain, the more I question them. Did I hear him correctly? I know he cares deeply for me, but I didn't know that it was this strong. I've never been cared for in this way, not by anyone who isn't family. You care about me? I whisper, the words coming out hesitantly and unsure. He gives me a small smile and grips my hand a little tighter. I thought it was obvious. I've cared about you ever since I met you at Java. I've just been waiting for you to catch up. I don't want to wait to tell you anymore. Even if you don't feel the same way yet, I'll wait forever until you dash. I care about you too. I smile widely at him, my head tilting up to meet his eyes. He naturally gravitated closer to me while baring his heart to me. As soon as the words leave my lips, Greyston's smile grows wider than I've ever seen it. He wraps his arms around my body and spins me in circles around the room. Our combined laughter echoes throughout the space, and I couldn't be happier than I am right now. This compassionate, caring man cares about me, and I care about him. Without lowering me, he supports me with one hand and steadies me with a hand on my lower back. My legs naturally wrap around his torso as our lips meet halfway. The sparks spread through my entire body, and they felt like tiny fireworks releasing under my skin. For some reason, the kiss seems so much more meaningful now that I know he cares about me. I'm giddy just thinking about those 3 little words. I'm half paying attention when my back hits the mattress, my thoughts focusing more on the movement of my lips and the fluttering feeling residing low in my belly. Every time his tongue brushes mine, I feel the intensity rise between us. He senses I need a break to breathe, but he continues kissing down my neck, lightly pressing his lips as he moves downward. I wouldn't be surprised if my neck were marked tomorrow. Gray, I moan when he reaches the sensitive area between my neck and shoulder. He continues kissing, sending me into a fit. My body can't help but squirm at the sensitivity. His large hands cage me in. Only part of his weight is on me as he continues his soft kisses, and he lets more weight fall on me to stop my squirming and to stop my legs from finding the friction they need to soothe the rising intensity between them. I want to mark you so badly, he whispers as he presses his lips gently to my neck again. I can't help but let out a large sigh. I kind of want him to mark me too. Would I be too quick to give in after our argument? I definitely don't want him to think that what he said and did was okay, but I desperately need to feel closer to him. I care about him. Wait, I whisper, lightly pushing at his arms. He immediately stops what he's doing and lifts his body off mine so all of his weight is on his elbows. He's literally doing a plank position on top of me and doesn't seem like he's out of breath at all. Stop getting distracted, Thana. We need to finish talking about what happened earlier. You can't just send your guards to physically remove me from somewhere you don't want me to be. And you can't not listen to me. You know that Eli's my friend, and you were still going to hurt him. He releases a breath from his nose as he drops his head into my neck. He nods as he mumbles, "I know," into my neck. You know what? I ask, unsure of what he means. He lifts his head back to me as he changes positions, so he's lying next to me instead of over me. I'm not used to listening to other people. In the past, what I said went. Now I have my little Luna to take into account. It was wrong of me to overrule you. I promise you that it won't happen again. He seems genuine as he says it, and I really want to believe him. However, how can I be sure he's not just telling me what I want to hear so that I'll let him mark me? There's still an insecure part of me that questions why Greyston would even want to be with me in the first place. If it weren't for the bond, would he even look in my direction? I can practically hear those gears turning in that cute head of yours. Tell me, baby. He tucks a piece of hair behind my ear as he looks at me in awe. Just the way he looks at me makes me blush. The way you were acting earlier. I've never seen you act like that. He nods, understanding where I was coming from with my hesitation. I know you don't fully understand, but werewolves are possessive and protective, way more than humans. We make decisions based on instinct way more than we do on logic. When I thought you were dead, his eyes dilate slightly as he remembers. I almost went mad. I was about ready to hurt anything in my path. I'm actually surprised nobody got hurt. I couldn't think straight. When I saw that warlock with you, knowing he was the one who took you away right under my nose, all I wanted was blood. I couldn't listen to reason. I couldn't listen to you, because all I was thinking about was getting you away from him, to keep you safe. He didn't take me. I tease him about his choice of words as the corner of my mouth rises up in amusement. He's exaggerating quite a bit. He took you away from your guard in a portal. I consider that kidnapping. His hand gently cups my cheek as his thumb strokes my skin. The warmth from his hand is so comforting that a light sigh escapes from me. I'll admit I wasn't thinking clearly and wasn't considering all of the facts. Look, I'm not going to lie to you, I don't trust him. I never will. I open my mouth to interject, but Greyston's thumb presses lightly against my lips to stop me. However, he stresses the word. I won't hurt him unless he gives me a reason to. I'll try for you. Looking up at the man I care about, I can almost feel his honesty. That must have taken a lot out of him to admit that he was wrong. He's trusting my judgment and listening to my wants, even though everything in him is screaming to keep the tension high. I don't know what possesses me to be so bold, but with a wave of confidence and love for Greyston, I open my mouth and take his thumb into my mouth, maintaining eye contact with him. His eyes immediately close as his jaw loosens with the sensation. When his eyes open once again, they are deep with emotion. He smirks at me playfully. You don't know what you've just started. Then he pulls me closer. Chapter 42. I'm not quite sure I realize what I've started until my arms are gently held above my head, and Greyston's lips press against mine with a surprising intensity. His body leans into mine, creating a soft, intimate friction between us. There's a calmness to it, a tenderness that I didn't expect in this moment. His left hand holds both of my wrists gently, yet firmly, as if he's anchoring me in this space, making sure I'm with him. His other hand, however, moves slowly, almost reverently, along my body, as if he's memorizing every curve, every contour of me. I can feel his warmth, his presence, and I can't help but feel vulnerable. But it's not the kind of vulnerability I've feared for so long. It's different. It's the kind of vulnerability that comes with trust, with the knowledge that I'm not alone in this. His hand reaches my waist, where he pauses for a moment, silently asking permission to continue. I feel his gaze on me, searching, not just for answers, but for something deeper, something he knows can only be found in the connection between us. I give him a shy nod, unable to hide the emotions rising within me, and he begins to lift my shirt. The soft fabric slides off my body, and for a moment, I feel exposed, not just physically, but emotionally too. This is the first time I've shared this part of myself with anyone besides my family, and it's overwhelming. The room feels warmer, the air heavier, as if the weight of the moment is pressing in on us. Greyston's eyes linger on me, but it's not the look of judgment or desire I expect. Instead, there's a softness in his gaze, a look of admiration and tenderness that settles the storm of insecurity swirling in my chest. I feel a strange combination of self-consciousness and warmth as he takes me in, yet I realize, in that moment, that it's not about how I look, it's about how he makes me feel. He's not looking at me to judge or compare, but to appreciate. And somehow, that makes all the difference. I'm not, like the others, I whisper, my insecurities creeping in. I'm not as fit, I don't have the abs or the muscles, before I can go any further. Greyston's voice interrupts me, firm yet gentle, as if he can't stand to hear another word of self-doubt from me. Don't you dare, he says, his voice filled with conviction. You're more beautiful than anyone I've ever met. Don't you ever think that you have to be like anyone else to be enough? You're perfect, just as you are. His words hit me with a force I didn't expect. I've always struggled with comparing myself to others, especially to the women I've seen him talk to, women who seem to have everything together, women who seem flawless. But here Greyston is, telling me that I don't need to look like them to be worthy, that I am enough, just as I am. Baby, he continues, his voice softening, you're the funniest, most compassionate, most captivating woman I've ever met. I love everything about you. I can't stand to hear you talk so lowly of yourself. You're perfect. Why would you compare yourself to them? I'm in love with you. A smile spreads across my face as I take in his words. I never expected someone to look at me this way, to love me with such depth, but here he is, showing me a love that makes me feel seen in ways I've never known. His words are like a balm to my insecurities, soothing the wounds I've carried for so long. And suddenly, I don't feel so small anymore. I don't feel so out of place. He leans in, pressing his forehead gently to mine, as if to reassure me, grounding me in the truth of his feelings. I love you, he whispers, his voice thick with emotion. The intensity behind those 3 words takes my breath away, and I can't help but feel a rush of warmth flood my chest. I've never known a love like this before, raw, genuine, and filled with acceptance. Okay, he asks, his voice barely a breath, his lips brushing against mine. Yeah, I reply softly, my voice full of certainty. Okay. The moment feels so still, so full of everything we've shared, the laughter, the pain, the growth. It's all here now, in the space between us. Greyston's gaze softens, and I can see the love he has for me shining in his eyes. The air around us feels charged with emotion, and I realize, with a clarity I hadn't felt before, that this is the love I've been searching for. Not the kind that comes with expectations or conditions, but the kind that simply accepts and cherishes. Greyston's lips find mine again, this time with a tenderness that makes my heart flutter. The kiss is slow and full of meaning, each movement soft and deliberate. I can feel the care in each touch, the way his hands hold me, not out of need, but out of desire to be close. He moves against me, his presence a constant reminder that I am not alone, that I am cherished exactly as I am. As the kiss deepens, I feel the space between us narrowing, the connection between us growing stronger. His hands find their way to my waist, his touch gentle and reassuring, and I let myself melt into the sensation, into the comfort he provides. There's no pressure, no rush. It's just us, in this moment, sharing something that feels sacred. I pull back slightly, needing to breathe, to steady my racing heart. I look at him, the man I never expected to love so deeply, and see the same vulnerability reflected in his eyes. The man who once seemed so strong, so in control, is now laid bare before me, his emotions raw and open. I don't want to rush this, I whisper, my voice trembling slightly. I want to take my time. I want to know you, really know you. Greyston smiles, the tension in his face melting away. He nods, his eyes softening with understanding. We'll take our time, he says, his voice filled with reassurance. No rush. I'm here, Thana. And I always will be. In that moment, I knew that what we had was real. It's not about rushing to the next step or trying to meet any expectations. It's about trusting each other, about building something strong and lasting. We don't need to prove anything to each other. We need to be here, together. He pulls me into a gentle embrace, and I rest my head against his chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. I've never felt so safe, so at peace. This is the love I've always wanted, and it's here with him. Thank you, I whisper, my voice barely audible, for making me feel this way. Greyston's arms tighten around me, holding me close. You don't have to thank me, baby. You deserve to feel loved. Always. And in that moment, I know that everything will be okay. Whatever comes next, we'll face it together. Chapter 43, I wake up to streams of light dancing off the floors and walls of Greyston's bedroom. I can feel Gray's arm draped over my side as I wake, his hand resting on my stomach as his thumb lightly slides back and forth against the silk sheets pressing against me. I don't want to move. I'm so warm and comfortable underneath the thick blankets. Greyston's back also keeps me warm, and his light hand movement against my abdomen almost makes me fall asleep again. I close my eyes and bask in the warmth, not just physical warmth, but emotional warmth as well. My heart could not feel fuller than it does at this moment. GREYSTON marked me last night, and despite my nerves, he made it special and as pain-free as possible. Now that I think about it, my neck isn't sore in the slightest. Must be werewolf magic or something. GREYSTON's hand begins to lightly rub up and down my stomach with a little more force. Then he continues to stroke me lower until he's extremely close to my lower region. Since I'm supposed to be sleeping, I keep my eyes shut and try to sit still so I can observe what Grey would do when he thinks I'm unconscious. Does he always caress my body like this? He gets really close to touching me there, but he never does. His hand just massages my lower stomach as I clench my eyes tightly and control myself so as not to make any embarrassing sounds that would let him know I'm awake. I don't want him to stop. GREYSTON cuddles into my side even more, and his lips find my neck as he spreads light kisses to my newly formed mark. I can't help the small intake of breath when his lips touch my skin, and I inwardly curse at myself for possibly drawing attention to my awakened state. The rumble of laughter in my ear makes my heart pick up speed. How does something as simple as laughter become attractive? I know you're awake, baby. I could hear the change in your breathing, and your heart rate picked up the more I touched you. I can feel his smile on my neck, and a mixture of embarrassment and annoyance fills my mind. He was teasing me. Freaking werewolves, I mumble. I nudge his arm off of me as I make a move to push the sheets off my body and get up. Then I realize that I'm completely naked. I'm completely naked. Oh my God. I must have fallen asleep right after he marked me. That's so embarrassing. We didn't have sex, and he didn't even get anything sexual either. I'm the worst mate in the universe. I'm so selfish that I didn't even attempt to make him feel as good as he made me feel. My cheeks instantly heat up as my thoughts turn to how I could make it up to him. Some ideas involve a sweet gesture. Some involve other forms of closeness. I'm probably too shy actually to do any of them, but the thoughts alone twist my insides and make me feel a sense of longing. Grey grunts as he hugs my body to his, my front now plastered to his. He rubs his nose against mine as he releases a throaty sound that almost sounds like a purr. Stop thinking such things, or I'm going to have to act on them. I freeze at his confession as alarm bells ring in my head. Can he hear my thoughts? I didn't think that was possible, even for mates. Did Carter leave out an extremely important part of the marking explanation? Oh no, did he hear my private thoughts? He smiles and kisses the tip of my nose. Relax, love. I can't hear your thoughts if that's what you're freaking out about. I can only get a sense of your emotions. Therefore, I knew you were getting worked up. I can help you out, little mate. He grips my hips and pulls me closer. I blush deeply and stutter something incoherent. Apparently, he loves to tease me because he only laughs and then flips my hair over my shoulder to view my mark. His once joking demeanor instantly shifts to concern. Does it still hurt? I tried to make it as painless as possible, but there was no way to avoid it. His thumb lightly traces the area, and I shiver in response. Nope, nothing feels wrong about that. It's strange how accurately Carter described the sensation to me. It doesn't hurt at all. Is there a big scar? I ask in a small voice. I'm almost afraid to hear the answer. What if it looks like he took a massive chunk out of my neck? I don't want to have any noticeable marks on me for the rest of the world to see. Go check in the mirror. He nods his head in the direction of the bathroom, and I motion to my sheet-covered body and stare at GREYSTON until he understands my predicament. He rolls his eyes and puts a pillow over his face. I've seen it all before, he mumbles into the pillow, his voice becoming extremely muffled. I quickly searched his drawers for something to wear. I almost do a double take when I see he has female clothes in his drawers, all in my size. I'm not sure whether to feel guilty or grateful for the fact that he spent more money on me, so while I'm figuring it out, I slide on a new pair of underwear, a bra, a pair of jeans, and a cute lavender crop sweater. The clothes fit perfectly. Once I'm dressed, I tell GREYSTON he can look, thank him with a hug for the clothes even though he didn't have to buy me anything, and then walk into the bathroom to face the mirror. Tilting my head to the side, I trace a finger over the light silver mark on my neck. It's completely healed from last night. It looks like the scar has been there for ages instead of a single night, and the bite itself takes up a large portion of my shoulder and neck area. The mark is so light that nobody would even notice it unless they looked hard enough, so that's a relief. Just the thought that other werewolves will know Grey claims me is secretly thrilling. He has officially claimed me as his, and he's stuck with me now. I don't think it has really sunk in yet that we'll be together forever. Forever seems like such a long time, and in human relationships, it's really hard to promise forever to one another. There's marriage, but a piece of paper can change that. We're connected now, we can feel each other's feelings and emotions. That's powerful. Grey comes up behind me and hugs my body to his as we both admire the mark and what it stands for. I subconsciously lean back into his strong body, which is unfortunately covered in a shirt and sweats now. He stands at least a foot taller than I, my head only reaching his chest. Did you unhinge your jaw like an anaconda? I joke, tracing over the significant bite mark on my neck. It's so large that I can't imagine how he could have even done that. I guess when his canines came out, he was partially shifted and could extend his jaw more. Sorry about that, he says with a nervous smile. He rubs the back of his neck, something I've noticed he does when he's uncomfortable or anxious. The size of the bite indicates how powerful a werewolf is. The larger the bite, the larger the wolf. I'm an alpha, so it's pretty big. I turn around and place my hands on his chest. I look into his blue eyes and feel so much love and appreciation for him, my wolf. I'm glad you marked me. I love you. I grip his t-shirt in my hands and tug at it. He gets the gist and bends down to erase the space between us. The kiss is light and playful as he grips my hips and growls in appreciation. I suddenly break from the kiss and cover my mouth with my hands. Crap, I haven't brushed my teeth yet. That's so gross, I whine as I fumble around his bathroom until I find my toothbrush for when I stay over. I'm brushing my teeth at lightning speed as GREYSTON only chuckles and begins doing the same. Just so you know, he says after he rinses his mouth, I don't care if you haven't brushed your teeth. I'll love you regardless of your morning breath. Hey! I scream at him as I slap his arm. He feigns injury, but we both know that I couldn't hurt him even if I wanted to. Kidding. He throws up his hands in mock defense. You don't have morning breath. I could kiss you all morning. I could do other things to you all morning as well. I roll my eyes and brush past him as I head for the kitchen. He's so touchy. It's almost 10 o'clock in the morning and I haven't had coffee yet. I need coffee to wake up. Walking down the stairs and making my coffee becomes a little more difficult when GREYSTON is always touching me. His hand on my hip, or touching my shoulder, or splayed across my back, he's always touching me in some way. I slap his arm away a few times, but he only reattaches himself to me in another way. I give up trying to stop him. I decided on cereal for breakfast because I don't feel like cooking, and neither does GREYSTON. The other pack members have already woken up and eaten breakfast, so we can't recruit anyone else to cook for us. Well, Grey tried to reason that he could just order one of the guards to make us food, but I claimed that was cruel and an abuse of power. Hence the cereal. Halfway through my bowl of cereal, GREYSTON mutters a small sorry to me. I'm about to ask him why he's apologizing when Carter comes running around the corner while screaming excitedly. I jump out of my seat a little, not expecting the sudden change in pace. The coffee hasn't fully settled in my stomach yet, so I'm still not fully awake and ready to be a functioning member of society. Girl, Carter squeals with so much energy that I'm not even sure it's legal. You got marked. Let me see it. He half yanks my neck into his line of vision, so I'm left leaning uncomfortably over the counter on the tall stool. GREYSTON immediately slaps Carter's hand away and picks me up so I'm sitting in his lap with his strong arms holding me in place. Mine. He growls, his eyes turning black immediately after another wolf made contact with me. He glares at Carter, who backs up immediately with his arms up in the air in surrender. Geez, tell your wolf side to calm down. I'm gay. Not interested, buddy. No offense, Thana. You're beautiful, but I like men. Carter's nervous rambling only seems to infuriate GREYSTON more. I don't think the beautiful comment made him feel very secure. It's so weird being able to feel someone else's emotions. It's like there's a separate section of my brain where I can tell which emotions are his and which are mine, but they all still feel a bit jumbled. I'm becoming partially agitated because Greyston is livid, and even though I logically don't have any issues with what Carter did, I still feel worked up. This is going to take some getting used to. Thankfully, Axel turns the corner and sees the pathetic showdown where Carter is slightly sweating under his alpha's glare. Axel seems to know how to defuse the situation by hugging Carter from behind and backing up slowly. "What did you do now, baby?" Axel directs the question at Carter, who squints his eyes at him and drops his jaw. "Why the heck do you always assume I did something wrong?" "Because you usually do?" Axel smirks, then kisses the tip of his nose. I may have smelled Theana's new scent that mixed with Greyston's dash. Greyston growls again, still angry and picking a fight with the helpless Carter. Fine, Alpha Greyston, and I may have, possibly, grabbed her neck so I could see the mark. But I only did that because I was so excited and couldn't believe that they finally dash. Axel cuts off Carter this time. Never go between newly marked wolves. You should know how possessive they get. "Remember what happened with us when you were newly married?" Axel questions. It seems like an innocent comment, but Carter's reaction is anything but. He blushes like a tomato, and I find it hard not to let my mind wander to what Axel may be referring to. Carter pulls his navy blue beanie over his face and mumbles something that my human ears can't make out. While the two of them talk about something I probably don't want any details on, I snuggle into Greyston's side and run my fingers through his dark hair. It's really soft, and the combination of his contented rumbling and his bodily warmth almost puts me back to sleep once again. Grey continues to give me soft kisses here and there as I finish my breakfast. He finished 5 bowls of cereal while I'm still working on my second. When I'm done, Carter sighs dramatically and motions for me to get up. "Oh my goddess, you're the slowest eater ever. Please go check on your pet warlock because he has been whining all night, and since the alpha was a little busy last night," Carter says while waggling his eyebrows, "that responsibility fell on me and Axel." My heart immediately drops as I jump off Greyston's lap before he can keep me still. I'm the worst friend ever. I never checked in on Eli to make sure he was situated in the pack infirmary. I ended up driving home with Grey while Eli got moved by pack members that don't give a crap about his well-being, and then I fought with Greyston, which turned into us professing our love for one another, and then he marked me. A lot has gone on in the past 12 hours, but it doesn't make up for the fact that I feel incredibly guilty for not thinking of him. Greyston must sense my spiraling thoughts because he places a hand on my lower back and rubs it soothingly. He sends a death glare to Carter. "Thanks for that reminder, Carter. 0 for 2 this morning." Greyston grunts more than speaks, and then his focus is entirely on me. "Calm down, baby. He's absolutely fine. I'll take you to him right now, but I have some rules." I ball my hands into fists and look at his gentle yet stern face. What kind of rules could he possibly have? "What are your rules?" I grind out, a little annoyed that, as my boyfriend, he seems to think he has the right to decide who I can and can't see. "It's simple. You can only see him if I or a designated wolf is with you. You aren't permitted to see him alone, and you aren't allowed to touch him. Although you trust him, I don't. I allowed him on our pack lands, possibly endangering our people, all because you trust him. I don't think it's too much to ask for you to follow these simple rules." Greyston looks proud of himself, like he put together a nice, convincing speech. He crosses his large, muscled arms across his chest and smirks at me like he's being the best boyfriend ever. I bet he feels generous for even allowing me to see him. Except, it's not his place to allow me to do anything. This is absolutely ridiculous, but I know I won't be allowed to see Eli unless I agree to his terms, or at least pretend to agree. So, I play along and nod my head. Greyston smiles at my lack of resistance and holds my hand to walk me to Eli. I'll follow his rules for now. But the first chance that I get, I'm talking to Eli alone to get the real scoop on what's going on in his coven. I have a feeling there's more than meets the eye. Chapter 44. I'm out of breath by the time I finish racing up the stairs and speedwalking to the infirmary located inside the pack house. Standing guard outside the room are Thing 1 and Thing 2, the same guards I had assigned to keep me safe yesterday. They sure did their job well. I still managed to get snatched by a warlock. It worked out well for me, seeing that it was Eli. However, they kind of suck at their job. When they see me and their alpha approaching the room, they slightly straighten their backs and face forward as if they were guarding Buckingham Palace. I roll my eyes and attempt to open the door, but Jared puts his hand out to stop me from entering. I glare at him while crossing my arms. Let me through. Jared looks past me, right at GREYSTON, to get approval before allowing me entry. It's so frustrating that my boyfriend needs to give permission before I'm allowed to visit my sick friend. I'm supposed to be the Luna of this pack, and I may not know exactly what that means quite yet, but I should be respected more than this. I'll need to talk to GREYSTON about this, but now is not the time. Once I enter the room, I realize it's the same exact room I woke up in after the vampire attack. The same exact room where I finally put the pieces together of this huge werewolf supernatural puzzle. How times have changed. Eli is lying on the bed within 4 drip in as he lazily flicks through channels of a television opposite his bed. The sounds of the boring news shift to background noise when he sees me. A smile takes over his face as he sits up a little straighter and beckons me over to him. I walk in his direction with GREYSTON on my tail. I frown when I see purple handprints over Eli's neck, another reminder of what happened yesterday. I'm once again flooded with guilt just thinking about what my mate did because of me and how I forgot to check up on Eli sooner. Tears flood my eyes at the overwhelming emotions. I know that GREYSTON can feel my emotions because of the recent marking. He places his arm around my shoulder in an attempt to comfort me, but I only shrug it off and go closer to Eli. Eli opens his arms for a hug, and I happily hug him back. I can feel this irrational anger pounding in my brain, so it's very obvious that GREYSTON is unhappy with my actions. He should be upset. I'm still not quite over what he did to Eli. Even though I love GREYSTON and let him mark me, that doesn't mean that I agree or even like all of the decisions he makes. Before I know it, I'm sniffling and my tears are staining Eli's hospital gown. He pulls me closer to him so that I'm sitting on the bed next to him. He rubs my back while telling me not to cry and that he's fine. I back away from him and inspect his neck. The bruises are fresh, so they look much worse than I imagined they would. I'm so sorry, Eli. It looks like it hurts really badly. I wipe a tear that falls from my eye as I look over Eli's other injuries. He still looks like he was hit by a bus, but at least he's not as pale as he was yesterday. The next thing I know, GREYSTON's hand lies on top of mine. In any other situation, I would have been grateful for his touch. Now, it's more painful for me because it reminds me that this whole situation is my fault. Eli would be healthy and happy with his coven if it weren't for me. I don't know what comes over me, but I slap GREYSTON's hand away from me. He looks shocked, his eyebrows raising up so much that they hide behind his dark, messy hair. I bet he was expecting that since I was newly marked, I would become complacent. Absolutely not. I'm not a werewolf, so it is possible that I'm not affected as much by the marking as GREYSTON is, hence his need to be constantly touching me all morning. Oh, looks like you're in the doghouse, buddy. Eli smirks as he puts an arm around me. I know Eli is taunting GREYSTON, but I'm more upset with GREYSTON than I am with the blonde warlock. I choose to stare down at the bedding and play with my fingers instead of commenting. GREYSTON's growl rings through the room at someone else touching his mate, but one glare from me and a raised eyebrow has him clenching his fist tightly and prevents him from causing further tension. Eli grins in victory and lies back down on the bed. He winces as he tries to reposition himself, so I lean over and help him get more comfortable. I fluff his pillow and tuck in the blanket around him. A light knock on the door brings me out of my task. Axel's head peeks into the room. Everything okay in here? You didn't hurt the warlock, did you? Axel and Carter walk completely into the room, on guard and ready to step in if needed. Unfortunately, no. GREYSTON mumbles under his breath. He begins pacing slowly through the room, his eyes never straying from me. I can tell he's itching to scoop me up and leave, but my stubborn nature would only make me more upset with him. I'm glad the whole gang is here because I have a request. One that would make Thana feel better about you almost hurting me yesterday. Eli sits up slowly to look at the big, bad alpha, and I'm surprised that there is no fear in his eyes. Even though he's vulnerable and weak, he still displays courage. Greyston folds his arms over his chest and clenches his jaw. He steps closer to us, and I can sense him slowly losing control. His eyes are slightly dilated, but thankfully, that is his only wolf-like characteristic showing right now. You don't get to make requests. I spared your life for one reason, and one reason only, Thana. You're on very thin ice. If you keep talking, I may just snap your neck. Greyston's canines are slowly elongating as his aggression comes to the forefront. I hate all of these threats. Why can't they just get along? Or just learn to not get on each other's nerves? It's very obvious that Eli knows what he's doing, and he's quite enjoying getting on Grey's nerves. You would hurt me in front of your innocent mate? She would never forgive you. Also, you'll never know what the Coven is planning if I don't help you, and Thana will be at risk. Eli's sentence is cut off when Greyston punches a hole clear through the wall. I flinch at the volume, and when Greyston comes storming over to us, I'm shoved immediately behind Eli. With the little strength he has, Eli whispers some words in Latin, and a defensive shield separates us from Greyston. Greyston hits it head-on and falls back unexpectedly. The force field doesn't look like the one he and Elle created before. This one is sheerer and has visible cracks and holes scattered throughout it. Eli looks like he's in pain the longer he holds it, and I shake him to stop his focus. Stop, Eli. You're hurting yourself. In that time, Greyston, Carter, and Axel have all stepped up as far as they can to the force field, and Greyston looks as if he's about to shift into his wolf right now. Once again, his claws are out, his canines are elongated, and his eyes are completely black. His chest is heaving from the force of his breaths, and if looks could kill, Eli would be in serious trouble. I'm not stopping, Eli grunts, until I know he won't hurt you. Greyston's breaths stop immediately as he stares at Eli, his head tilting to the side adorably. His eyebrows scrunch together, causing 2 wrinkles to appear between his brows. I would never hurt Thana. I love her. I was coming for you, Greyston explains quickly. Carter and Axel stand slightly behind him as they watch the back and forth with caution. Carter looks over at me, and I give him a small nod to let him know that I'm okay. He relaxes only slightly. With you and your pack, it's so easy to have collateral damage. I'm not letting her get hurt because you can't control yourself. Eli gasps for air as he grows paler. He looks like he's on the verge of passing out, and all I want to tell him is that the only person at risk of getting injured is him. I'm seriously concerned that all the recovery Eli's made in these past 12 hours will have been for nothing. Using magic drains him, and he needs every bit of strength he can get. Greyston's eyes go back to their normal color as his human features return. He calms down enough to look Eli in the eyes. Hurting her would kill me. I'd rather die than lay a hand on her in any way that could harm her. The two share a look before Eli nods and whispers words to release the enchantment. Greyston walks over to us and immediately picks me up, forcing me to wrap my legs around his waist as he holds me protectively against his chest. He buries his nose in my hair as he collects my scent. I let him hold me to calm himself down, knowing that this is Grey's best chance to see that Eli is on our side. When Greyston calms down enough, he puts me down while still keeping a hand on my waist. He walks over to Eli, and I'm afraid for a moment that he's going to hurt him. When I see him reach out his other hand for Eli to shake, I wouldn't be surprised if my eyeballs fly out of their sockets. They're shaking hands. The two species that hate each other. I appreciate your effort to protect Thana, no matter how absurd the thought is that I could in any way harm my own mate. Eli nods his head, then relaxes against the hospital bed to regain some of the energy he just lost. Now, do you believe me? I want to save Thana just as much as you do. My coven is not filled with good people. We're not taught to care for others. I don't know what it is about her that just makes me want to protect her, but I will never let my coven be the cause of her death. So, let me tell you my plan to save her so we can work together. Eli relays the plan to us, and Greyston shakes his head. Absolutely not. You may have Thana's best interest in mind, but there's no way I'm trusting your sister to help us too. Eli groans as he rolls his eyes. He pushes his platinum blonde hair out of his eyes as he tries to reason with Grey. Listen, I need to be at full strength if we're going to catch the Coven off guard. I can use any magic except healing magic because the Coven would instantly know that I disobeyed them and chose Theana's side. We need Elle to relay the Coven's plans to us and to heal me so that you have 2 strong Coven members on your side. Without her, this plan won't work. Then I guess this plan won't work, Greyston says with finality. He's used to no compromise and always doing what he wants. If bringing Elle into the fold is the only way to ensure my safety, then I think that's what we need to do. It's the only option. Eli's voice becomes more hoarse as he becomes more and more agitated. Elle can tell us when they plan to attack so we can be prepared. Besides the Coven leader, we're the strongest magic wielders. They won't be able to fight back for long if you and your pack come along. Don't call my pack mutts, you worthless warlock. The argument begins to escalate, and Carter and Axel stand silently behind their alpha, obviously in support of whatever he decides to do or say. I don't feel that way. I don't exactly trust Elle. The few conversations I've had with her weren't exactly great, but if she's anything like Eli, I think I can rely on her to help us. Eli trusts her with his life, so I should have some faith in that. I think we should do it, I add quietly. The 2 stopped arguing as if I had screamed at them. For heads turn to look at me, and I immediately duck my head and give them all an innocent smile. With 8 pairs of eyes burning through me, I clear my throat and repeat myself with more confidence. I think we should do it. If Eli trusts Elle, then I think she could help us. And she could heal Eli so he's not in any pain. Don't let your guilt for his current state affect your decision, baby. I know you feel bad that he's hurt, but he knew what he was getting himself into when he helped you, Greyston says, but I cut him off. I'm not, Grey. I do feel bad, but that's not why I agree with him. You need to fight magic with magic. Without them, I may as well just turn myself over to them right now. You saw how easily Eli grabbed me yesterday, and he was almost dying. Any one of those Coven members can do the same in an instant. We need her. Greyston seems compelled by my logic and upset about the idea of someone taking me away from him. He comes behind me and wraps his arms around me as he places his chin on the top of my head. He takes a slow breath through his nose, and after collecting his thoughts, he turns to Axel. What do you think? You know I value your opinion a lot. Axel stares at Eli, studying his body language with precision. Once he's done finding whatever he was looking for, he rubs a hand over his face. Look, I think that witches and warlocks are deceiving, lying creatures that only look out for themselves. However, for some insane reason, I think he's being genuine in his care for her. I'd say it's a risk worth taking. Carter nods his head along with his mate in one of his more serious moods. It's always strange when I see that Carter has a professional side to himself versus the jokester version I always see. There must be way more layers to him than I initially thought. With a sigh, Greyston walks up to Eli. All right, I'll grant your sister permission to enter my pack land legally. However, and I mean this, if either of you does anything to betray us, I will give you a death so painful that you'll wish you were never born. Axel loves causing pain even more than I do, so don't test us. Okay. Greyston raises an eyebrow at Eli as he reaches his hand out to shake, but Eli's gaze is locked on Axel, who has a murderous glint in his eyes and an evil smirk that rivals the Joker's. With a gulp, Eli nods quickly and shakes Greyston's hand. Of course, the conversation had to end in a threat. I'm happy that we have a working plan now. As much as I trust that Greyston would never let anyone harm me, there was always this thought in the back of my mind that the Coven could get to me. After the vampire attack and the nightmare spell, I don't know how much more supernatural pain I can take. With my mate and my good friend working together, maybe I do have a chance to get out of this mess alive and unharmed. Maybe. Chapter 45. After lots of deliberation among Greyston, Axel, Cole, and some of the head pack warriors, everyone has agreed to let another Coven member onto pack lands. I wasn't in the room for the discussion, but by the sour looks on the warriors' faces when they left the meeting room, they were not comfortable or happy with the situation. But what their alpha says is final, so they at least pretend to be okay with the order. I do understand where they're coming from. All of their interactions with Coven members have been unpleasant. However, they don't know Eli like I do. They don't know about all of the ways he has tried to protect me since he made that one decision to harm me for the coven. In the case of Elle, I trust her because Eli trusts her. Hopefully, we can get to know each other more in the coming weeks before the coven plans to come for me. I still don't have any details on when the magic wielders will try to kill me, which is not a great feeling. The unknown creeps into the back of my mind, haunting me with each breath I take. Of course, I fear for my own life, but what really upsets me is the idea of those that I care about risking their lives for me. GREYSTON is bringing in his pack members to protect me. This includes Carter, Axel, Cole, and Madeline. I've learned to care for them all immensely, and I get sick to my stomach just thinking of them getting hurt while protecting me. It's frustrating being the only human surrounded by supernaturals. My boyfriend is a werewolf. My friend is a warlock. I'll always be the weak link. I'm just grateful that Eli and Elle have agreed to help me. Since the meeting just ended, Eli is now texting Elle that she can portal into the pack house directly. I can feel GREYSTON's uneasiness through our bond. I intertwine our hands and give him a small smile. He squeezes my hand as we wait in the living room, which has been cleared of all non-essential pack members. GREYSTON is over-preparing for Elle's arrival. There are 10 pack guards in the room besides us and Eli, all to ensure my safety. Does he honestly expect one witch to portal in and kill everyone? A witch who has already agreed to help me. I internally roll my eyes at the precautions, but I don't say anything because I know he only acts like this because he cares. The room is silent as we wait for the beginnings of a portal to appear. I just texted her. She should be here any second, Eli says, his voice breaking through the tense silence. GREYSTON's hand tightens ever so slightly on mine, the only outward sign of his growing anxiety. Otherwise, he looks like a stone statue, pursed lips, strong jawline, impressive posture. Unmoving. The pack warriors adjust their stance. Eli's words bring the reality of the situation to the forefront of their minds. We wait 1 minute, then 2, then a third. By the 4th minute, the tension in the room becomes stifling. I have a feeling that Elle should have been here by now. The fact that she is yet to make an appearance puts pressure on Eli, who looks all too worried that he will be beaten to a pulp once again. GREYSTON clears his throat after the 5th minute passes, his eyes swirling between black and silver. Where is she? You told me she would portal to you, yet she hasn't graced us with her presence. There's a clear warning in his tone, find her or else you're in trouble. Eli immediately dials her number. The faint sound of ringing pierces the air and everyone waits for Elle to answer. But she doesn't. Eli looks up frantically. He knows he's surrounded and weak. Look, I told her to portal straight to me like you asked. She'll probably be here any second. Eli stops talking when GREYSTON grabs the front of his shirt and brings him eye level. I hover closely, making sure GREYSTON doesn't do anything too rash. I warned you of the consequences if you try to mess with me. Eli struggles in the air, and then he looks to me to defend him. I'm about to ask GREYSTON to relax when the door from the kitchen crashes open. It swings open, and the knob busts a hole in the adjacent wall. There stands Elle in her usual unique style, a neon orange top, a black leather jacket, and combat boots. She also wears more jewelry than I own, multiple chain necklaces layered over one another, and too many rings to count. In one hand, she holds a half-eaten chocolate Pop-Tart. She looks at the hole in the wall she created and mutters an unapologetic oops with a mouthful of food. She's not the most graceful eater, and most of the crumbs fall to the floor. I faintly remember the Pop-Tarts belonging to Carter. He won't be too happy about her eating them. GREYSTON still holds Eli in his grip as he looks at the very casual witch who just strolled into the room. Hey, let go of my brother. Her tone is light, but I can see the fire behind her eyes, the power. GREYSTON, ever so slowly, lets go of Eli's t-shirt. Eli straightens out the wrinkles that are the size of Grey's fist, then he walks, well, more like limps over to Elle. He still looks significantly injured. He can stand now, but he seems to be in a lot of pain. Elle's eyes hardened with one glance at him. Fucking hell. Her hands instinctively emit blue magic as she draws on her power. Her eyes also shine a brilliant blue, a warning to her enemies to prepare for an upcoming fight. You said Coven members messed up your face, not that they almost killed you. I would have insisted I heal you sooner if I knew I know. I didn't want you getting in between me and her. Based on the knowing looks the twins shared, it is very clear that they both know, without explanation, exactly who this is. I really want to be in the loop, but I know it's not my place to ask in front of many pack members. I'll ask in a more private setting. Elle looks over Eli's injuries as she ushers him over to the nearest couch. He slumps down into the cushions as he sighs in relief. Who followed the order? Her voice is low as she begins using her power on Eli, her hands glowing blue with healing magic. Her eyes remain only on the specific area she's fixing, but she still waits for answers. It was Grant, Skyla, and Heath. Defeat. That's all I hear from Eli. These people weren't strangers to him. I didn't think of Eli as someone who has many friends, but maybe he grew up with them? Perhaps they were friends with Elle? The witch in question only nods slowly as she finishes healing her brother. By the time she's done, sweat falls from her brows. She sinks into the seat next to Eli as she takes deep breaths to recover. Shit, that took a lot out of me. You were all kinds of messed up, brother. She pats him on the arm, and he chuckles, a sound of genuine delight that I rarely see from him anymore. She drops her casual facade for a moment. They'll get what's coming to them. You have my word. Eli nods, then stands up and brings Elle with her. They walk up to me and GREYSTON. Elle looks me up and down, studying me closely. The feel of her gaze doesn't remind me of that of an enemy, more of an unwanted advance. I forgot how attractive you were. We did have fun at that club, though, didn't we? She wears that same smirk that Eli constantly graces me with, but it somehow feels 5 times more uncomfortable than when he does it, maybe because she makes it so blatantly obvious that she's hitting on me while I know that Eli is always joking. The 3 of us dancing among all of those sweaty bodies. That dress. She licks her lips, and I feel and hear GREYSTON's growl penetrate the air. His grip tightens on my waist as he glares daggers at the oblivious, who keeps talking. That was fun. Well, before the vampire attack we staged. And then GREYSTON moves into action. 4 pack members come to stand directly in front of me as a layer of protection while GREYSTON, Axel, and a few other wolves I don't know the names of advance on the 2 magic wielders. 3 wolves go for each coven member, cornering them against the far wall. GREYSTON, stop. I groan as I attempt. And fail, to move around the walls of muscle that have blocked me from the ensuing fight. I peek in between 2 guards' arms and see Eli and Elle being held in place by 3 wolves each. Although they possess magic, there's no way they can fight off all of them without being killed. Instead of basking in fear, Elle releases a loud cackle. I thought that's how you would react. She shares a smug smile with Eli, who only shakes his head. And that's why this partnership would never work. GREYSTON stands stock still, then slowly motions for the guards to drop Eli and Elle. They both shove the guards off of them, annoyed at the manhandling. My heart still races even though a physical altercation was avoided. I shove guards out of the way and stand next to GREYSTON, who sends a disapproving glance my way at my proximity to the twins. Tough noogies. Listen, Elle says as she crosses her arms and shifts her weight on one leg. I'm grateful you allowed me onto your packlands to fix my brother. However, I didn't come here to get thrown around every time I say one thing that you don't like about your little girlfriend. That's not the way I make alliances. My brother here has grown a conscience, but I haven't. Eli turns frantically to Elle, surprised by her words. I don't think he was expecting his sister to deny helping me. Elle is my only chance at surviving all of this, and her refusal to tell us what she knows would be akin to signing my death sentence. I breathe a little heavier now, trying to think of a way to save myself. GREYSTON is already fuming. He looks as if he will explode any second now. He obviously understands that if Elle doesn't agree to help, he may have to make her cooperate, and I would not be okay with that. There has to be a way to convince her that helping us is in her best interest. Elle, Eli begs. You said you would help if no, Eli. Did you see how they all turned on us? Like that, she snaps her fingers aggressively. She shakes her head and looks him in the eyes. It will always be us versus them. Really? I say, stepping forward. She looks at me, surprised that I'm speaking up. Yeah, well, I'm not the same soft-spoken girl she met a month ago. I actually know about the supernatural world, and I'm not afraid to speak my mind when I know I'm right. GREYSTON tries to hold me back, but I only push his hands away and step right up to Elle. She's 5 or 6 inches taller than I, but I don't let the height difference intimidate me or stop me. If I recall correctly, it was your coven that almost killed Eli. If I recall correctly, it was I who took Eli to the hospital before he died of infection, because he did not know how to take care of his injuries. This pack took him in and gave him fluids, and you were God knows where while your brother needed you. All my anger for the situation comes pouring out. My anger towards their awful coven that abuses its members, my rage towards Elle for refusing to have a heart, my anger towards GREYSTON for being so strict when it comes to Eli. The emotions all come pouring out of my soul. It's not an us versus them situation. The lines have been drawn already, Elle. Right now, it's what is right versus what is wrong. I know you and your coven don't follow any morals. I know you say you don't have a conscience, but you have a heart. You have a brain. Don't let your coven get away with hurting innocent people. I can see the walls beginning to crumble in her mind, the very same walls Eli had built to keep out emotions from others. They can try to convince themselves that they don't care about how others feel, but I know it's just an act. Deep down, it's human nature to care. I can see the beginnings of that care. I know she can feel, just like Eli learned. She will too. They made you hurt me, I whisper. A silent tear drops, and I let it be seen. I don't try to wipe it away or ignore the deep sadness I feel. I let the emotionless, which feel my pain. They hurt Eli. Don't let them get away with it. Help me. Silence follows my little speech. Nobody moves. Nobody speaks. We all soak in the words and pray that Elle will change her mind and help save me. She's my only hope. She looks me in the eyes, and something in her breaks. With a clenched jaw, she gives me a stiff nod. Eli hugs her, and she immediately shoves him off. Geez, when did you get so huggy? She tries to hide her smile, but it's pretty apparent that she's glad for the affection. GREYSTON smiles in relief and hugs my body close to his. He breathes in my scent. His fingers play with the ends of my hair even after I turn back around to Elle. Thank you, GREYSTON says, with evident emotion in his voice. She points a ring-clad finger at Gray's face, and in any other situation I can imagine her losing said finger for the gesture, but he's so blinded with relief that he doesn't seem to care. I'll help you guys, but you can't come at us like that anymore. It's creepy and pathetic. She crosses her arms and rolls her eyes. And we both could have easily blasted this whole room up if we were really threatened. Not exactly the way to instill trust, Gray squints at Elle. He seems to be over the whole relief stage and back to clear annoyance at the two. I gotta keep you mutts on your toes, she grins, and GREYSTON sends a low warning growl through the room. Elle ignores him and sits on the couch. She motions for everyone else to sit down as she makes the room her own. She sprawls out on the couch, taking up the entirety of it and only leaving enough space for Eli to have half a cushion on the end. I end up sitting on the couch across from hers with GREYSTON on one side and Cole on the other. Gray sends most of the pack guards away, choosing to keep his Beta, Gamma, and 3 trusted pack guards. Luckily, it's not Thing 1. Alright, here's what I know. As of last night, the plan was to wait for when Nana would be alone and most vulnerable. Someone could easily take her any time of the day, but they want to do it when they know they'll have time before anyone from the pack reports back to you. The only sign that GREYSTON is processing the information is a stiff nod. His eyes are slightly dilated, but he's keeping calm considering Elle's talking about my future kidnapping. The coven plans to take me as soon as I go into the back storage room to put my belongings in my locker. That way, any pack guard would wait about 10 minutes or so until they think to check on me. My breath stalls just thinking of this possibility. It's Sunday, which means that 4 days from today, the coven plan to kidnap me and probably harm me. They also know about my work schedule and job details. They've really thought this through. I begin to panic just thinking of the horrible possibilities. What the vampire did was terrifying. Eli's spell was horrific. What else could they possibly do? Greyston's hand rubs up and down my back soothingly. He leans in so his mouth is inches away from my ear as he whispers soothing words to me. Axel continues to ask details about the plan, but I'm not even paying attention to the conversation. The only thing my brain will focus on is fear. This is real. The threat of the coven isn't just imagined. It's not just Greyston being overly cautious or an idea Eli came up with based on his suspicions. It's really happening. Greyston continues to comfort me, and I eventually calm down enough to lean into his side and close my eyes. The supernaturals in the room continue talking about strategy, and I choose to trust them. I trust them with my life. That's the only option I have left. Chapter 46. Things around the pack house are tense, to say the least. Going to school on Monday became an argument with Greyston. He, of course, wanted to keep me safe and sheltered in the pack house before the coven members planned to begin their attack. I, of course, wanted to continue on with everyday life and keep up appearances by going to school. Getting an education is extremely important to me. In the long term, I still have plans to be a social worker and work in the field of psychology to help children with tough family situations. This threat doesn't change any of that. I won the argument, of course. I think deep down, Greyston knew that in order to trick the coven members and make them believe that we weren't aware of their kidnapping plan, I had to go to school like normal. Knowing that I have goals for my future also probably played into his reluctant agreement. He always wants me to be happy. 2 guards followed me to class. I really enjoy psychology class, but the upcoming midterm isn't even a priority for me. Instead, my mind drifts from Kohlberg's theory of moral development. The irony of the topic is not lost on me, to the chaos of my life. After class, I make Carter and the guards come with me to Java. Unfortunately, I had to text Greyston for permission, but he thankfully allowed me to go. I really hate the idea that I have to ask him before doing something, but I do understand where he's coming from. He understands the dangers of the supernatural world more than I do, so until this threat has passed, I'll let him take the lead. When Tuesday rolls around, knots form in my stomach for the upcoming plan. T-2 days until the plan is enacted. Basically, when my 6 o'clock shift rolls around, I won't be going. Elle will wear a brown wig, something she rolled her eyes at because it is totally not her color, apparently, and she'll go in for my shift. 2 pack guards will already be inside Java at that time, and Elle will use a spell to trap whoever tries to take me. Then, we can question them for more information and hopefully stop the coven from coming for me. I don't want anyone to get hurt unnecessarily, but unfortunately, I think some force will need to be taken to convince the coven that the pack is too strong to attack. I know Greyston will do whatever it takes to protect me. He won't leave anything to chance. It worries me how far he's willing to go to ensure my safety. It's a boring Tuesday afternoon in the pack house as I scribble answers for my calculus homework in my notebook. We've been learning about limits, and I'm honestly reaching mine from all of these complicated equations. It's not too difficult, but it's tedious work that I'm not in the headspace to complete. I'm sitting at the kitchen table with 4 other students, all in high school. From the table, I can see Axel through the window training other werewolves in combat. I wish that I could see Greyston, but I know he's busy visiting other territories today. He took his Gamma Cole and a few of the top pack warriors with him to gather support for our pack, the Darkwood Pack. I found out yesterday that this pack actually had a name. I'm slightly embarrassed for calling myself the Luna of a pack without even knowing what it's called. I guess I should have thought about that, but all of this werewolf mumbo-jumbo is new to me. How am I expected to know anything? After Greyston was reminded of my lack of werewolf and overall pack knowledge, he said that once this threat has passed, I'll be enrolled in Luna classes. A few elders will be assigned to teach me everything I need to know about being the Luna of a pack, including territory disputes, monetary deals, general pack training, traditions, and more. My head felt like it was going to explode just thinking about all of the information I'll have to learn. I do anything for Greyston and this pack, so of course, I'll put the time in to learn it all. It's just overwhelming. I still have my college classes to worry about, not to mention my job and my family. Hence, I reached my limit. This threat just pushes the walls of my sanity, and I'm not sure how much longer I can pretend that I'm healthily dealing with these things. Greyston must know that I'm low-key freaking out because we can feel each other's emotions. I try to hide behind smiles and nods, but he must know how close I am to exploding. That's why, when Carter interrupts my homework time to prank Greyston while he's gone, I don't hesitate to agree. This is precisely what I need to get my mind off these crazy times. I've been planning this prank for a while, and I need you to pull it off. Carter smiles and drags me up the stairs and into his room. I plop down on his large and comfortable bed while he shuffles through his drawers and pulls out the holy binder. That's what he calls his prank book. He flips through the pages until he settles on a page near the back. He points to a picture and the scribbled words he wrote beneath it, and I can't help but grin. The photo is one taken from the internet, but the idea is fantastic. The picture looks to be a bedroom of sorts, but every available space of the walls, ceilings, and floors is of a person's face, most likely the person being pranked. How? How would we even do this? I look to Carter, who just slams the binder closed and puts it back in the bottom of his drawer. Easy. I already printed the pictures. 1 second. He disappears into his large, walk-in closet and comes out with 2 huge stacks of papers. He passes one to me, and I almost drop the stack because of how heavy it is. I have more, hold on. He goes back into the closet to get more, and that's when I finally get my first glimpse of the pictures. I can't help the laughter that comes pouring out of my mouth. Each paper, and there are hundreds of them, has an enlarged image of Greyston shoving a piece of cake in his mouth. Not just a bite, an entire slice of cake. With only his hands. I have to admit, he still manages to look cute while basically inhaling the chocolate cake, but it would be absolutely embarrassing for him if these were plastered all over his room. Carter returns with more photos and a mischievous glint in his eyes. Even though I think this prank would be hilarious, I'm not sure if I can subject my mate to this kind of torture. Carter, I don't know if I can go through with this. I drop the stack, and it makes a thud as it hits the wood floors. Don't back out on me now. Listen to the plan. This will be so freaking funny. So, you're the only one with access to Greyston's office. I've wanted to mess with his office for a while now, but it's always locked. We just have to go in there and tape all of these pictures all over the walls, and then lock up like we were never there. His reaction will be priceless. My smile grows the more he discusses the plan. I feel really bad about the mess we'll be making, but I need this stress reliever. Badly. Greyston may get really mad, but his reaction will be something I'll never forget. My head is nodding before my brain even has a chance to catch up with the action. Yes. Okay, so I think we'll need to make 2 trips up to the 3rd floor. Do you have the keys? I shake my head and tell him they're still in my backpack downstairs. After I grab them, I come back up the stairs and walk towards Carter's room again. I have this bubbling feeling of guilt and excitement building inside of me, and I can't help the evil grin on my face. And that's the face Eli and Elle see when they magically appear in front of me. Okay, well, they didn't magically appear. They didn't portal in or anything. However, they seem to have just appeared out of nowhere in the hallway, causing me to bump into Eli's chest. I stumble back, losing my previous smile as I raise my eyebrows in surprise. I'm sorry, I didn't see you. I awkwardly chuckle and look down at the ground. My fingers are fiddling with the keys as I avoid eye contact with Elle. I'm friendly with Eli, but his sister is a whole other story. We got along at the club and the cafe the first few times we met, but after I found out that her friendship was all a ploy to hurt me, I'm not exactly sure where we stand. Eli has made up for it, she hasn't. Her helping me with the threat is a step in the right direction, something I won't forget. All good. So, what did you do? Eli grins at me, his brown eyes peering deep into my soul. I feel like I've been caught red-handed even though I haven't done anything wrong yet. What? I didn't do anything. I squeak out as word vomit comes pouring out of me. Even I know that I sound extremely guilty. MHHM, I don't believe you for 1 second, Elle adds. Just tell us what you did, and we can help. I'm bored as hell, trapped in this house with little guard dogs following us everywhere. I feel like I can't even shit without one of those guards asking what kind of sorcery I'm using. She nods her head and points with her eyes towards the 3 guards following them around. Having had some experience with pack guards following me around, I do understand her frustration. However, those were the guidelines for them to stay in the pack house. They have to respect Greyston's decision. He just wants to ensure his pack's safety. I'm serious. I haven't done anything. Yet. Eli finishes. He rolls his eyes and puts his hand on my shoulder. You're the worst liar on the planet. I go to defend myself verbally, but Eli is immediately pulled back into the large body of a pack guard before I can say anything. Eli is thrown carelessly to the side as 2 guards step between me and the twins. No touching the Luna. The command is simple, and I know they're just following orders, but this kind of behavior is unacceptable. How are the twins supposed to feel comfortable here if they're treated like this every time they interact with me? It's fine. He didn't do anything wrong. We were just talking. I shove the guards out of the way, but they reach for me in an attempt to protect me from the threat. Let go. The command in my voice is deep-rooted, something I've never released before. The guards drop me immediately and move out of my way as I reach for Eli. Other than the evil glare he's sending towards the wolves, he seems fine. Elle also shares a similar angry demeanor. After making sure Eli is okay, I turn to the guards. Look, I understand that your job is to protect me. However, hurting people under this pack's protection, is unacceptable. The only time you are allowed to engage is if, and only if, one of them is harming someone or doing something they aren't supposed to. They're allowed to touch me innocently. They're my friends, and I won't stand for you treating them like second-class citizens when they're risking the loss of their coven and more for me, your Luna. The guards stare at the floor and nod. They act like toddlers who were just scolded by their mothers. It's definitely a strange feeling to have large men acting like this just because I yelled at them. I don't show an outward reaction, but I'm grinning on the inside. Slow clapping brings me out of my thoughts. I turn towards Carter, who is grinning from ear to ear while shaking his head. It's about time the Luna arrived. We finally pinned the last embarrassing photo of Greyston to the wall of his office. The room looks hectic and ridiculous, with every inch of the walls, floors, and ceilings covered in the awful picture of Grey. Eli and Elle decided to help as well, much to the pack guard's disagreement. However, they did slightly smile when they saw what we were doing. Thankfully, they agreed not to say anything. They waited outside the office as we finished off the prank. I've never seen Carter more proud of himself. He was constantly rubbing his palms together like an evil villain who just found out the secret to world domination. It was very amusing. We used an embarrassing amount of tape, and we had to have a pack guard grab 5 more rolls of tape so that we had time to finish before Greyston arrived home. Grey told me he would be home around 5:00, and after checking my phone, I see that it's 4:42. After I eat dinner with the pack, Greyston will reluctantly drive me home. This has been our routine for a while. He stayed the night a couple of times, without my mom finding out, but most of the time he just has guards positioned near my house ready to report to him if anything happens. I think it just makes him feel better since he's not with me. It warms my heart knowing how much Greyston loves me. The depth of my feeling for him. I don't even know how to describe it. He means everything to me. Just thinking of him gives me butterflies. That's just crazy. Oh, Carter mutters. His eyes widen as he quickly turns around. I turn and see why he's freaking out. Axel is standing outside of the office with his arms crossed. He has clearly showered after his training session. His blonde hair looks almost brown because of how damp it is, and he's wearing comfy clothing. He still seems pretty scary, especially with the way he's looking at Carter. I told you not to touch his office. Carter, what am I going to do with you? He mumbles before walking into the office and hovering over Carter. He then shifts his attention to me, and my heart beats a little faster in fear. I know Axel would never hurt me, but the look he's giving me looks like the look he gives a victim before he rips their heart out, which I'm pretty sure he's done before. Why did you let him bring you into this? There's a reason he wasn't given a key to the office. Sorry, I mumble. Oh, come on. This is hilarious. You can't say you're not amused, Elle laughs. Axel's lip slightly curves up, but he doesn't say anything. The guy deserves it, Eli smirks. This plan is stressing him out. He needs to let loose. Axel begins to defend his alpha when a low growl resonates through the room. He's home early. Greyston's eyes scan the room quickly, looking around at the mess he used to call his office. The awful picture of him shoving an entire piece of cake into his mouth is repeated hundreds of times. I thought I would see the aftermath of his anger, but watching him discover the prank, I'm beginning to regret my part in it. I still think it's hilarious, don't get me wrong, but now that we were caught red-handed. Carter. Greyston storms over to him and looks like he's ready to beat him up. Luckily, Axel steps in front of him and places a hand on his chest. Calm down. It's just a prank. A prank that's covering my entire office. He's lucky that I don't keep any important papers lying around and everything is encrypted on my computer. The muscles in Greyston's shoulders and back are tense, tightened with rage. I slowly, ever so slowly, begin to back up. I hope that Greyston is so wrapped up in screaming at Carter that he doesn't notice me sneaking away. Then, he'll have calmed down enough to talk to me. I don't even make it 2 steps before Greyston's booming voice fills the office. Don't take another step. His voice is calm, but his body language is anything but. His dilated eyes stare into mine, and I feel almost hypnotized. The way he's standing with his shoulders back, towering over most people in the room, his deep voice, it's hot. I know I probably shouldn't be thinking that right now, but it's all I can focus on. This wasn't all my fault. Carter complains. He points a finger in the direction of me and the twins. They helped me put all of the pictures up. And Dana gave me the key. My jaw drops as I shove Carter back as hard as I can. Due to his werewolf strength, he barely moves. He gets the point, though. Traitor. I move to shove him again, but Greyston holds my arms and pulls me so my back is pressed to his chest. This position is totally not helping me stay focused. Do you think for 1 second that I believe that this was Deanna's idea? She may have helped, but this is your doing. Therefore, you will clean it all up. Greyston shoves Carter so that he's on his knees. Carter begins slowly ripping the papers off the floor as he grumbles incoherently. And you. Grey turns around and points at the twins. You two are going to clean this up too. Eli and Elle look at each other, communicating in a way only twins can. Then, their faces light up. Nah. See ya. They both disappear with a flash of blue. They freaking portaled out and left me and Carter to fend for ourselves. Greyston growls and bunches his hands into fists. He turns his attention back to Carter, who is still on the floor. He squints his eyes at him and rubs a hand over his face. You don't get to eat until all of this is cleaned up. Axel. Carter whines as he looks up at his mate, who is only smirking down at him. Are you gonna let him do this to me? I've always liked you on your knees. I cover my face with my hands as I groan. EW. I did not need that visual. Greyston seems to have the same idea because he hauls me over his shoulder and begins walking away from the office. Hey! I squeak as I squirm and kick my legs out. Put me down. A sharp pain spreads through my butt. Did he? Stop moving. You're in big trouble, Dana. Oh. What did I just do? Chapter 47 Greyston's POV. I'm not amused. Dana has been pushing my limits ever since we met, and I've let her get away with it. Witches want to kill her? She still insists on going to school. A pack of wolves disrespects her? She refuses to let me deal with him. And now this? This prank. My face plastered all over my office, on the walls, the ceiling, the floors. It's one thing to prank me, it's another to have it all over the place. Okay, I'm a little amused. If it wasn't my damn face staring back at me, I might actually laugh. But this? It's crossed the line. Carter, the troublemaker that he is, has been corrupting my sweet Dana. Teaming up with her to pull pranks is something I can't let slide anymore. He pranks everyone in the pack, and everyone hates him for it. We laugh when it's someone else, but when it's you, when is it me? You start to want to strangle him. Carter will get what's coming to him. There's no way I'm letting him get away with this. If there's one thing I know, it's that my beta loves to push limits, and he'll pay for it. He's enjoyed playing with fire, but now it's my turn to teach him a lesson. And now? Now it's Deanna's turn. She's been hiding her amusement, laughing at the prank behind my back, and I can feel it. She thinks she can get away with it. She's wrong. I stand in the doorway of my bedroom, her body draped over my shoulder, the tension in the air thick and palpable. The door clicks shut behind us and I lock it, not because I have to, but because I want to. I like her undivided attention. I want her to know exactly what's coming. I want her to feel this moment, the weight of it, the power that comes with it. As I drop her on the bed, I can see the shift in her expression. Her eyes widen for a second, but she quickly hides them behind a soft smile, trying to hide her excitement. She's always been like that, tough on the outside, but vulnerable beneath. And it's that vulnerability I crave. My eyes lock on hers as I hover over her, keeping my weight balanced over her body, pressing her into the bed with my own. She's trapped now, but I know she doesn't mind. She may try to hide it, but I can feel the heat radiating from her body. The soft tension beneath her skin as she breathes a little quicker. Are you proud of yourself? I ask in a low voice, my words soft but heavy with meaning. She doesn't answer. Instead, her eyes drift down, tracing the lines of my body. I feel the weight of her gaze, and I know what she's thinking. I can see it in her eyes, the way her breath catches as she looks at me. It sends a jolt of electricity through me. She's enjoying this. Diana, the girl who always keeps me on my toes, is enjoying this moment. I can't help but feel a rush of possessiveness. She's mine, and in this moment, she knows it too. Do you think this is funny? I press, my tone shifting slightly, almost teasing. I'm testing her now, seeing just how far she'll let me go. She swallows hard and nods, a small, almost imperceptible smile playing on her lips. It's almost like she's daring me to take this further. The smile makes my heart race. I want to wipe it off her face, but not yet. I lean down, bringing my face closer to hers. My lips brush over her jaw, my breath warm against her skin. You think this is funny, Diana? I murmur again, this time just above a whisper. She can feel my every word, and I can feel her response. Her eyes flicker with desire, a mix of nervousness and excitement. But she doesn't look away. She doesn't flinch. She's holding her ground. She might think she can outplay me, but this is mine. I want her to know that. I want her to understand that everything between us, is not just about games. There's an edge to this, a darker layer that pulls us both in. It's not about punishment, it's about control. And it's not just me who wants it, she does too. I lower my hand, gently brushing her bottom lip with my thumb. Her mouth parts slightly, her breath quickening at the contact. She tries to suppress it, but I can feel her longing. It excites me even more. I lean down, kissing her neck gently at first, then with more intent, letting my lips linger over the mark I placed there. I hear her breath hitch, and I smile into her skin. I marked you, Diana. You're mine. She turns her head, offering me more of her neck. I feel a surge of power, of possessiveness. It consumes me. She's mine, and I want her to feel it. Her hands, still pinned above her head, start to squirm. She's testing me, and I can't help but grin at her defiance. But I don't let go. She can try all she wants, but right now, she belongs to me. What's going through that head of yours, baby? I whisper as I pull back just slightly to watch her face. She's biting her lip again, her eyes half-lidded with want, and I can see how much she's struggling to keep it together. She's falling apart in the best possible way. I just thought it would be funny, she admits, her voice soft. The honesty in her tone, the vulnerability, makes me want to soften. But I can't. Not yet. Did you? I ask, pressing my body against hers, feeling the heat of her skin. I want to push her further, want her to understand that this is about more than just her little prank. Her body shivers beneath me, but she doesn't pull away. She's not backing down. That small smile creeps back to her lips as she looks up at me. I thought you'd be mad, but I didn't think you'd punish me for it, she says, her voice teasing now. I grin, and my hand shifts to her wrist, pressing it into the bed once again. You think I'm going to punish you, sweetheart? I think you like this more than you're willing to admit. She bites her lip, a flicker of excitement and uncertainty dancing in her eyes. Maybe I do, she murmurs, just loud enough for me to hear. I lean down, my lips close to her ear, my breath hot against her skin. You want me to punish you then? I ask softly, my voice rough with the desire that's been building inside me since I walked through that door. Her answer is a soft, almost reluctant nod. I can feel her hesitation, but I can also feel the desire coursing through her veins. This is new for her, new for both of us. And even though we're both walking this tightrope, I can sense the trust in her, the willingness to let me lead her through it. Good girl, I whisper, my voice laced with approval. I kiss her forehead, soft and gentle, before straightening up and giving her a chance to catch her breath. This is just the beginning. We're going to take this slow, make sure she's comfortable, but I know her. She's stronger than she thinks. And I'm going to prove to her just how much she means to me, every step of the way. Chapter 48, Theana's POV. I wake up to the feeling of fingers brushing stray hairs from my face. I'm really comfortable and don't want to get up, so I snuggle further into the silk pillow beneath me. I sigh in complete comfort when those same fingers begin to massage my lower back. This is pure bliss. It feels like only moments later when a low, rumbly voice whispers in my ear. Baby, you have to get up now. I groan and pull the comforter over my head. Gray chuckles and rubs up and down my arms over the comforter. He senses that I'm not planning on waking up anytime soon, so he decides to join me under the covers. I don't see him, but I feel his closeness. His warmth surrounds me. Come on, Thana. It's 7 o'clock and I promised your mom that I would bring you home tonight at a reasonable hour. Shoot. He did promise her. When I called her earlier today, she told me she wanted to watch a movie marathon with me because she had a lot of free time this week. It seems that ever since Mom stopped working as much, my life has become so much crazier. I'm spending most of my time at school or the pack house, and when I do come home, it's mainly just to sleep. To my mom, it must seem like I'm just avoiding her and Evina. In reality, I'm trying to stay protected from other supernaturals out to get me. And spend more time with GREYSTON, of course. He really weaseled his way into my heart. It didn't take much effort on his part to become a massive part of my life. Just the thought of my life before I met him is depressing. Ugh, fine. I'm getting up. I grumble incoherent words as I push the heavenly comforter off my head and sit up in the large king-sized bed. I can feel the stray hairs on my head standing up proudly, and I can't find the energy to care that it probably looks like a rat's nest. You look adorable after you wake up, Gray grins. He wraps his strong arms around me and plants a million small kisses on my cheeks, forehead, nose, and lips. I can't help but giggle like a schoolgirl. I didn't know it was possible to feel this giddy. When he's satisfied that he's proven his infatuation with me, he helps me get off the bed. That's when I realize that I'm only in my underwear and one of his Hulk-sized t-shirts. I blush as memories of a few hours ago fill my head. After I helped him, he helped me over and over and over again until I couldn't take any more and fell asleep in seconds. After my little nap, I'm still pretty exhausted, but I feel amazing. Looking over at GREYSTON, who is without a shirt now, might I add, only reinforces the idea that I'm hopelessly in love with him. I love him with everything I have. I love the way his brown hair curls just slightly at the ends. The way his bright blue-gray eyes never stray from me when I'm in the room. I love his long, dark eyelashes that I've always been slightly jealous of. He's perfect. And he's mine. We dress quickly. He complains that he wants me to stay in his shirt. I complain that I can't, or else I'll face endless teasing from my mother. He pouts. I laugh. Before we leave, I asked GREYSTON to mind link Carter and Axel so I can say goodbye, but he only clears his throat and says they're busy. I'm going to pretend they're busy doing pack business. The car ride home is spent jamming to music. When we reach my neighborhood, one of my favorite Billie Eilish songs begins playing. I grin so wide that I'm sure I look like a creepy clown about to murder some children. I start moving my shoulders to the beat. If Greyston didn't already prove that he's boyfriend material, he did it right now when he took a wrong turn in my neighborhood so that I could finish listening to the song. 3 minutes later, he pulls into the driveway. The sun has already set, and the darkness surrounds us when the lights inside the car begin to fade. With the music off, the only sound is our breathing. The silence doesn't bother me. I don't want to get out of the car because it would mean leaving Greyston. It seems that he's thinking the same thing because he leans over the center console of the vehicle and studies my face. I'm at an unfair advantage because he can probably see me way better in the dark than I can see him. He can use his wolf senses while I can only rely on my human eyesight, which is already questionable at times. The other day, I found myself squinting just to read the serving size for Fruit Loops. I don't want to let you out of this car, Greyston says, breaking the silence. His fingers begin tracing my cheek, and I shudder at the light touch. I don't want to get out of the car either, I pout. He uses his thumb to pull down my bottom lip that's sticking out. He releases it only to kiss me softly. My stomach flutters from the intensity of the kiss, and when our lips separate, I sigh softly. What was that for? I ask, licking my lips. You can't tease me with your beautiful pout and not expect me to kiss you. Oh. I'll pout more often if it gets this response from him. Hopefully, he can't see the light tinge of pink on my cheeks, but knowing him, he probably does. I begrudgingly turn and reach the door handle. I open the door a few inches before it's closed once again. I think it's obvious who the culprit is. Grey, I chuckle. I turn back around to see him leaning over me in the passenger seat. His face is only a few inches away from mine, and the street lamp illuminates his face enough so I can see the glimmer of his blue-gray eyes. I have to go inside now, baby. His eyes light up when I use the endearment. I don't think I've ever called him anything except his full name and Grey, but he seems to like it. Scratch that. He definitely likes it because now I'm straddling him in the driver's seat. I couldn't even tell you how this happened, but I'm not exactly complaining. Now you're definitely not going inside. His lips capture mine again, and this time, I struggle to keep up. He dominates the kiss, leaving me to let him lead. His hands travel up and down my thighs, then up to my waist, where he holds me close, pressing our bodies together. I can't quiet my muffled giggles. I eventually pull away to breathe, but Greyston seems to need me more than oxygen because he continues to kiss down my jaw and right over my neck. When he kisses the mark I carry with pride, I pull away. Stop distracting me. I love you, but I need to go home. My mom wants to spend time with me tonight. When he pouts, I quickly kiss his pout away. He stares at me for a long time. I try to reach inside our bond for his emotions so I can try to understand what he's thinking, but I don't feel anything except love. Why are you staring at me? I ask. Move in with me. Whatever words I was about to say died on my lips as soon as he uttered those words. Move in with him? Were we ready for that? Do I even want to? Of course I want to, but the idea is so overwhelming. What about Mom? And Evina? And doesn't moving in mean that I need to start acting like Luna? Oh my God, what if becoming the Luna means that I need to quit school? I don't want to give up my dreams of being a social worker who helps children in struggling families so that I can be the leader of a werewolf pack. Would I be able to do both? Come back to me, love. I can feel your panic. Just tell me what you're thinking. He looks concerned, his eyebrows furrowed. His strong hands run up and down my arms soothingly, but I'm still internally freaking out. I can't move in with you, I whisper while avoiding eye contact. I know that if I look at his perfect eyes, his perfect face, his perfect anything, he'll say something to convince me that it's a good idea. And I so desperately want to move in with him. To live full-time at the pack house, to wake up to him beside me every day, that's too dreamlike to be reality. I have responsibilities here. I can't just move in with him. Why not? His tone catches me off guard, and I find myself lost in his eyes that are battling between blue and black. He grinds his teeth together like he does when he's trying to control himself, and I hate that I'm the reason he's losing control. Grey, I'm only 18. I'm in my first year of college, and we just met a few months ago. For werewolves, it may be different, but in a human relationship, it would be highly unusual. Not to mention, I have school and my job. And I have a Vina to babysit when my mom's working. She needs me around. The entire time I explain my reasoning, my nails run over his scalp. Oh, he grumbles, then he hugs me. His face finds the crook of my neck, and he breathes in my scent. I thought you were panicking because you didn't want to. Or maybe the idea sounded horrible to you or something. What? I raise my voice and glare at him. I pull away from him and hit the side of his head. He flinches back and stares at me like he can't believe I would even dare to hurt an alpha. I can't help but feel angry. Why the hell would you think that? Greyston, you know how much I love you. Why would you assume that? Do you honestly think that I don't want to spend every moment I have with you? I'm speechless. Can't this boy tell that I'm obsessed with him? Sometimes I think he's more insecure than I. Sorry, he mumbles, then grins apologetically at me. I sometimes wonder why the moon goddess would pair someone as perfect as you with someone as imperfect as me. I'm too rough, too cross for someone as dainty and beautiful and sweet as you. He grips my hips tightly when his mood shifts to confident alpha. My Greyston is back. I don't care how it happened, but I'm thankful. I'm gonna be the best mate, the mate you deserve. We'll travel the world together, pick a place on the map, and we'll go there. As soon as this coven stuff is over with, I'll fly us wherever you want to go. We'll ride in gondolas in Venice. I'll take you scuba diving in the Great Barrier Reef. We'll see the ancient ruins at Machu Picchu. We'll stay in a bungalow in Bora Bora or go to any castle or cathedral in the world. We'll get a shitty snow globe from every single place we visit so that you'll never forget the memories we made there. Anything you want, you can have it. At this point, I'm already crying. The idea of seeing the world with him is an idea too perfect to imagine. The fact that he remembered that I love collecting snow globes is also too sweet to linger on. He wipes the happy tears from my eyes and kisses me with such passion that I'm almost overwhelmed with the love floating between us. I never knew being in love would feel so all-encompassing, so intense. As for moving in with me, he continues, age doesn't matter. Plenty of people in the human world move in with their boyfriends or girlfriends in college. Even if it seems early for a human relationship, we are soulmates. Werewolves move in with their mates as soon as they meet them. There are a few exceptions, but that's our culture. I've been going at your pace, and we can continue to do that, but I can barely sleep when I'm not with you. I want to wake up to your bedhead every morning. I shove his shoulders back, but he only grins at me. I want to wake up to your beautiful hazel eyes. I want to kiss you whenever I please. I want to share a closet with you, have food fights, and snuggle with you. I want to kiss you at all hours of the day. What about werewolf stuff? I ask, biting my lip nervously. That was another primary reason I said no to moving in with him. I don't know what's going to be expected of me. You mean Luna duties? I nod my head slowly. We'll take it one step at a time. Trust me, everything will seem much easier once this threat has passed. The pack is tense because you're in danger, so everything seems very scary and strict. It's not normally like that. Everyone knows you're human. They're all very understanding. You'll slowly start to take on more responsibilities whenever you're ready. I let the news sink in. Indeed, I don't usually know what the Darkwood pack acts like when they're not on high alert. I'm used to packing guards following me around, portaling warlocks and witches and vampire attacks. Maybe I actually can handle it when someone's not trying to kill me all of the time. And it would be nice to live at the pack house with Greyston. I'll have to talk to my mom about the logistics, but maybe I could move in with him. Maybe, I say, then give him a nervous smile. Maybe. What? I'll move in with you, maybe, I say with more confidence. Okay, I'll take maybe, baby. Oh, what a poet. I laugh, then I struggle to get out of the car. I was sitting on his lap, so crawling out of the vehicle in such a weird position proved to be a struggle. I managed to land on 2 feet with Greyston's help safely. He steps out of the car next to me and walks me to the door. I don't have much of a response for all of the romantic things he said in the car. The traveling he mentioned, the buying me anything I want. It's too much. I know he has money, but I don't want him to feel like he has to do these things for me to enjoy myself. I'll have to talk to him about the gesture later, but he looks so happy right now that I don't want to ruin the moment. Doesn't he understand that we could stay in a shack and I would still be satisfied? Talk to your mom about moving in, but remember that you're an adult who can make your own decisions. Do what you want to do, all right? Yes, Alpha, I joke as I salute him and reach into my pocket for my house key. Wait, he says. I push the key into the lock, but don't turn it. Instead, I look at Greyston with a questioning stare. I don't even have time to ask him what he needs before he's kissing me again. I will never get bored of his angelic yet sinful lips. I love you, he whispers to me in between kisses. In his arms, the rest of the world falls away, and it's just us two. After a minute or two of making out by my front door, he growls and pulls away. Sorry, Axel's mind is linking me to some pack business. I have to go. It's all right. You know, I was supposed to be inside by now, but you're so obsessed with me that you just couldn't let me go, I smirk. He rolls his eyes and kisses the top of my head. More than you know, he mumbles. As he walks towards his car, I can't help but feel like this is the last bit of normal I'll be getting for a while. Tomorrow's only Wednesday, but a lot can happen in 24 hours. Chapter 49. It wasn't easy falling asleep last night. Any day I spend a lot of time with Greyston, which is most days, I struggle falling asleep without him. The self-loathing part of my brain tells me that I'm just a clingy girlfriend, but the more rational part of me recognizes that it may be a side effect of the mate bond. I don't know the consequences of marking and not mating with werewolves, but maybe we're just more drawn to each other? I definitely need to ask him because not getting sleep is not okay. After the whole sleeping spell nightmare, I value my sleep so much more. After watching 2 movies with Mom, I literally crawled up the stairs and rolled myself up in a burrito in my sheets that definitely aren't as soft as the ones at Greyston's. Looking at the ugly bags under my eyes, I realized that what Greyston offered last night was real. He asked me to move in with him. Live with him full-time. Holy crap. I really freaking want to. The clock reads 7:15 a.m., meaning that I have a lot of time to waste until my 2 o'clock class with Carter. I decided that today's a good day to experiment with makeup. I've never been great at it, but after spending many years with Callie, I've picked up a few things. Now that I have a boyfriend, I've been paying more attention to her clothing, makeup, and hair. I'd like to think I've learned from her, but who knows? After messing up the wing liner twice, I decided that it's just not in the cards for me today. I end up with a lavender and violet smoky eye with some light glitter to make me look more alive. Backing up from the mirror, I grin widely at my reflection. I don't look half bad. I dress in a pair of mom jeans, a white crop top, and plan to wear a big fluffy jacket over it for when I'm outside. This was one of the items that Carter insisted I buy when we were at the mall because I apparently have horrible taste. I throw my hair up in a cute messy bun and bound down the stairs to make some coffee. I'm gonna need at least 3 cups to get through today. Mom's already downstairs with Evina. I came down just in time for breakfast. I smile and shake my head when I see that Mom made heart and star-shaped chocolate chip pancakes with a side of scrambled eggs to get in our morning protein. She's a sucker for Evina, but I'm not complaining because I also reap the benefits. Good morning, honey. How did you sleep? My mom doesn't even look at me as she automatically grabs my favorite mug from the cabinet and begins brewing coffee for me. She's an angel. Fine, I guess, I mumble as I grab a plate and begin serving myself. I compliment Evina on her butterfly hair clips and she giggles out a thank you. What do you mean, I guess? Mom looks at me with a slight tilt of her head and some motherly concern. I blow out a big puff of air as I think about how to tread carefully with this topic. Well, I got home on the later side last night, and we were up watching movies. I kind of had trouble falling asleep too. Oh no, sweetie. Are you having nightmares again? Her hand is on my forehead in an instant as she checks me for a fever. You know, I didn't say anything before, but you were up all hours of the night mumbling strange things. You looked really sick, but then after your sleepover with Carter, she hands quotes, you were miraculously better. Want to tell me what that was about? She doesn't ask the question in an accusatory tone, just a curious one. I honestly don't know what to say to her right now. The entire conversation I had planned out in my head just got derailed when she mentioned the nightmares. I didn't even realize she noticed how sick I was getting from not sleeping, but I guess she saw and didn't say anything. I have to come up with something quickly. Okay. Maybe I stayed over at Greyston's place those nights. Obviously, Mom chuckles. But I raise my hands. I found out that being with Greyston helped. With the nightmares, I mean. Honey, that's so sweet. So you think that you'll be spending more time over there? This is my chance. This is the perfect opening for me to tell her about Greyston's proposal. She'll most likely say no at first, but maybe with some begging and compromising, she'll think about it and say yes. I know that I don't need her permission, but I desperately want it. I don't want to leave her alone like Dad did. It's not like he was ever Father of the Year, but after he verbally abused us and hit me once, Mom had to leave him and move states away. I have no idea where he is now, and I hope I never have to see him again. I can't help but feel bad about my mom being alone. I wanted to fill that hole that my father left. I know she still hasn't gotten over him and moved on, but maybe once I leave the house, she'll realize how mature I am. I can take care of Evina when she needs me to. Perhaps someday soon she'll start dating again. However, we're not there yet. Maybe by slowly introducing the idea of me not living at home anymore, she'll begin to think about life without me present as much. With a deep breath, I decide it's now or never. I was actually thinking about spending a lot of time over there. Like, maybe all of my time. I'm pretty sure by the look on my face that I must seem constipated. My eyebrows are furrowed, my teeth are nervously clenched together, and my eyes are wide. My mom rolls her lips and just blinks at me. We both just stare at each other, not sure of what to do or say. My mom eventually breaks the silence with a question. Don't you think it's a bit early for you to move in? My heart drops as she says this. I'm sure that every little reason she has to doubt the move is one I've already considered. Even though I figured she would be hesitant at first, it's still upsetting to hear. Maybe it seems early, but I want this. He makes me laugh. He's so sweet to me, and he's really protective. I know he'll take good care of me, and we're not going to break up. I know that may sound crazy to you, but I know we're going to stay together forever. Maybe I'm a romantic, but I love him and I want to be with him all the time. And I'll still come a lot and take care of Evina when you have work. Greyston even said he can pick her up sometimes. It can work. I need your support on this. My mom looks conflicted. She looks at Evina, who is oblivious to the seriousness of our conversation as she dips her pancakes in syrup and hums lightly as she eats. Then she looks at me with a sad smile. Honey, would this make you happy? Not at all what I expected her to say. I had imagined her to say, wait a few more months, or you don't know that you two won't break up, but she asks me if this will make me happy. My eyes tear up as I nod my head profusely. Yeah, Mom. It would. Her smile makes the happy tears fall down my face. She hugs me tightly, and I know that I have the best mom ever. She put aside her horrible history of men and let me decide what I want to do. She's supporting me and believing in me, and it means more than she'll ever know. We stand in the middle of the kitchen, hugging each other and crying until Evina interrupts us. Why are you crying, Bea? I quickly wipe my tears and look at my mom. She reads my mind and takes over, explaining to Evina what is going on. Mom crouches down next to Evina's chair and straightens out her pink, sparkly skirt. Sweetie, Dana is just really happy. They're happy tears. Evina looks to me, as if to reassure me that Mom is telling her the truth. I chuckle and nod my head as I get rid of the last of the tears. I really hope my makeup isn't ruined. Why are you so happy? Are we getting a pony? Or a doggy? Evina begins clapping her cute little hands together and bouncing up and down in her seat. I feel the tears coming back, but for an entirely different reason now. I can feel my phone vibrating in my back pocket, and I do not doubt that it's Greyston checking in on me. He probably feels the change in my emotions and wants to help me feel better. It solidifies my decision to move in with him. No, I've decided that I'm going to live with Greyston now. Evina stops bouncing around in her seat and makes an adorable thinking face where she slightly pouts her lip and tilts her head to one side. But all of your stuff is here. She looks thoroughly confused, and I hate how I'm going to have to explain that all of my stuff will be moving too. Honey, my mom explains. Dana will be moving in with Greyston, so she'll take all of her things from here and take them to his house. She'll sleep there every night, but she'll still come back to visit and play with you all of the time. My mom tries to soften the news, but Evina's eyes are already watering. It breaks my heart to see her this upset, but she's too little to understand my and Greyston's relationship. I quickly bend down next to my mom and wrap Evina up in a hug. Her quiet whimpers make my chest feel like it's sinking. We'll see each other so much. We can still watch movies and color together. We can play with dolls anytime you want, okay? She grips the back of my shirt tightly as she clings to me. I don't want you to leave. I look to the side and see my mom just as upset as I am. I didn't even consider how Evina would feel at the news. I was just so excited that Mom said yes. Evina must feel abandoned, confused, and sad. I'm not moving out today, though, so she'll have time to get used to the idea. Once she sees that we'll still spend a lot of time together, I think she'll come around. I continue to rub Evina's back as she cries on my shoulder. I rock her back and forth and sing one of her favorite Frozen songs until she sings along with me. By the time we sing Let the Storm Rage On, we're belting out the notes and dancing around the kitchen. She's not crying anymore, but one look at the clock tells me that she has to get to school soon. That was so fun, Evina continues jumping around the living room pretending she has ice powers just like Elsa. I wonder how she would react if she knew that magic was real and not just in her imagination. All right, Munchkin. Time to go to school. My mom smiles as she picks up Evina and places her on her hip. She collects Evina's bag as I remember the used dishes in the sink and begin washing them. Wait, are you moving away soon? Evina looked sad again, and I took a big breath and blew it out slowly. 6-year-olds are so high maintenance. I love her, but she's so young that she doesn't understand the situation fully. Thankfully, my mom answers. Yes, she'll be home for dinner tonight. My mom looks at me in a tone that tells me that I'm not being given a choice. And Greyston will be over as well to talk about her moving to his house. Okay, this is news to me. My palms begin to sweat and become clammy just thinking of the interrogation that will occur tonight. She'll ask, "Where do you live, Greyston? Tell me more about this company you work at." I'm honestly terrified of all of the questions that Greyston will have to make up answers to in order to please her. She'll most likely ask him to show her his house, but what will she say when she sees that others live in the mansion with him? She won't understand pack dynamics and she'll be so confused. The buzzing of my phone in my back pocket reminds me that Greyston will be able to figure all of this out with me. We're in this together and he'll know what to do. I quickly nod yes to my mom about dinner as I pull out my phone. There are 2 missed calls and 9 texts. They get progressively worse as he grows more worried. Grumpy, you okay? I feel your sadness. Grumpy, call me Grumpy. Baby, why are you upset? Should I come over? Grumpy, answer me, Dana. Grumpy, now you're happy? I'm confused. Grumpy, I feel your fear. What's going on? Grumpy, if you don't call me back, I'm coming over. Grumpy, I hate being ignored, Grumpy. I'm outside. That last text has my eyes bulging out of their sockets. Okay, not literally. Still, it's utterly ridiculous of him to drive over here. Actually, if he came this quickly, he probably ran. The idea of a vast black wolf sneaking through the suburbs makes a small smile spread on my face. I quickly texted him to hide as my mom and sister came out of the house. I don't get a text back, but I can only assume that he received the text and is watching them exit the house. I say goodbye to Mom and Evina as I stand outside, and as soon as their car disappears around the corner, I'm essentially surrounded by Greyston. He hugs me as if he hasn't seen me in years, when in reality, I just saw him last night. Clingy werewolf. Why were you ignoring me? And why were you upset earlier? I couldn't get a read on you because you kept flipping between happy and upset. You're very confusing. He grumbles out his complaint while breathing in my scent to calm him. I instantly relax in his arms as he speaks to me, his deep rumbling voice a soothing sound to my ears. I wasn't ignoring you, Grey. I was talking to my mom and Evina about possibly moving in with you. He instantly backs up enough so he can look at my face. His blue-gray eyes are fixed on my hazel ones as he attempts to read my mind. He's unsuccessful because he tightens his grip on my sides. And he has never reminded me more of a puppy than he does right now. Although he looks like a big, dire alpha right now in his tight black shirt that stretches taut against his biceps and abs, and his joggers that allow me to see the outline of a specific something, his demeanor is anything but. He looks so innocent right now with his big, hopeful eyes and his halted breathing. I put him out of his misery. And I was explaining to Avina that even though I'm moving in with you, she'll still see me all of the time when we'll play dolls and watch movies and dash. I squeal loudly as Greyston picks me up and spins me around in circles. I wrap my arms and legs around him as I hold on for dear life. My heart is giddy as I feel the complete joy Greyston feels through the bond. I think sunshine, euphoria, and pure happiness. He finally stops spinning me, but doesn't put me down. His hands gravitate from my back and rest on my hips. He gives me a light squeeze, which draws out a slight surprised noise from me. Blue eyes dilate immediately, and before I know it, we're kissing in my front yard. Not kissing, more like making out. I struggle to keep up with him as his lips devour mine. He tilts his head to the side and deepens the kiss. As soon as his tongue slips past my lips, the butterflies fill my entire body. My hands automatically move to grip his hair, and using the strategic placement of his hands, he holds me closer to him. I can feel his body pressing against mine, and even with clothes on, I can feel this overwhelming warmth spreading through me. I begin to feel more affected by his closeness. Greyston's answering growl tells me he's just as affected as I am. Well, nothing except my nosy neighbor. Diana Brooks, what are you doing with this man? Get a room, you two. I jump out of Greyston's arms and straighten my shirt as I guiltily look across the street. Standing in her ugly flower nightgown is Miss Jones, my nosy elderly neighbor from across the street. I wave my hand quickly in her direction. Sorry, Miss Jones. I was kind of hugging Greyston in my driveway, but she shouldn't be such a crabby old lady. She was young once. Can't she just not be rude? I grab Greyston's hand and grumble under my breath as I curse the woman who made me stop hugging my boyfriend. Next time she asks me to water her plants, I'll conveniently forget. See how she likes it. Greyston cracks up at my bad mood, which only makes me more upset. I let go of his hand once we're inside and cross my arms at my chest. I give him my evil glare, but all he does is try harder to suppress a laugh. You still look like a kitten. He stalks towards me, and I let out a hideous screech as I run in the opposite direction. He instantly catches me and places us on the couch. Somehow, I end up sitting on his lap. Don't be upset, baby. He gives me a short kiss on the lips, and I give him a serious look. I feel a little better now. Maybe another kiss? He smirks at me as he leans in close and plants another kiss, this one a little longer, on my lips. I sit still on his lap as he playfully searches my eyes for my inner thoughts. Better. I'm still a little upset, I pout. He chuckles, then finally kisses me for real, not the small kiss from earlier. I relax into his body as we kiss. When I finally come up for air, I lean my forehead against his. I know we need to stop unless we're going to take this further. Based on the bulge in his pants, I know he could easily make me feel amazing, but now isn't the time. With tomorrow's pending Covenant attack, we need to focus on that. We can't have him getting even more possessive, if that were possible, because we made it. We need to be smart. But sometimes I just want to be reckless. To get my mind off the uncomfortable feeling of his closeness, I bring up a new topic of conversation. My mom wants you to come over for dinner tonight. He raises an eyebrow and clears his throat. Really? Is this some mom test that if I fail, she won't approve of you moving in with me? Basically, I smile. He nods and cuddles me into his side. Then I won't fail. Why do I feel like this dinner will be a complete disaster? Chapter 50 Greyston and I cuddle on the couch for a little while longer until he begrudgingly informs me that he has to continue training. After a bit of lecturing from me about shirking his duties, he tells me that any time he feels my pain, fear, or sadness, he will come to me no matter how busy he is. That earns him endless kisses from me. Before he leaves, I tell him my worries about the plan L has concocted for tomorrow. I'm just worried that you and the other members of the pack could get hurt protecting me. I would be devastated if someone died in my place. No one's dying, Greyston says as he tightens his grip on me. It seems more like he's trying to convince himself that no harm will come to me. He is keeping me away from my shift at Java tomorrow, so I really don't see how it's even possible for me to be in danger. It's him I'm worried about. Promise me you'll be safe, I whisper, my forehead resting on his chest. His chin rests on the top of my head as he exhales. I promise, baby. You're stuck with me. Good, I smile, then push him away. Now go do alpha things or something. I push him out of the door and towards the street. He has been allowing me to direct him, but he plants his feet firmly on the pavement, the more I try to move him away from my house. Ugh, you're so freaking heavy. Move, you big giant. I begin using my back to push him away, knowing that if I don't send him away, he could very well spend the day with me. I thought he was some hotshot alpha, but all he wants to do is spend time with me. He should be working. His rumbling laughter makes me stop shoving him. I turn around and glare at him. I cross my arms in front of me as I wait for him to leave. I came here in my wolf form, love. It's like he expects me to understand the point he's making. All I do is stare at him. And? Bye, Wolfie. I sarcastically wave my hand at him. He shrugs his shoulders and reaches for the bottom of his shirt. All right, you asked for it. GREYSTON quickly takes his shirt off and drops it to the floor. I'm stuck in a daze as my eyes trace his chest and muscles. Oh, so many muscles. The contours of his abs are so stark, I can count the 8-pack. When his very capable hands drop down to the waistband of his joggers, I immediately run forward and catch his wrists before he decides to go streaking in my neighborhood. What the heck are you doing? I basically scream at him as I give him a wide-eyed stare. He does that famous GREYSTON smirk that I have a love-hate relationship with, and I can't decide how I feel about it right now. I can't shift in my clothes, Thana. They'll rip, and then I won't have anything to change into when I get back. I have to carry them in my mouth in my wolf form. He knows why I'm having trouble creating a coherent sentence right now, and he seems to be enjoying every minute of it. His shiny white teeth are on full display as he stands in my driveway looking like a Greek god carved of stone in all of his perfection. That makes sense, I mumble as I turn around and immediately walk behind my house. I know he follows after me, and I just try to stay ahead of him so I can give my red face some time to cool down. By the time I reach the small area of grass that I call a backyard, I think I'm safe. He turns me around abruptly, and I'm not given much of a chance to recover before he's kissing me. I sigh into him, wrapping my arms around his neck and pulling him closer. Unlike how our kisses usually go, I take the lead and brush my tongue against his. This elicits a growl from GREYSTON, who pulls my body even closer to his. It seems like he likes it when I take control, but he likes it even more when he does, so I'm soon playing catch-up as he bites my bottom lip and dives back into the kiss. I feel every inch of skin I possibly can, grateful that his shirt is discarded on the ground. I'm the worst Luna ever because I should be pushing GREYSTON to leave, but instead, I'm delaying him even more. It takes a lot of effort to win over the lust, but I gently separate myself from him and take a step back. You should probably head back now. His eyes are still dilated when he nods his head. I turn around to give him some privacy, although he doesn't seem to want it. He reaches for the waistband of his pants, yet I don't hear the rustling of fabric, so I know he's not taking them off. He's hesitating. I turn around and am about to encourage him to shift when I see his eyes downcast and his fists clenched. Everything okay? You are still a werewolf, right? I joke to ease the tension, but I'm hit by the weight of his gaze. I don't want to scare you. His voice is so soft that I barely hear it. He looks so vulnerable right now with his hair covering one of his eyes and his shoulders hunched over. Guilt immediately washes over me. I regret my initial reaction when I saw his wolf. Granted, I was just attacked by a vampire, and I found out that I had a werewolf soulmate. He doesn't feel accepted, and that's my fault. Baby, I start walking over to him. I cradle his face in my hands as I look into his eyes, which look more blue than gray right now. I love you. That means I love all of you, your wolf side included. I was scared when I first saw it, but that's because I didn't even know the supernatural existed. I was surprised and scared that you were going to eat me or something. I chuckle, looking back on it. A sly grin forms on his face. I did want to eat you. He grips my hips and pulls me in so that I can feel his body against mine. He leans in close so that his mouth is right next to my ear. And you taste divine. His brazen statement sends shivers down my spine, and I can totally imagine a repeat of yesterday. However, now is not the time. I lightly shove him away and try to hide the rose color of my cheeks with my hair. It doesn't work. Seriously. At this rate, you're never going to leave. I want to see you in wolf form. He pouts a little but complies. When he reaches for his pants, I turn around. He laughs. I know I've seen it before, but it feels different in this situation. A snapping sound emanates from GREYSTON's position, and I don't turn around until I feel a wet snout nudging my arm. I release a high-pitched squeal, not expecting it. I turn around and I'm face to face with a wolf. Of course, I knew he turned into one. I've seen it, but it's still not something I'm used to. I'm not afraid, but I'm still hesitant to touch him. His dark fur looks soft as it lightly shifts with the breeze. The same pair of blue-gray eyes meet mine, and I know that GREYSTON is nervous about being in this form around me. I slowly reach my hand out, and I'm amazed when he lowers his head further so it's easier for me to get his head. I pet the top of his head, and he immediately starts purring. It actually sounds pretty similar to a sound he makes in his human form, except I know that to anyone else, it may sound intimidating. I place a kiss on his furry forehead and smile at him. You're so cute, Grey. He growls at me. Fine. I throw my hands up in mock terror. You're ferocious. You're the most terrifying creature on earth. Please spare me. He makes a huffing sound by puffing air out of his snout. He's not amused. Maybe it's a hit to his ego that I think he's cute and not terrifying, but he's literally purring after one touch from me. He's the pet I never had. Maybe I'll make him shift into this form the next time he's grumpy so that he can't talk back to me. I give him a wave, say goodbye, and watch as he darts away from my backyard at a speed that rivals the vampire that first attacked me. I didn't realize he could be that fast. He only looked like a black blur until he disappeared into the tree line. I'm a little sad that he's gone, but I walk back inside my house and get ready for the rest of my day. I end up going into town a little earlier than I need to. As soon as I head out, one of the pack guards walks alongside me. I've seen him around the pack house before, but I didn't know his name. We struck up a conversation on my way to Java. I need more coffee. After a few hours of sitting there with the guard, whom I learned is named Jonathan, I head over to the psychology building for my class with Carter. I take out one of my 20 pens and write down the lesson for today. I don't have the heart to get rid of any of the pens, so they just clank around in my backpack. When class is dismissed, Carter drags me out of the classroom and walks me over to a nearby bench. Spill, he says. What? I respond, not sure what he's referring to. Am I forgetting something important? You were playing with your fingers all class and bouncing your knee up and down like you're waiting impatiently for James Charles to upload his newest video. James who? Carter gasps dramatically and places a hand over his heart. Okay, that's a later problem. Now tell me, what are you so worried about? I guess I am a little anxious about tomorrow's planned attack and the dinner tonight. So, I fill Carter in on the dinner and my conversation with GREYSTON. In the middle of my story, Carter pulls out a s'mores Pop-Tart and begins munching on it, nodding his head up and down when I get to the conversation I had with my mom. Yeah. There's nothing to worry about, Thana. Carter doesn't swallow before speaking, and I really want to teach him some manners, but I also want to hear what he has to say. He continues chewing loudly. Trust us, wolves, okay? Do you really think that GREYSTON doesn't have a backup plan? And a backup plan? Dude's crazy when it comes to you. You're gonna be fine. And this dinner? It's GREYSTON who should be concerned, not you. I guess it was stupid of me to assume that GREYSTON was relying on Eli and Elle's plan entirely. He's never trusted them, so it does make sense. I hope it doesn't come to another plan. Somehow, I feel like his plan will result in more deaths, which I would like to avoid. What are the other plans? I ask, hoping that Carter will forget who he's talking to and spill. Unfortunately, he just laughs in my face. Sorry, GREYSTON would kill me if I told you. Axel wouldn't like that very much, so I think I'll keep my mouth closed. But since we have time to spare, let's go shopping for an outfit that isn't hideous like the rest of your clothes. I'm dragged to my feet and whisked into a car. I groan the whole way about just having been to the mall with him. For someone with super hearing, he sure does pretend like he can't hear me at all. I hate him sometimes. We spent the afternoon at the mall. We shop, have lunch, then shop some more. I convinced Carter to let me go to the bookstore as a reward for spending so much time at the mall, so I bought 4 books. If this is what happens every time we go shopping, I'll happily comply. Instead of taking me home, Carter pulls up to the pack house and explains that I can get ready with him, and GREYSTON can drop me off. I agree, sending a quick text to my mom saying we'll be there for dinner at 7. I put on the dress, and I suddenly regretted caving when Carter suggested I wear this. It's nicer than other dresses I have, probably too nice for this dinner my mom's cooking. Oh well, it's all I have. The dress has thin straps and is made of silk. The pink dress matches well with my skin tone, and I do have to admit that I look good. Hopefully, I don't look like I'm too dressed up. Carter whistles when I walk out in the dress. Damn girl. GREYSTON's definitely gonna punch me for this. What? Why? I ask, but GREYSTON knocks on Carter's door before he has a chance to clarify. Diana, we're going to be late if we don't leave now. GREYSTON pauses mid-sentence when he opens the door and sees me. His eyes travel from my face, which has a little more makeup than usual, down to my cleavage, my waist, and finally to the edge of my dress that is definitely showing a lot of thigh. His eyes travel back up my body as he clenches his jaw and just stares at me. I feel like I'm under a microscope. Instead of standing still, I slowly walk towards him. I stare back at him with the same vigor. His jaw is well defined with the way he's restraining himself, and he's wearing a form-fitting long-sleeved button-down shirt with the sleeves rolled up to his forearms. I trail my eyes down his body, feeling confident in the way he looks at me. Carter has intelligently left the premises, so it's just the two of us. Using his werewolf speed, he's in front of me in an instant, his hands gripping my waist in a hold that screams he'll never let go. Fuck. You look incredible. He pulls me close and pushes a strand of hair out of my face. You don't look too bad yourself, Alpha. I honestly don't know where this newfound courage has been coming from, but the darkening of his irises proves that he likes it. Now, he tuts, if you keep saying things like that to me, I'll have to show you exactly what an alpha male can really be. I bite my lip and try to ignore the warmth spreading through me. But, of course, he can tell and gives me that perfect grin where he knows he's affected me. He leans in and kisses my neck right where his mark is, and I shudder against him. I have to hold onto the front of his shirt to steady myself. He kisses up my neck until he reaches my ear, and then he whispers to me. But we can't miss dinner. Then the warmth of his body disappears, and I look up to find him leaning against the door casually, like he's been waiting for me. You're the worst, I grumble as I stomp past him and head down the stairs. GREYSTON, being the evil mastermind that he is, only laughs at me. The drive to my house passes quickly as we listen to music and talk about nothing and everything at the same time. Being with him is just easy. I never thought I could be this comfortable with someone outside of my family, but I feel like I can tell him anything and he would only love me more. I'm the happiest I've ever been, and I owe it all to GREYSTON. By the time we pull into my driveway, it's 7 on the dot. We made it right on time. I get out of the car to find GREYSTON opening the back seat and pulling out a neatly wrapped gift. What's that? I ask, walking around to his side. It's just a little gift for your mom. She made dinner, so it's the least I could do. Grey, you've already met her. Multiple times, I chuckle. You didn't have to get her anything. He grabs my hand and starts leading me to the house. I know, but I told you I wouldn't fail you. If this is what it takes to impress your mom and convince her that you're moving in with me is a good idea, then I want to pull out all of the stops. You're so cute. I reach on my tiptoes and kiss his cheek. I think I even see the tips of his ears turn pink, but he opens the unlocked door before I have a chance to comment on it. Mom, we're home. I scream from the doorway. I instantly smell red sauce and know that she made her homemade lasagna. My mouth waters just thinking about how good it tastes. Hey, honey, come in the kitchen. My mom yells from the kitchen. We walk hand in hand to find my mom, and I squeeze Greyston's hand and give him a small smile when I sense some of his nerves through the bond. He's been pretty calm up until now, but I think the prospect of seeing my mom under such formal circumstances has made him a little anxious. I think it's endearing how he can beat the crap out of anyone with no nerves, but he gets nervous before seeing my mom. It only makes me love him more. I feel him calm down a little as we enter the kitchen. I made lasagna. I hope that's okay, Greyston, my mom says as she shoves the oven mittens she was wearing into a drawer. Sounds perfect, Ms. Brooks. He responds like the perfect gentleman. Please, for the last time, call me Melissa. All right. Thank you, Melissa. Here's a little something for you. Actually, it's for you, Dana, and Avina. You can all open it when you're together. My mom looks at me strangely, not touching the gift. She begins looking around us and towards the living room couch, but she doesn't seem to find what she's looking for. Mom, you okay? They called and told me I didn't need to come, she mumbles as she paces around the house at a fast pace. What are you talking about? I don't understand why she's so upset, so I hold her shoulders still so she'll stop pacing around the house. Greyston comes up behind me and tries just as hard as I am to understand the sudden drop in her mood. She looks frantic with her wide eyes and shaking hands. The daycare called and said that you picked her up. It takes me a few seconds to process what she says. Then it hits me like a train. My mom is referring to Avina. I didn't pick her up, Mom. My heart drops to my stomach as the panic bubbles. This cannot be happening. My mom was supposed to pick her up today. Over the weekend, we made the schedule for who was supposed to pick up Avina on which day, and Wednesday is Mother's Day. We talked about it. Why wouldn't she call me to make sure that it was actually me picking her up? And why would the daycare hand Avina over to a stranger and say it was me? I already know what happened without looking into her disappearance more. Avina was taken by the coven. Chapter 51. The downward spiral of fear and anxiety has begun, and my heavy breathing won't cease even with Greyston's hand on my back. My mom's too busy freaking out herself to see my reaction to Avina's disappearance, but I bet I'm even more distraught than her. A mother always worries about her children, but as Avina's older sister, I may be worrying more about her because I know exactly who took her. I was so in my own head about the coven coming after me that I wasn't even thinking about them coming for my loved ones. I put too much trust in Eli and Elle. I should have listened to Greyston. He's my mate. He's grown up in this supernatural world his entire life, so he knows better than anyone what they would be capable of. Why did I let my friendship with Eli blind me so much? I believed him. I trusted him. And now my sister's life hangs in the balance. If she dies. Dana, take a deep breath for me. Greyston places his hands on my cheeks and breathes through his nose, coaxing me to follow his example. I do, but a sob catches in my throat, and I begin sniffling once again. Baby, we don't know for sure that the coven took her. He acts so confident, so sure that Avina's safe, but I can feel his emotions. I've gotten good at digging deep through the complex jumble of feelings laid before me. It was confusing at first to feel things that aren't stemming from my own brain. I've learned how to understand it, so that's the only inkling that Mr. Alpha isn't completely sure of what he's telling me. My anxiety goes through the roof when my mom picks up the landline and begins muttering words too low and mushed together for me to understand. However, I get the gist. She's dialing 911. I can't let her do that. Mom, you can't call the police, I say quickly, yanking the phone away from her trembling hands. She glares at me through glassy eyes. Give me the phone, Theodora. I barely even blink at the use of my full name. I hate it, that's why I shortened it. I know she's extremely confused and angry by my actions, and hell, I would be too if I didn't understand why the police would be no help in this situation. Even through my tears, I have to somehow convince my mom that Greyston and I have it handled, well, as handled as a missing 6-year-old can be. I can't, Mom. All throughout this exchange, Greyston has been pacing the living room, no doubt mind-linking several members of the pack to see if anyone knows Avina's whereabouts. I know he's mentioned that he has wolves keeping watch outside of my house at all times, so maybe he has people watching my mom and Avina. I don't know half of the things he does, but I'm grateful that he's here right now to figure out this mess. My mom begins yelling at me, attempting to grab the phone from my hand. She has this aggressive look in her eyes that resembles a mother bear defending her young. In a rash decision, I throw the phone against the wall, hearing the crack of the plastic as it breaks apart before it even hits the ground. What the actual hell, Anna? What on earth has gotten into you? Your sister is missing, and you won't even let me call the police. She frantically runs past me as she searches for her cell phone. I assume she's running to her purse by the front door, but in her panic, she doesn't realize that it's right on the kitchen counter behind her. That should buy me a few minutes to talk to GREYSTON. He saw the whole scene with my mother, but he seemed distracted and frustrated. Does anyone know, he says, not even needing to hear the rest of my question. The pack guards I had assigned to Evina were knocked out. They just came to, but they have no leads as to what happened or who took her. The ever-present tears escape my eyes with a new vigor. He immediately wraps his arms around me. I'm sure all kinds of tears and snot particles end up on his nice button-down shirt, but he doesn't seem to care as he runs his fingers through my hair in a soothing manner. Any other time, it would have made me feel better. Carter and Axel are on their way here, along with a few of my top warriors. We still don't know if he stiffens against me, and it shocks me so much that I pull away from him. He doesn't have that far-off look in his eyes like he usually does when he's mind-linking someone. No, he's instead staring at the wall. More specifically, Evina's play area, where all her toys and drawings are, the colorful drawings are taped against the walls. I remember that she told me once that it made her feel like she had her own art gallery. GREYSTON storms across the room and rips off one of her drawings. I'm confused for all of 2 seconds until I see what Evina drew. It brings me back to an afternoon a few weeks ago when Evina initially showed me the drawing. After the 3 of us eat dinner, I finally get to see Evina's drawings. The pony has rainbow hair and is lavender, while the fairy woman has long black hair and a red dress. Not gonna lie, maybe Evina should be a fashion designer when she's older. Even though the drawing was obviously done by a 6-year-old, the dress looked like something I would buy with a low V-neck and a slit up the right leg. I'd buy it. The fairy was in a blue bubble, and Evina vividly explained how she floated through the air. I agreed that she must have flown down in a blue bubble like Glinda did from The Wizard of Oz. There's no point in my pointing out that her imagination isn't real. I can't crush her dreams. I think back to that day when Evina drew this picture, and it suddenly clicks. Evina didn't actually make up the encounter with the fairy. She just picked the wrong fictional creature to relate it to. Now that I'm looking at the picture, the blue bubble surrounding the black-haired woman has the same hue as the portals Eli and Elle make. This is the same color as their magic. I cover my mouth with the palm of my hand as I cry. I should have seen this coming. I should have known. She showed me this picture weeks ago. How did I not know? Fucking Alina, GREYSTON growls as he crumbles the picture in his large clawed hand. Who? I sobbed, barely able to speak at this point. My mom comes back into the room with 2 large men behind her. It takes me a moment to clear my blurry eyes to make out that it's Carter and Axel. Carter comes straight for me, hugging me as he promises that we're going to find Evina and get her home safe and sound. Meanwhile, Axel goes straight for GREYSTON, who just grumbles out responses and points to the wrinkled children's drawing. Who's Alina? I ask Carter, hoping that he'll fill me in. I assume she's the woman in the drawing, but she must be pretty freaking important if GREYSTON can identify her from a crayon rendition of her. Carter widens his eyes and looks towards the Alpha and Beta, who are discussing plans as we speak. He looks back at me and swallows. If they mentioned her, then that definitely means that it's the witches. Alina is the leader of Eli and Elle's coven. She's the one who killed GREYSTON's father and caused his mother to become so heartbroken that she had to move away from Redwood. It's why he's such a young alpha. I look to GREYSTON, who looks like he's seconds away from shifting. I want to go to him, but even though I desperately need his comfort, I know that seeing me like this could quite possibly send him over the edge. I need him to be clear-headed when searching for my sister. I can't believe he never told me what happened to his parents, and all at the hands of this coven. No wonder he harbors so much hatred for the twins. I wish he had told me. I would have been more cautious with them if I had known. I tried to give him the space to tell me things without pushing him, but look where that's gotten us now. He got mad at me for not trusting him, but then he doesn't trust me. I pushed that matter aside, saving it for another day. Now, all of my energy needs to go towards finding Avina. My relationship issues can wait. In the middle of all of this chaos, my mother stands bewildered in the living room. Why is Carter and this other guy over here? Dana, this is a serious family matter. I have no idea where your sister is. She stops talking when she spots her cell phone. I run over to the counter and snatch it up before she can reach it. At this point, my tears have stopped. I need to clear my head and think logically about this. How can I convince my mother that we have a better chance at finding Avina through a group of college-age students rather than the police? Give me the goddamned phone, Theodora. My mom reaches for her cell phone, but I try to back up out of her way. She ends up grabbing my wrist in her haste and dragging it towards her. I know she's absolutely freaking out at this point. She's confused, angry, and scared. Fear makes people do crazy things. That's why I don't blame her when she twists my wrist too hard as she tries to get the phone. I let out a small cry of pain as I felt the ligaments in my left wrist stretch and strain. The phone falls to the floor, cracked but most likely still working. I cradle my wrist to my chest. It's already slightly red. My mom looks bewildered at her own actions, but she's so blinded by worry for Avina that she pushes it away and reaches for the phone anyway. She freezes in place as a loud growl resonates through the house. Her eyes widen as she stares at something behind me, no doubt my furious werewolf boyfriend. I turn just in time to see his clothing tear. His fingers curl into paws, his nose lengthens into a snout, and his canines grow longer. The whole transformation happens in a few seconds, but watching it happen is so mesmerizing. I sometimes forget how powerful he is. He could rip someone apart with one clench of his jaws, one scratch from his claws. And right now, his extreme anger is projected onto my mom. Axel understands the intense overprotectiveness Greyston must be feeling, and he rushes in front of him, still in his human form, as he grabs around his furry neck to hold him back from maiming my mother. Meanwhile, my mom completely forgets about the phone and focuses on Greyston, who was a man a few seconds ago and is now a raging beast. She screams and grabs my upper arm and drags me back. She puts me behind her as she grabs a kitchen knife she had used to make lasagna and holds it up to defend us. Her motherly instincts kick in as she forgets what happened between us moments ago. Greyston continues to thrash around, clawing at Axel and now Carter, who are attempting to restrain him. He looks straight at me and growls. This growl translates to, "I'm coming for you," I assume. Greyston, calm down. She's fine. Axel tries to talk some sense into him, but I know that I'm the only one who can calm him. Mom, let me go. Hell no. Did you see that? He's a monster. Stay behind me, Dana. My mom holds the knife out, and in a calmer situation, it could be almost laughable. Her holding up a knife to a werewolf wouldn't stop them in the slightest. Mom, he won't hurt me. He's just angry because you were hurting me, and he's frustrated and feels like Avina's being missing is his fault, I explain. My mom's expression changes from fear to betrayal. You mean? You knew he was. I nod and instruct her to stay back, but she quickly grabs my hand to keep me safe with her. Unfortunately, she holds the hand she most likely sprained, which makes me wince. It also enrages Greyston even more. Wolf Greyston thrashes around even more, and he ends up getting out of Axel's grip for a moment before Carter pins him down again. The two of them are piled on top of him, and the only reason they're alive is because Grey recognizes them as part of his pack. I can see gashes and claw marks on both Axel and Carter, and I know they won't be able to hold for much longer. My mom shakes from the wolf on the opposite side of the room. We can't hold him forever, Dana. Axel yells, then grunts as Greyston knocks his head to the side with his own. Take your sweet fucking time, Thee. Carter adds. I turn to my mom. Please, Mom. I know you don't understand what's happening, but I'm asking you to trust me. There's a lot that you don't understand, but please, I beg, please let me go to him. She looks very unsure of herself, but something in her resolve breaks as she nods and hands me the knife. I shake my head and leave it in her hand. She watches me walk across the room, not saying a word, letting silent tears trail down her face. I understand how she's feeling. I went through the same thing when I discovered what GREYSTON was. Good to know my reaction was fairly normal. When I reach GREYSTON, he instantly stops thrashing. He's about my height, standing on all fours, and he immediately begins gently licking my injured wrist. I let him do his wolf thing. Axel and Carter let go of him and stood back, strategically in between GREYSTON and my mom in case he gets angry again. He whines and sniffs my hair. I pet him with my right hand, then hug him tightly. Grey, I need you to not attack my mom. It was an accident. I need you to help me find my sister. He growls, but not at me, more at the situation. I know he feels guilty and angry with himself. It's not your fault, so don't go there, I say. I turn to my mom, and GREYSTON huffs at her, obviously not happy with her still. Mom, I know this is all very confusing. When I first found out, I was freaked out too. As soon as we find Evina, I'll explain everything to you. But what you need to understand is that the police can't help us find Evina, and the more time we spend here, the more time she's out there alone. A group of witches and warlocks took her, and GREYSTON and his pack are our only chance of getting her back. So please let us handle this. My mom shakes where she stands, still cautiously staring at the large wolf behind me. I sigh, then turn to Grey. Can you please shift back? It's easier to do this with you as a human. Remembering that he shifts naked, I groan and head up the stairs. Please don't do anything rash. I run upstairs and shuffle through my drawers. I change into sweats and a t-shirt, ridding myself of the cute yet too fancy dress I was previously wearing. I grab a pair of shorts that GREYSTON left here for this exact predicament and rush down the stairs. The whole thing took way longer than I wanted it to because moving my wrist hurt too much. When I return, everyone's standing in the exact same positions. Grey quickly shifts and throws on the shorts. He gently holds my wrist, prodding at it to see the damage. When I wince, he apologizes and sends an evil glare to my mother. Well, they were on good terms, but I guess that's over. My mom does look guilty, but she's mainly just scared. Dana, 6 guards are on their way to protect you and your mom. GREYSTON growls out the word mom like it personally offended him. I'm taking a group of warriors over to the Coven's base, where I assume they took Evina. We already had wolves infiltrating their communications and private security, so it should be easy to get in. We'll do whatever we have to get your sister back. I promise you I'll find her. I wipe my tears and nod. A few seconds later, I began processing everything that he said. Wait, I mumble. I'm not just going to sit here while you go out there and risk your life for my sisters. I'm coming with you. Absolutely not. It's not a request, GREYSTON. They took Evina because they want me. If I go with you, then maybe they'll let her go and take me instead, and fuck no. You're staying here where you're safe. Don't fight me on this. You won't win. He does the alpha thing where he clenches his jaw and turns his dilated eyes to me in a stare down. I don't back down like he expects. The best way is for me to go with you. He goes to interrupt me, but I speak over him. I won't be actually turning myself in, but if I go in alone, the pack can secretly infiltrate and get Evina out of there safely while their guard is down. If we pretend like you guys can't get past their defenses, they won't expect an attack. While I'm distracting them, you go in and surround them. He closes his eyes as he thinks. His emotions are all over the place, and it's hard to pinpoint exactly what he's thinking. It's the best plan we have, and you know it, Axel says. I almost forgot he was still here. GREYSTON growls and glares at him. I know what it's like to have your mate put in danger, Axel reminds him. Remember all of the shit I had to deal with to have Carter safe by my side? Carter nods, and a sheepish grin spreads across his face. I know nothing of Carter's life before he met Axel. I'd love to hear another story when we have more time. I understand this, Grey. This is the best plan to avoid casualties, and you know it. They'll be distracted. We'll have eyes and ears on the place the whole time. When she surrenders, he air quotes, it will be exactly what they expect. They won't be ready for a full-blown battle. We will be. Greyston grunts, then holds me close to him. I know this is hard for him, but given my knowledge of the coven, they like to make a spectacle of things. Eli has told me stories of his coven and what it was like to grow up there, and as much as I hate him right now for betraying me, I still believe all of those horrible stories. Now I just think that he enjoyed all of those things he pretended to despise so much. A thundering of footsteps echoes through the house, and my mom and I both flinch. It's just the warriors, Greyston mumbles. I instantly relax, now knowing that we're not under attack. He begins barking orders at them, his exterior instantly hardening to the proud alpha of the Darkwood pack. His orders cease when the wind blows my hair back. I stiffen when I realize that since we're inside, there shouldn't be a breeze. That can only mean one thing. I turn and see Eli, the blue shine of his portal disappearing in seconds. His eyes find mine instantly. We need to talk. Chapter 52. A lot can happen in the span of a few seconds. For me, it's the amount of time it takes to take in a full breath. For Greyston, it's the amount of time it takes to punch Eli in the face and then begin choking him. For my mother, it's enough time to scream. The funny thing is, nobody makes a move to stop Greyston. He grumbles out curses to Eli, but doesn't show any sign of letting him live or die. He just holds his life in his hands as he sends him a vengeful glare. There's a small part of me whispering what ifs. What if Eli didn't know that his coven's plan all along was to take Avina? What if he's just a pawn in the large game of chess that Alina has been playing? Along with the quiet whisperings of that voice, another louder, more determined voice screamed within me, screamed for Eli to pay for endangering my 6-year-old sister, for betraying me and my pack. I walk up to Eli, who is still trying to breathe. I crouch down in front of him and tilt my head to the side. Why did you do it? What? He wheezes, barely able to gain enough breath to respond to me. Why did you trick me? I defended you. I trusted you, and you still gave my sister to your coven of monsters, I sneer. Was it a game to you? To see how much you can break me? You tried to tear me from my mate, and that didn't work, so you go after my sister instead. No, Dana, he groans, I didn't know. Elle tricked me too. She. He coughs as his hands grip the strong hand around his throat. His face turns a shade of purple as he runs out of breath. Grey, I whisper, silently communicating that I want to hear Eli out. I don't trust him, but I want to hear what he has to say. Maybe he'll slip up and say something we can use against the coven. Grey reluctantly loosens his grip just enough for Eli to be able to breathe again. You so much as breathe a word of any magic spell, he growls, allowing his claws to press into Eli's jugular, and I'll end you. Eli pales. Message received. I briefly detect my mom in the corner of the room, watching me interact with some magical man she's never met. I can only imagine how scared and confused she is. Thankfully, Carter seems to be keeping a watchful eye on her. Dana, I promise that I didn't know about the plan until it was set into motion. I didn't realize they were going after Avina until she was in our territory. My mom begins crying at the sound of her daughter's name, but I remain focused on Eli. I want to believe him, but I've been burned too many times to trust him. I can't believe him anymore. My eyes shift to Greyston, who only nods, understanding that I've learned not to trust a warlock. I don't believe you, I say. Eli frantically squirms, as if sensing his death. Greyston only tightens his grip on his neck, a single claw puncturing the skin. Eli stills as a drop of blood trails down his pale skin. Now here's what's going to happen, Greyston says as he stands up and begins dragging Eli over to Axel, who only has a devious grin on his face. My beta is going to make you talk about everything there is to know about this coven of yours, and then, and only then, will you be given the mercy of death. If you cooperate, that is. Axel cracks his knuckles as he dreams up the best ways for Eli to squeal. Wait, I'm the only way you're going to get your sister back. I know how to infiltrate them, and I know their weaknesses. I'll tell you everything you want to know and more, but please. Dana, please. I have proof she's safe. I've seen her. I stare as Greyston drags Eli across my living room floor, towards Axel, who would take Eli back to the pack house as a prisoner and do God knows what to him to get the information we need. I hear the squeaking of Eli's shoes as he grinds them into the floor in an attempt to find any bit of traction to keep him here. I hear his pleading and begging. Before I knew it, I had already spoken. Wait. I can't help but want to hear him out. If he is proof and can get to Evina, then maybe we don't have to trust him. Perhaps we only have to trust that his survival instincts outshine his need to endanger the pack and Evina. You've seen Evina since they've taken her? Greyston turns Eli around. Eli looks as relieved as he can be while an alpha's hand is around his throat. Axel seems disappointed that he may not be assigned to torture Eli. He scares me sometimes. I've seen her. Eli reaches into his pocket slowly to show that he's retrieving something to show us, not to kill us with. I let out a small sob when I saw a little butterfly clip in Eli's hand. I took it from her when nobody was looking. I wanted to prove that I saw her, so you would believe me when I tell you that she's unharmed. Greyston grabs the small hair clip from Eli and hands it to a pack guard standing next to him. The guard then places it in my uninjured hand. I remember when I bought this clip for Evina. We were shopping at the mall together when she dragged me into justice. I griped and groaned at having to shop with her, but I secretly enjoyed spending time with her, even if it was doing something I dreaded. The clip was a last-minute purchase. It was one of those items by the cashier that is positioned perfectly so that any little kid would whine until their parent annoyedly adds it to the pile. She liked how sparkly it was. Now, looking at the blue and purple sparkles that cover the clip, I know that I have to do everything in my power to get her back, to save my little sister from the heartless coven. I angrily wipe away a tear and put the clip on the waistband of my pants. If you're being honest in your intentions, then go ahead. Tell us how to get Evina back. Greyston looks hesitant to conduct this type of questioning, but if we can avoid bloodshed and save time, then why not try to hear Eli out? Only a few people can portal into the main house, and me being one of them. If you take your hand off of my neck, he says carefully, I'll tell you what I know. Not a fucking chance, Greyston growls, his grip tightening on Eli as his eyes darken in concealed rage. Worth a shot, Eli gasps as he tries to pry the wolf's fingers off of him. The coven has been keeping up a front for many years. When Samuel Dark was Alpha, the war between the coven and the wolves raged. The mention of Greyston's father didn't outwardly affect Greyston, but through our bond, I could feel the sadness and rage at the mention of his father's name. Samuel severely weakened the coven more than you even realize. There are 2 levels of magic a witch or a warlock can possess, offensive and defensive. Elle and I both possess offensive, which means we're the most powerful in the coven besides our leader, Alina. We're the only 3 with this type of magic. There are only 3 magic users between my sister and me? That doesn't seem like that many. If we can get past their defensive shields, we can easily sneak in and grab Evina as long as we can avoid the other 2 witches. If Eli is to be trusted. I can see the wheels in Greyston's head turning. That must be why my warriors told me they were spotted but weren't attacked. Your coven isn't prepared for an attack. They don't stand a chance against Darkwood. Greyston smirks at the information, and for the first time since I found out Evina was taken, I feel hope blossoming. Exactly. The 3 of us could do a lot of damage, but Alina knew I had a friendship with you, Thranna. She knew that I would never fight against you, and by default, the pack. She had the others beat me to teach me a lesson. I remember that. Eli called me as he was barely able to portal himself to an empty warehouse across town. He was beaten so severely, his wounds infected so much, that I had to take him to the hospital because he was forbidden from healing himself. All that to protect me. She almost killed you, I whisper. Only because I let her, Eli says. She wanted me to come crawling back to her, beg her to heal me, and pledge my loyalty to the coven. Although I'm powerful, I'm no match for her, and she knew that. I refused to return. I knew the only chance I had was with Elle, but I didn't want them to do the same to her as they did to me. So you called me. He nods. If what you're saying is true, and you do wish to help my mate, Greyston asks, then how can we get past the wards? We had a plan, but disabling them altogether seems like the easiest plan of action. Eli nods, seemingly more comfortable in Greyston's hold now that he knows he's useful and more trusted. Like I said, there are 2 types of magic. The others in the coven only possess defensive magic, but I have both. I can easily disable the wards long enough for some pack members to get inside, but that's where the problem lies. Because we'll get in, but not undetected, Axel finishes. He's been carefully listening to the conversation and only now adds in his thoughts. Yeah, Eli frowns. Alina will instantly know that it was me disabling the wards, so you'll need to move fast. You'll need a distraction before you try to defeat her and take Evina back. How would we do that? I ask. Easy, Eli grins. We use you as bait. After a little more choking, some arguing, and some grumbling from Greyston, a plan was hatched. It's risky, and Greyston sure as hell isn't comfortable with me endangering myself. But after figuring out that this is the best way to get Evina and take down the coven threat once and for all, he begrudgingly agrees. Eli is currently informing Axel, Carter, and the other present warriors of the layout of the main house to facilitate their infiltration. While they're discussing strategy, Grey pulls me aside. I really don't like this, he grumbles as he pulls me in for a hug. I sigh, wrapping my arms around his neck as I enjoy the comfort of being in my mate's arms. Over his shoulder, I see my mom shaking as she declines a glass of water from one of the pack members. I pull away from Greyston, who only slightly lessens his grip on me. I need to talk to my mom, I say, looking at her. I can practically see the anxiety, like a mangled mess of thoughts and fears floating around her. Grey nods and lets me go. Come back here when you're done. I send him a small smile. Clingy werewolf. When my mom sees me approaching, she instantly stands and hugs me. A lot of hugging is happening today. I give her as much comfort as I possibly can, remembering how alone and scared I felt when I was first introduced to the supernatural. What is happening? Are you really going to face off a group of witches with werewolves as companions? I feel like I'm in one of your books, my mom says. I'm honestly glad she's joking a bit. Even if it's a defense mechanism, at least she's not shaking, screaming, or crying. Progress. It has felt that way, I add with a grin. She lightly smiles at me until she looks down at my wrist, which I'm cradling in my hand. The redness has spread more, and moving it even slightly causes sharp pains to dance along my wrist. Honey, I'm so sorry, my mom tearfully apologizes. I was trying to get the phone from your hand. I didn't mean to grab your wrist so hard. And now you're hurt. Mom, I interrupt, I know. I don't blame you for being confused and scared. Evina's missing, and you have a right to freak out. I didn't know how to stop you from calling the cops. There's no excuse for me hurting you. You're my baby. My grown-up, college-aged, mature baby. I hug my mom and pour every ounce of emotion into it. I told her the truth. I'm not mad at her. It was obviously an accident, but I know she'll continue to feel bad about it. When I back out of the hug, my wrist lightly bumps into her shoulder, which makes me wince a little too loudly. Every werewolf in the room looks at me, and I grit my teeth and whisper an apology. Sometimes I forget they can all hear the smallest of sounds. The slight wince could have been a blaring alarm in the way Greyston heads straight for me, even though he was definitely in the middle of something with his warriors. He lightly grabs my wrist and inspects the damage. My mom only slightly shies away from him. Do you have anything we can wrap this in? He directs the question to my mom, who looks guilty and fearful all at once. I don't think she forgot that he wolfed out and wanted to pounce on her not too long ago. I have something in the closet upstairs. I can go get it. No need, Eli says as he waltzes over to us. He's followed by my 3 pack guards, who have a careful eye on him and are ready to attack if he so much as threatens to use a spell. I'm still wary of him. I don't trust him. There's been too much that he's kept me in the dark about. However, I know that he's the best chance I have to get Evina, so I'll work with him. We'll work on our friendship if there's anything left later. Eli reaches for my hand that's cradled by Greyston's, but immediately retracts, and it's then that a guard grabs it and twists it behind his back. Ow, fuck. I was going to heal your Luna. No need to be so handsy. Eli rolls his eyes and pushes the werewolf away. Well, the werewolf warily releases him only after Greyston gives him a slight nod. Eli opens and closes his hand to get movement back in it, then slowly reaches toward my hand again. Greyston growls, which makes my mom cower from him and makes Eli laugh. Chill, Alpha, Eli says mockingly, using his title. Do you want Thranna to be in pain? Eli must know precisely what to say to piss off Grey. I guess the thought of Greyston being the one reason why I can't be free of pain frustrates him, but he also doesn't trust Eli not to try anything. Go ahead, Eli, I say. At this point, I know that I can't walk into the Coven's freaking lair with a sprained wrist. Also, unless Eli has a death wish, he wouldn't dare try anything with so many wolves around him. He's no match for the pack. This time, when Eli reaches for my hand, Greyston lets him. Grey still keeps a hand on my hip, possibly a reminder that he's in charge, that he's the protector. I lean my head against his chest as Eli works. The healing magic feels weird. He only whispers a few words before blue magic wraps around my wrist and settles into my skin. I can almost feel the bone-chilling blue mist working through my bones and ligaments and repairing the damage. This magic feels nothing like the sleeping spell he performed on me. That one felt evil and frozen, whereas this magic feels almost refreshing. In only a few seconds, my wrist feels as good as new. Thanks, I mumble as I flick my wrist back and forth, noting how normal it feels. Eli nods. I hope you realize this doesn't make up for the fact that your sister took mine. I know it doesn't. I trusted you, I whisper. And I trusted Elle, which was obviously a mistake. I thought she had changed as much as I did, but I guess I was wrong. I know that's my fault for letting her into the pack house and close to you. But I promise, Eli says, his brown eyes staring directly into mine, I will get your sister back no matter the cost. I nod, wipe the tears away that I didn't even realize had fallen, and turn to Greyston. Are you ready? Grey looks at me and grins. Let's go rescue Evina. Chapter 53. Saying goodbye to my mom wasn't easy. She cried and begged me to stay with her. She said she didn't want to lose 2 daughters and wished there was another way to get Evina back. With a quick shake of my head, she knew the decision was made. Also, it's not like she could have stopped me. I'm surrounded by werewolves who do what I say. The pack shifts to their wolf forms, and I ride on Greyston's back as he leads our pack to the borders of the Coven's main house. This gives me a lot of time to reflect on my past mistakes. It seems like so long ago that I discovered Greyston's true form, and even longer since we met. It's so ridiculous thinking back to when I was afraid of him. He could never hurt me or anyone that he loves. He has made so many sacrifices for me, and once we get Evina back, it's time that I really begin to make sacrifices for him. The moment I have Evina back in my arms, I'll begin to study what it means to be a Luna. I can do schoolwork and be the leader of one of the strongest werewolf packs in North America. Easy peasy. Okay. Not easy peasy, but I want to be closer to the pack. To Greyston. They treat each other like a family and do whatever is necessary to protect one another. Without a second thought, they followed Grey's orders to help rescue my little sister. They didn't do it because he's their alpha. They did it because they respect and love him. The closer we get to the main house, the more fear fills my veins. Will we get there in time? Will Eli be powerful enough to undo the wards? Will we be enough? A short snort sounds from Grey's snout. He turns his head for a moment, his blue-gray eyes briefly locking onto mine. A signal of comfort. He tells me without words that Evina will be fine, that we will defeat the threat and be safe from harm. Somehow, I find this hard to believe. The house comes into view and Greyston stumbles to a halt. The wolves behind us follow suit until we are 20 wolves strong standing before the house. We wait for Eli's signal. I slide off of Grey's back and watch as he and 2 other wolves sidle off into the clearing behind him. The clothes tied to their hind legs drag along the grass as they find a place to quickly change. Moments later, Greyston comes back with Carter and Axel trailing behind him. They are the only wolves in the pack who will enter the house in their human form. Everyone else will be fighting the witches and warlocks as wolves. Once Eli signals that the wards are down, his coven will instantly know. This will lead to all of the coven members having defensive powers to face off against the wolves. They will form their own protective wards that the wolves will attempt to disarm by attacking swiftly. If the wolves can get to the witches and warlocks in time, the Coven members will be too injured to create wards of protection. However, no wards will be as powerful as the original one Eli takes down. He claims that they aren't strong enough to recreate the ward Alina had previously created. This will act as a distraction as the four of us sneak through the back and run straight to the room where Avina is being held. In case we run into trouble, I will be used as leverage. That's plan B, which we hopefully won't have to use. However, I'm willing to risk it. GREYSTON is still uneasy about using me to get to Avina. His grip on my waist is fairly telling. Are you sure I can't convince you to stay back here? I grin at him as I push back a piece of dark hair that has fallen in front of his eyes. Yes, I'm sure. With you, Axel, and Carter, I'm gonna be safe. I need to do this in case things don't go our way. He growls lightly. We're getting your sister back. Then you can finally open the present I bought for you. With all of the chaos of Avina being taken and my mom discovering that my boyfriend is a werewolf, I completely forgot about how the evening had an innocent beginning. I am really excited to see what he got me, but I don't linger on thoughts of a happy future while Avina is still in the hands of Alina. I nod my head slowly, some lightness draining from my face. Right at that moment, Carter skips over to me and wraps me in a snug hug. Don't worry, I'm a badass. If any witch comes at me, I'll beat the shit out of them. Axel smirks at his boyfriend, then gives me a nod, telling me that he'll be there to protect me as well. Thank you guys, I say. As a reminder, I'm human, not an invalid. Grey hugs me from behind as he rests his chin on the top of my head. We know, baby. By the tone of his voice, it kind of seems like he, in fact, does not think I'm capable of holding my own. It doesn't matter anyway because a flicker of blue magic burns brighter and brighter in the distance until it begins crackling and spreading fissures along a previously invisible barrier that covered the Coven's main house. All at once, a blue shimmer explodes around the house and falls harmlessly to the grass below. That must be the cue for the wolves to begin attacking because, with a series of howls that sound distinctly like battle cries, they tear at the dirt and grass below them with their elongated claws as they run forward into danger. I'm ushered along the side of the house while the fighting breaks out. A group of about 20 witches and warlocks storms out, all of them shooting blue magic out of their palms. My heart stops for a moment with the fear that Eli was lying about them not having very many offensive magic users. The magic knocks back a few wolves, but they get up again and continue running through cracks in the new defensive wards being created. I breathe out a huge sigh of relief. I could almost cry from happiness that my pack won't be hurt. Now, the Coven will be preoccupied with keeping wards up instead of looking for the four of us coming from the back entrance. Eli will meet us inside and help to break Avina out of the room she's being kept in. We get in easily enough, and it all seems a bit too easy. Not a single Coven member tries to stop us. The further into the house we get, the more often I look at GREYSTON. He seems just as wary as I am that no one has stopped us. Where are Elle and Alina? And Eli? The stairs creak with each step we take, and I cringe at the noise that seems to echo throughout the house. I can barely hear anything from outside except for the occasional howl or burst of magic. Grey has that far-off look in his eyes as he keeps in touch with the pack. Even though we've only been inside the house for about a minute, it still feels like too long. The sooner we get Avina, the sooner we can get out of here and ensure everyone's safety. The Coven could still manage to injure our pack. Everyone's unharmed, Axel whispers. I'm surprised that he picked up on my worry. It must be hard for them to remember that I'm not connected via mind link to the pack. I don't have access to wolf radio. I meekly nod my appreciation. We make it to the top of the stairs, where we have an option, left or right. Before any one of us can decide, the choice is made for us when I hear Avina's cry from our right. I instantly panic at the sound of her fear, but GREYSTON grips my arm. Let us go first, Thana. I barely have time to nod before he and Axel walk over to the right and kick down the door, the two of them perfectly in sync. Without speaking, they can communicate with a warlike grace that I've only seen replicated in movies. Like avenging angels, they storm into the room with their claws and canines out, prepared to fight. I stay back out in the surprisingly large hallway as I anxiously tilt my head to look into the room. I heard Avina's voice sounding from this room, so why haven't they found her already? One moment, Carter is standing next to me, and the next, his body is hitting the wall with a force that cracks the drywall all the way up to where it meets the ceiling. I scream when I see the blood. So much blood. When Eli was injured, it didn't look anything like this. Carter's blood spreads from a single dot on his shirt to a circle that grows and grows in diameter. I lower myself onto my knees and immediately look for what caused the wound. There isn't any weapon, which can only mean, "It's a pleasure to meet you, Thana." I turn my head to find who I can only assume is Alina, the leader of the coven. Elle trails behind with her arms crossed and an unreadable expression on her face. I tune out the aggressive snarling coming from GREYSTON and Axel as I solely focus on Carter. He's breathing heavily as his face becomes paler by the second. I place my hands on his abdomen and apply pressure to his wound. "I at least expected a hello." "Eli spoke so highly of you," she pouts, although the gleam in her brown, almost black demon eyes gives her away. Her black as ebony hair falls over one shoulder as her blood-red gown flows to the marble floors. She looks to be wearing the same outfit Avina drew all those weeks ago. Whether it's a coincidence or her way of taunting me, I'm not sure. GREYSTON and Axel keep growling with rage, and I spare a glance at them and see a light blue ward keeping them trapped in the room. It was all a setup. Alina knew we were sneaking in and waited to set a trap where Carter and I were separated from our more powerful mates. I don't know what type of magic could have caused the same wound as a dagger would, but Alina hit Carter with a potent strain of magic, and she doesn't even look winded. Axel is currently in wolf form as he watches his mate bleed out before him. My eyes fill with tears at the thought of my best friend dying in this situation. "Why are you doing this?" I yell at them. I can't help but be upset. However, I have to think logically. Everybody wants something, so as soon as I figure out what Alina wants, I can try to leverage what I can offer in any way possible. I know that she wants me dead, but there must be something else she desires. Power? More territory? Freedom? If the pack kills off her so-called army, she'll have no one to rule over. That seems like the only bargaining chip I have, so I have to be the Luna I was always meant to be. It is time to be brave. What do you want in exchange? Give me my sister and heal Carter, and I'll do anything you say. Don't fucking do it, Thana. She's a liar like the rest of her kind. GREYSTON's eyes are completely black as he attempts to hold on to the last of his humanity. He hasn't shifted yet. Axel continues jamming his lupin body into the force field, to no avail. He looks completely rabid as he snarls and claws at the unwavering magic. They won't be coming to my rescue this time. Alina smiles at my offer. "You're not really in the position to be making requests, now are you?" She walks closer to us, and I instantly shield Carter's body with my own. Alina only laughs at me. "It is quite noble of you, a weak, defenseless human, to attempt to protect a supernatural. I'm amused that you think you have something to offer me. I'm the Luna of the Darkwood Pack. I have the pack at my disposal. They may not be able to kill you, but how will you fare without a coven?" Her eyes flare for an instant, and I know that I've hit a weak spot. I continue. "With one order from me, they will aim to kill. You won't have anybody left to follow your orders. I'd hear me out." Blue magic spills from her hands, but it looks like uncontrolled magic. It has no form or shape. It just glows from her palms and remains close to her. "You wouldn't kill innocent people," Alina says. "You're a morally sound breed. You don't hurt innocents." "Good thing you're not innocent," a voice adds. The shock on Alina and Elle's faces is priceless. Eli stands before them, his magic glowing from his palms in response to his coven leader's magic. "Did you really think that 3 witches were enough to keep me trapped, Mother? That I did not see coming Eli and Elle's mom is the coven leader?" Alina looks nothing like them. While her hair is completely black, Eli and Elle have platinum blonde hair that resembles the color of snow. Their facial features are also different. Alina has a long and narrow face, while the twins have fuller cheeks. The only physical similarity is in their eyes. They all have the same dark brown eyes that hold so many emotions, whether it be pain, grief, or fear. The fact that Alina is their mom just makes this whole situation worse. That means that Eli's own mother gave the order to harm him and force him into staying loyal to her. She's a monster. No, I didn't. I thought they could keep you busy for a little longer, though. Eli, go downstairs, Elle orders. Eli scoffs and casually walks over to where I'm kneeling in front of Carter. He's thankfully still alive, but there's way too much blood for this to be a normal wound. If he were human, he would already be dead from this much blood loss. Eli begins healing Carter, who takes deeper breaths as soon as some of the initial pain disappears. Stop healing him at once. Alina screams, but Eli continues muttering the Latin spells to heal Carter. He ignores his mother's orders. He only looks at me apologetically, as if this entire situation was his fault. I don't blame him for the decisions his family makes. How can I? He's helping to save Carter's life now. He's stepping up when it matters. I'll give you one more chance, Eli. Get over here now. Eli ignores his mom and focuses all of his energy on saving Carter. He's losing a lot of energy at this point, and he only seems to have closed the wound a little bit. Carter must have been close to death if it's taking this much out of Eli. Please, Eli, you don't understand, Dash. I've heard enough from you. Eli screams at Elle. You betrayed me. You put a child in danger, and all for what? So that our bitch of a mother could continue to use magic freely? Fuck that shit. Sorry, I have a conscience. You're dead to me. The words seem to sting Elle, leaving her paralyzed. She doesn't make a move to stop Eli anymore. She instead chooses to shrink more into herself. It's a shame about that conscience. I'm sorry, my son. I must do what is necessary for this coven. Before Alina can even finish her words, Elle is screaming. I don't hear what Alina whispers, but it's clear enough with the dangerous flare of blue magic spiraling straight for Eli. He doesn't show any signs of pain. He doesn't bleed, or scream, or do anything. His hands slowly cease their flow of magic as he sways to the side. His eyes remain open, glossy, and staring at the ceiling. He's dead. Chapter 54. The sounds all blur together. Maybe my mind is on overload, or maybe I'm just too devastated with grief to distinguish between Elle's screams and the growls emanating from behind the force field. Axel and GREYSTON continue beating on the shield, using their strength to push past the magic to get to their mates. They make no progress. Alina is too strong. She just showed her true power as she held the shield while she killed Eli. Right in front of me and his twin sister. The more I think about it, the angrier I feel. This woman has taken my sister, threatened my life, and now murdered her son, my friend. I stare down into his lifeless brown eyes. No sign of mischief or friendship remains. I place a shaky hand on his cheek as tears cloud my vision. I know he's gone, but I can't help but shake his shoulders and say his name. I don't try to stop the tears. Elle and Alina are screaming at each other, while bright blue magic swirls between the two witches. My focus isn't on them at the moment, but on my friend's body that lay in front of me. I press 2 fingers to his eyelids and lower them so he looks as if he's sleeping. It's much easier to manage like that. Carter only holds my hand like GREYSTON would have done if he could get to me. I don't know how I'm going to get close to her, but I know that plan A of a quick rescue is ruined. I can grieve later, but right now I need to pull my shit together and get to Alina for the backup plan the pack and I created. Alina is currently distracted by Elle, who is screaming a plethora of vulgar terms as she attacks her mother with everything she has. You fucking bitch. You killed my brother, your fucking son. Elle continues to mutter spells, which Alina seems to easily deflect with her own magic. She seems unstoppable right now. It had to be done. He was never going to be loyal to this coven. I did you a favor, Alina says. This only makes Elle more furious, and she screams as she thrusts her hands out, and a wave of powerful magic streams out. It manages to knock Alina back a few steps. I can see the start of some sweat forming on her forehead. She's weakening. Elle looks completely out of her mind with sorrow. Her blonde hair is whipping back and forth from the strong, magical currents while her face is streaked with tears and mascara. The anger within her is almost given a physical form. Carter's hand around my wrist brings me back to the present. With his pale face and bloody abdomen, he still needs medical attention. Eli died trying to save him, and I'm not going to let his sacrifice go to waste. Still, Carter seems to be the one trying to save me. We need to get you out of here before their attention switches to you, he pants. He grunts in pain from the slight movement he made while trying to sit up. We need to get out of here, Carter. I'm not leaving you behind. I'm too heavy for you to carry, and Axel and Greyston are still trapped, and there's no way I can even walk. Carter? Listen to me very carefully, I say. I'm not leaving without you. So we try to go now, or we stay here together. I don't listen to his response because I bend down and use all of my strength, which isn't much, to lift Carter off the ground. He groans and gasps in pain, and I feel terrible that he's in so much discomfort, but there's no other way for me to save Grey and Axel with him here. Carter needs to be at a safe distance so I can carry out the plan. Carter leans heavily on me, and we fall to the side a bit before I can right us. We make it down the hall before his weight is too much for me, and we collapse to the ground. I cushion his fall a bit, but I know that he won't be able to get up again. Crimson stains the floor at our feet. Hey! I yell in his face as I notice he's losing consciousness. He groggily flutters his eyes until he focuses on me. I'm going to go save our mates, but you can't die on me. You can't die on Axel, okay? Focus on him. Stay awake, stay alive, for him. I love you. I hug him and release him quickly. Wait. Vanna, you can't go back there, it's suicide. Carter mumbles, but I know there would normally be a lot more power behind the words. I pull the syringe Greyston gave me out of my pocket. Carter only shakes his head. That was only for emergencies. If you couldn't get away. You can run now. I give him a smile that doesn't reach my eyes, and I back away from him. He screams after me, but I sneak towards the other side of the hallway where the witches are fighting. I may not be as strong as a werewolf or as sinister as a witch, but I'm loyal to a fault. There is no chance that I'm leaving Greyston and Axel trapped by wards for Alina to torture. I peek around the corner and am immediately blinded by a blue light show. Through the haze, I can see Greyston and Axel pounding on the wards. Greyston's eyes widen when he sees me. His eyes scream run, but I slowly sneak through the hallway until I find Alina's back facing me. I wait for a break in their magic for me to make my move. The syringe Greyston gave me was intended as a last resort. He didn't want me to be defenseless against Alina, but he wasn't sure if the injection would be enough to tame her. She could very easily kill me if the injection weren't strong enough, hence the last resort comment. From what I understand, Madeline, Cole's mate, had friends from another witch coven who gave her this drug. It temporarily weakens a witch's magical connection, therefore cutting off all magic for a certain period of time. Apparently, this is the drug that covens use on powerful warlocks or witches that are coming into their powers and struggle to control their magic, or for out-of-control magic wielders. Apparently, this drug is extremely rare and difficult to find. Greyston gave it to me if Alina or Elle were somehow able to corner me, and he or another pack member couldn't be there to protect me. At the time, it seemed ridiculous that things could come to that, yet here we are. I know Greyston would rather I leave him and Axel behind the wards, but I can't leave them defenseless. Once the witches stop fighting, all of their power and attention will fall on them. They could be hurt or worse. Also, the only way I can save Carter is by getting the wards down so they can contact the pack doctors. Hopefully, they'll make it in time. I can't lose another friend today. Elle's intensifying magic breaks me from my thoughts. I hate you. Elle screams at her murderous mother. You'll thank me soon when your new powers come in, Alina yells back as she shields herself against her daughter's attacks. What the fuck does that mean? It means, Alina replies, that when a witch or a warlock has a twin, and that twin dies, they gain their power. Magical twins are so very rare, they're almost unheard of, actually. Most magic-wielding parents with twins would choose the stronger baby and kill the other one. All of the most powerful witches and warlocks were twins like me. Wait, so you're telling me that I had an aunt or an uncle who was killed? How fucked up is that? I can't say I disagree with that. That's barbaric. Our family has always been different, stronger. It can be difficult to decipher at birth which child will grow to be more powerful and more in control of their magic. My parents raised me and my twin brother until we turned 18. Then I decided that I wanted the power to myself. How do you think I became such a powerful coven leader? Alina's confession seems to shock everyone in the room. I didn't know that the twins' powers would transfer to the other when they died. It explains why Alina is so powerful. If Elle was already extremely strong before, then with Eli's powers. Elle screams out in pain, grasping at her head as she falls to her knees. Her eyes are clamped shut as she groans and cries out. Yes, yes. Let it happen. Accept your power. I'm horrified as I witness what's happening right before my eyes. A blue mist-like magic releases from Eli's body. Like a snake, it slithers and crawls over to Elle's form and enters every possible pore, through her mouth, nose, ears, and even her eyes. She writhes on the floor, screaming for it to end, for everything to stop. I can't watch this anymore. Now is the time to strike. While Alina is mesmerized by her daughter's incoming magic, I run as quickly as I can straight for Alina. She doesn't even see me coming. I jam the syringe into her neck and push down on the needle. Every last drop drains into her system. She screams in agony as full-blown rage overtakes her. When she sees it's me, she can't contain her fury. What the hell did you just give me, you human bitch? I back up from her and quickly turn to run, but then I remember Carter. He's sitting outside in the hallway. If I run, Alina will have to chase me, right past where Carter is lying. He's defenseless and hurt right now. I could never put him in harm's way like that. All I have to do is hope and pray that the drug begins working before she kills me. I stop running and turn to face Alina head-on. GREYSTON begins screaming at me to run like hell, to escape while I can. I exchange a glance with him and shake my head. I look at Axel in his wolf form, growling and uncontrollable, and I know that he wouldn't be able to live without Carter. They're marked and mated. I look back at GREYSTON, and he widens his eyes as he understands. No, Thana. Fucking run. He would want you to run. I face Alina once again, ignoring GREYSTON's plea. I may not have been strong in the past, but I can be strong right now. I can wear Alina out until she loses enough control of her magic, so she can't keep the wards up. Then GREYSTON and Axel can do as they please with her. I give you some really rare magical drug, I say to Alina. Then I do something very Unthiana-like. I give her the biggest smile I can manage, pearly whites and all. Hanging around the werewolf seems to have rubbed off on me. Alina thrusts magic into me, and I'm flying through the air until I hit the opposite wall. This feels oddly familiar. I receive flashbacks from when the vampire attacked me all those months ago at Velvet Elixir. Being slammed into a wall wasn't pleasant then, and it definitely isn't now. The breath is knocked out of me as my back hits the wall. I fall on my knees and then weakly land on my stomach and forearms. A piercing pain stems from my midsection, where her magic hit me the hardest. I quickly realized that the blow didn't contain the same type of power behind it as the blow for Carter. I'm not even bleeding. Just badly bruised, most likely. Alina squints her eyes at me, skeptical of how I'm still breathing, maybe. She takes a step towards me before her knee locks, and she almost falls over. That's when I see it. The ward keeping Axel and GREYSTON locked up is starting to show signs of weakness. They slowly crawl up the sides of the force field, which the two werewolves begin beating with a new vigor. GREYSTON's eyes are black as he growls out some words that I can't comprehend because of the large canines in his mouth. He looks very close to shifting as he glares at Alina with so much hatred. Alina takes a breath and focuses, then the ward begins to fix itself slowly. I smile to myself when it hits me. Alina can't hold up the force field and attack me. It's either one or the other. Her magic is fading, and too much magical energy spent on me will break her concentration enough. I just need to drain her energy enough so that GREYSTON and Axel can break free. Then Carter can have a chance. It hurts to move and take a full breath, but I manage to wheeze out a snarky comment. Is that the best you've got? Alina's brown eyes turn blue as her magic heats up again with her fury. She steps over to my slumped form and kicks me in the face hard. My head is spinning and a ringing noise sounds in my ears. I think I spat out some blood. By this point, all I can focus on is Alina. I can't hear anything over the ringing noise, but I can see Alina eyeing the door to escape. She's obviously figured out that she's running out of time and magic. She makes a run for the door. I don't let her get far. With all of the energy I have left, I grab her ankle and pull her down. When I hear her groan, I know I've injured her a little. She kicks out at me, her sharp heels scratching at my arms and shoulders, but I refuse to let go. With a frustrated scream, she uses a bit of magic that forcefully removes my grip from her ankle. She stands quickly to her feet, peering at my battered body as if I'm dirt on the bottom of her Louis Vuitton shoes. With a strength I wasn't aware witches could have, her hands wrap around my throat. She squeezes. I gasp for air. The panic sets in, the panic one experiences when they know they're about to die. Grey and Axel are still stuck behind the force field, I imagine. Carter is dying in the other room. Evina is trapped in some random room in this house. My only hope is that after I'm gone, the pack takes care of my family. I hope Carter survives. I hope my family grieves my death and moves on. I hope Grey doesn't blame himself. All of these thoughts flash through my mind in seconds. However, if I'm going to die, I'm going to die fighting. I kick and knee Alina with everything I have. She curses at me and presses down harder on my windpipe, but I don't give up. I can practically feel how blue my face is, yet I don't stop. But my kicks lessen in their intensity. They lose any and all power and speed. Right before I'm about to lose consciousness, purple light shimmers in my face. Why did Alina use her magic on me? She was almost done killing me without it. Suddenly, I can breathe again. I gasp for air and cough incessantly. My hand immediately goes to my throat. I can't see properly, black spots are in the way. When I gain a bit of breath back, I turn my head slightly and see. Am I seeing this right? Alina is floating in the air and in front of her stands. It looks like Elle, but it also doesn't. Her features are still the same platinum blonde hair, the same slightly upturned nose, the same clothes. Her aura has changed. She feels powerful, unstoppable, actually. And her eyes. Her eyes are glowing bright purple. I've never seen magic like that before. Well, it's not like I've seen a lot of magic. I didn't know that magic could be purple. I've only seen blue. You don't get to kill her, mother. She spits out the word mother as if it's the nastiest thing she's ever had to say. The only person dying today is you. Painfully. Slowly. Alina's screams resonate through the room. I muster up the energy to look at GREYSTON. The ward is cracking. 2 wolves peer back at me instead of the one. Grey must have lost control and shifted while I was struggling to breathe. The more they claw and rip and ram into the ward, the more it cracks. It looks incredibly close to breaking. Another burst of purple magic. Another scream. I watch as Alina tries and fails to block Elle's attacks. Then, Elle backs up and grips her temples again. My head. Yeah, it's hard to control your powers when you first gain them. Alina grins, blood smearing her teeth. Her dress also looks torn and on the verge of falling apart. Good luck with that. With a flash of blue light, Alina disappears. She portaled away. No, Elle screams, purple light shining from her eyes. I jump when I feel hands on my back and arms, but instantly calm when I feel the tingling spreading through my body. GREYSTON is here. Baby, where are you hurt? His gentle voice calms me significantly. He carefully picks me up, cringing when I let out soft hissing sounds. I look back to where Axel was standing only moments before, but he's gone. Where did? He's with Carter, he immediately answers. Is he going to be okay? Carter's tough. He's been through a lot in his past. Axel mind-linked the pack doctor, so hopefully he can make it here in time. Alina's words blocked our minds. Link as well, so we couldn't even call for backup. I only half pay attention to what he's saying. I stare at his blue-gray eyes, his full lips, his high cheekbones. I study his face that I thought I would never see again. His soft features harden, and he tucks me in further to his naked chest. Right, he shifted. I soon realize why he stiffened. Elle is standing in front of us with eyes swirling with magic, purple magic. GREYSTON completely covers my body with his. I don't have the energy to move much at all. Please, please don't hurt her. She's everything to me. I'll do anything you ask of me as long as she's safe. Greyston begging for my life breaks my heart. He knows that his power is no match for Elle's. I shake my head, but even that hurts. Eli wouldn't want me to hurt her. Elle's voice is hoarse from screaming. She looks so vulnerable yet so powerful at the same time. Her makeup-streaked and teary face, combined with the rigidity of her body, creates a confusing contrast. Elle slowly walks over to Eli, whose body lies still on the marble floor. A tear drops from her eye right onto Eli's shirt. She places her hands on his chest as she releases purple magic. She whispers some words, but nothing happens. She leans her head on his chest and sobs. Greyston and I say nothing, but I definitely cry. I know that Elle isn't exactly the good guy here, but she didn't deserve to lose her brother. She loved him dearly and never expected him to get caught in the crossfire. The pounding of footsteps covers the sound of Elle's crying. I turn to see 5 pack members storm into the room. 3 aim their attention on Elle, who deceivingly looks weak. Don't touch her, Greyston orders. The pack members immediately stop moving. Elle looks up and stares at the werewolves in the room, oblivious to their arrival until Greyston commands them to stop moving. She only glares at them, then at Greyston. I very badly want to kill you and every single person in your pack for playing a part in my brother's death. The pack members stiffen but obediently don't make a move to attack her. If Eli didn't grow a fucking conscience and decide to save the human and then that fucking dog, none of this would have happened. She takes a deep breath through her nose, then quickly releases it. She looks at Eli's face and blinks away her tears. I'm going to kill her for what she did to you, she whispers. Her eyes shift to Greyston. I hate humans. I hate werewolves even more. But I hate my mother the most. I won't kill you all because Eli wouldn't want me to. I'm going after my mother, but if any of you tries to follow me for any reason, I won't hesitate to kill you. She's mine to kill. Elle then moves her eyes to mine. I can practically feel her pain. She's suffering the loss of her brother and the betrayal of her mother. I give her the most sympathetic look I can muster up in the amount of pain I'm in. The black spots take over my vision once again, and I know I'm on the verge of losing consciousness. Elle places her hands on Eli's chest and portals out of the room, taking Eli's body with her. With the twins' exit, I feel the environment is safe. My eyes flutter closed. Stay with me, Thana. Don't pass out on me. Doctor. Greyston screams out words that only sound jumbled to my ears. However, one sentence stands out to me, and it's not even Greyston's voice. We found her. Then my mind goes blank. Chapter 55. The first thing I feel is the pounding of my head, then the soreness in my left side, then the tightness in my throat. Even with my eyes closed, I can see the fluorescent lights through my eyelids, and I immediately know where I am. The semi-rough bed sheets underneath me are the same bed sheets as the ones in the pack house infirmary. I find myself in this room more often than I should once after the vampire attack, then when I woke up from the nightmare spell, and now I find myself here again. The circumstances that brought me here are clear as day in my mind. I remember the chaos, Eli's lifeless eyes staring at the ceiling, Greyston's pleas that I be spared. My eyes flutter open as I try to gauge my surroundings. I immediately see my mother and Evina sleeping together in the bed next to mine. It seems another bed was added just so they could stay with me. The two of them are snuggling close to one another, Mom's arms wrapped tightly around Evina's frame as if she's going to disappear. I gently sit up, pain immediately spreading through my midsection, and my head definitely feels better. It takes me a few seconds to get my bearings, and then I'm able to sit up straight without feeling like I'm going to tilt to the side. I'm not foolish enough to attempt to stand like I did last time, but I still need to ensure that Evina's safe. She was with that evil coven for hours, and I have no idea what they did to her. I grit my teeth as I lean forward to glance at Evina. She looks fine to me, but I know that emotional pain doesn't show in a physical sense. At least she looks completely unharmed. Thank the heavens for that. The slightly squeaky hinges catch my eye, which is halfway open. My mate walks straight up to me. The timing would be unsettling if I weren't already aware that he can sense my feelings and could most likely tell that I just woke up. Greyston brushes away a piece of knotted hair from my face as he holds my face in his hands. He sits down on the edge of the bed and immediately places his forehead against mine. He sighs heavily as his thumb lightly strokes my cheeks. I can see the dark bags underneath his eyes, which hint at the number of hours he slept last night, 0. His disheveled hair also told me that he had been running his hands through it, a habit he has when he's stressed or lacks control over a situation. I can only imagine the stress he's been under in the past 24 hours. The entire pack must be worried, but especially Grey, because I was almost killed again. The warmth that spreads through my chest is calming, paired with the gentle tingling I feel where skin touches skin. He was scared for me. He doesn't say anything. He remains close to me, reassuring himself that I'm alive and safe again. I'm the one who breaks the silence when I get past the distraction his proximity causes. Is Carter alive? And is Evina okay? She looks fine, but psychological trauma can be deep-rooted and they're both fine. Evina was found coloring in a room by herself. She was a little scared after being portaled from the daycare, but she's young and wasn't harmed. Hopefully, she'll forget about it as time goes on. My shoulders sink into a more relaxed stance at the news. Evina is okay. Carter, Grey continues. Carter had us worrying for a moment, but he held on. He's tough. He's also too stubborn to quit, it seems. The smile betrays Grey's genuine care for his best friend's mate. I sometimes forget that Grey and Carter are also really great friends. They probably spent a lot more time together before I came around and stole all of his attention. I truly think that Eli saved his life. Without the healing magic. No, he or that warlock. Grey used his name. At the thought of my dead friend, I close my eyes. He died disobeying his coven, his own mother, to do what was right. I'll never see his warm brown eyes again, that slight lift of his lips whenever I say something too pure or ethical. How am I supposed to show up to that class without him, knowing that his death was my fault? Every time I close my eyes, all I see is his empty stare after he was hit with a blast of magic. I don't even know where I'll took him. I don't even realize I'm crying until Grey is wiping away my tears and gently kissing my forehead. When my tears continue to fall, he gently grasps the back of my neck and holds me against his chest as I cry. I cry for Eli, for Carter, who's hurt because the coven was after me, for my mom and sister, who were thrust into this supernatural life because of me. Each breath hurts my ribs, which in turn reminds me of why they hurt in the first place. Then I cried more, which broke my body even more. It seems to be an endless cycle of emotional and physical pain. It takes me a little while to collect myself, but GREYSTON is there for all of it. He whispers reassuring things to me and gives me small kisses on the top of my head. When the tears finally subside, I pull away from him slowly. GREYSTON's eyes never leave me. What happened to the coven? I croak. Some of the more aggressive and resistant members are in the cells. Some were able to escape, but I don't want you to worry about any of that, baby. They only possess defensive magic so that nobody can hurt you anymore, not with me around. He looks at my face, then down my neck and across my body. The off-white hospital blanket partially covers me, so I don't know what he's staring at first. Grey clenches his jaw and tightens his fists until the skin is pale around his knuckles. I place my hand over his tense muscles, which is about the time that I notice my own injuries. I was aware that I was hurt, breathing and moving hurt, but I didn't think about how severe those injuries may have been. The same hand that I used to calm GREYSTON is covered in bruises. I have a couple randomly placed on my arms, and my legs that are peeking out from under the blanket also have a few as well. I feel around my abdomen where the actual pain is stemming from, and feel a light bandage wrapped around it. I have the sudden urge to look in the mirror and see what I look like. Grey, can you help me go to the mirror? I whisper, still staring at the splotches of purples and blues staining my previously pale skin. I don't know if that's a good idea, baby, he replies, stiff as a board. I look up at him through my lashes and sigh, the fight in me slowly dissipating. Please. One look at me and he groans, obviously wanting to give in to my pleas. He slides a hand down his face, and his eyes go glassy over a sign of his communication with others from the pack. In 10 seconds, his attention is back on me. The pack doctor says that he wants you to be on bed rest for a little while. You shouldn't be moving around unless it's to use the restroom, and you'll need someone to help you. You have a lot of injuries, he says, the last part coming out as more of a grumble. What's wrong with me? I ask. I need to know, no matter how overwhelming it is. I understand that the witch threw me around with her powers after I injected her with the magic inhibitor, but I don't see the damage yet. While Greyston's eyes do darken, he manages to tell me calmly what the doctor told him. A concussion, 3 broken ribs on your left side, bruises on your back and neck, among other minor injuries. By the time he's done reciting my injuries, I can see his canines peeking out of his gums. It's my fault. I shouldn't be surprised that he somehow finds a way to blame himself for my injuries, but I am upset that he feels responsible when he couldn't have done anything to stop it. The 4 of us went into that house knowing the risks, and it was all worth it so that I could have Avina safe once again. I'm devastated that Eli had to give his life. I wish it were me instead. Grey, it's not your fault, so don't even try to spin this. I brush off his words. He must know how unfair that sounds. It is absolutely my fault. As your mate, it's my responsibility to protect you, love you, and keep you from harm. I'm failing. He abruptly stands and walks towards the other side of the room. I hate seeing and feeling his pain. He so clearly feels guilty, and I don't know how to make him feel any better. I don't want you to have all of this anger pointed at yourself. Oh, trust me, it's not all directed at me, he says, now staring and glaring at me. I point at myself hesitantly, a bit taken aback by his sudden mood change. You're mad at me? He huffs and crosses his arms, once again sitting at the edge of the bed. We'll talk about this later when we don't have an audience. My eyes travel through all of the space in the room, then shift to the empty doorway. Then I twist my body, a little too quickly, towards the bed directly next to mine, which draws out a slight wince that I attempt to pass off as a cough. My mother is still lying down, but her eyes are open while watching Greyston and me. She gives me a guilty smile as she slowly detangles herself from Avina. Sorry. She stops talking, probably considering the best fib she can come up with to explain why she was listening to our conversation. I'm not upset with her. I honestly would do the same thing if my daughter were injured and speaking with her supernatural boyfriend, whom I didn't completely trust. How did you know I was awake? Your back was turned to me, my mom asks instead, albeit cautiously. Your breathing changed and your heartbeat sped up, he replies. You can. This is wild, all of this. Like mother, like daughter. She reacted to this basically the same way that I did. She walks over to the side of my bed, opposite Greyston, as she leans over and inspects my injuries again. Grey doesn't back up to give my mother and me some space. He just holds my hand and oversees my mom. He doesn't seem to have forgotten the last encounter I had with her when she accidentally sprained my wrist, which Eli healed. I push back the tears at the thought of his name. Honey, my mom whispers, then follows the trail of bruises across my body. She doesn't cry, but her eyes do cloud with tears. I'm so sorry you're hurt. I'm sorry for the way I reacted to you. She glances at Greyston, your mate's shifting. She chuckles, then places a gentle hand on my head. I've been trying to learn all of the lingo. That earns a small smile from me. Most importantly, I'm so proud of you. You've been dealing with this supernatural world all by yourself, all while keeping A's in your classes and working at Java, and still spending time at home to be with Avina. Her wobbly smile gives me strength. It gives me the warm, tingly feeling that any child receives after their parent says that they're proud of them. I have been dealing with a lot, but I haven't been doing it alone. You're so brave to have gone after Avina. If I had half a brain at the time, I would have made you stay back so you wouldn't have to hurt like this, she continues. Greyston's hand ever so slightly tightens around mine. I squeeze it back. I know you were freaked out, Mom. Trust me, I didn't react very well when I found out either, I chuckle. My mom shows the beginning of a smile when Greyston's slight grumble immediately makes her posture stiffen. She slowly leans back on the bed while staring at the alpha werewolf in front of her. I lightly slap Grey on the chest. Don't be scared of him. He's just grumpy because I ignored him the whole weekend and refused to answer any of his calls after I found out. I just wanted a simple text, Thana, he pouts. I smirk at him and roll my eyes. You can't really expect me to react well when you shift into your wolf while pulling a vampire off of me. A vampire? You were attacked by a vampire, my mom frantically asks. That was a while ago. Way before the sleeping spell fiasco. What? Oh, this is going to take a while to explain. After an hour or so of explaining my history with GREYSTON and describing pack dynamics, I think my mom is completely overloaded with supernatural information. She seems completely calm on the outside, but I'm not sure of the exact level of chaos that is twisting in her mind. That's just the power of moms for you. The more Gray and I take turns speaking about our past, the more comfortable my mom seems to get around Grayson. I know they still have a long way to go before they're close like I know they can be, but the progress makes me feel lighter than I thought I could be in a time like this. Ivina sleeps through it all, her cute, tiny frame twisted up in the bedsheets as she lightly snores. Having her in my line of sight reminds me that she's safe and far away from a coven that hopefully doesn't exist anymore. I've already drunk 2 cups of water in between stories and used the bathroom once, which was quite an adventure. My mom chose to help me walk over to the bathroom, but about halfway there, GREYSTON picked me up and carried me the rest of the way. Apparently, we were taking too long, which would cause unnecessary strain on my broken ribs. Overprotective as always. When I saw my reflection in the mirror, I just looked at myself. Gone was the normal Dana that usually stared back at me. Instead, a bruised and battered version remained. I had a new neck accessory, purple bruises from when I was nearly suffocated, and a bright bruise on my cheek as well. I look like one of those resilient girls from the movies who barely made it out of a fight alive. I wish I felt that way. My mom seemed to enjoy the slight bickering between me and Gray whenever we would hit a point in the story that we disagreed on. When we finally reached the present, I was a little teary-eyed. Speaking about Eli was hard, and I don't think it won't be hard. I wish I knew where Elle took him. I want to pay my respects. I asked to be taken to Carter's room, but Gray says I can't visit him because I shouldn't be walking. After I give him an earful about seeing my injured best friend, and how dare he tell me that I can't check on him, he finally agrees to get me a wheelchair. Completely dramatic of him, but I won't fight him on it as long as I get to see Carter. From what I understand, he was close to death when they brought him in, and he's lucky to be alive. He's woken up already, but Gray says that he'll be sleeping a lot. That's where I am right now, outside Carter's hospital room. Technically, it's just another room in the pack house with medical equipment, but I'll call it a hospital room because that's essentially what it is. My mom decided to stay back and watch Ivina. I don't think she'll let Ivina out of her sight anytime soon. Gray wheels me into Carter's room, and my eyes are first drawn to Axel. He looks the worst that I've ever seen him. His blonde hair is standing up at odd angles, and he has bags under his green eyes that are very similar to the ones under GREYSTON's. His shirt and shorts are very wrinkled, and he doesn't seem to care one bit about his appearance. Axel's eyes shift from Carter to me, and although his eyes soften a bit, he doesn't smile. Not like he really seems like the smiling type. Hey, how's he doing? I say quietly, not wanting to wake up a sleeping Carter. He wouldn't admit it, but I know he was in quite a bit of pain earlier. He's been on and off sleeping for a while now. Axel glances back at his mate. I'm just glad he's resting. I nod, then grab Axel's hand. He seems a bit surprised by my gesture, but I still squeeze his hand and give him a small smile. He's going to be just fine though, right? He sighs and stares at our joined hands. He squeezes it once, then releases it. The doctors say he'll make a full recovery, but you never know with magic. It's unpredictable and can cause all kinds of effects that we can't foresee. Axel freezes when the heart monitor flatlines. Chapter 56. Axel jumps into action when the sound of Carter flatlining fills the silence. I barely have time to blink before he is leaning over his unconscious mate, wolf eyes and all. His heavy breathing and elongated canines make it difficult for him to speak, but he manages to scream out orders. "We need a doctor," he shouted, panic and true fear radiating off him. I don't need extra senses to know that his heart has dropped to the pit of his stomach, just like mine. All of this happens in a matter of seconds, and my measly human self finally catches up to his panic. Gray has already left my side to run and get a doctor, and I use all of my remaining strength to lift myself from the bulky wheelchair and hurry to Carter's side. I ignore the stab of pain in my ribs as I rush to him. I'm not sure what I think I can do in a situation like this, but my only thought is to be closer to him, to try to help. He has to be okay. Axel keeps shaking Carter's body, lightly patting his cheek to wake him up. He has to be okay. The doctors come rushing in a moment later, clearly alarmed when they hear the flat line of the monitor. He has to be okay. I'm gently moved to the side so the doctors can reach Carter more easily, but in my weakened state, I almost topple over. Gray catches me and draws us back a little further. In the chaos, he doesn't seem as furious as he normally would at someone else touching me. With tears in my eyes, I see blurred motion all around. A doctor is preparing the paddles to restart his heart. I just lost Eli, I can't lose Carter, too. I remember when we first met, he saw I'd run out of ink in my pen and offered me his. He was so generous, even to a complete stranger. Even after I found out what he was, I ignored him, and he still stayed. Our shopping trips were equally embarrassing, unbearable, and fun. He has to be okay. While I recall our moments together, thinking about how little time we really had, I hear one of the doctors groan and toss the paddles aside. Aren't those supposed to save Carter's life? What are they doing? Do something. I shout, a voice of desperation laced with the instinctual force I always seem to forget I have. And then it hits me, the reason they've stopped. Carter is laughing. No, not just laughing, he's cracking up, snorting, tossing, and turning in amusement. You guys actually fell for it, he bursts out, wiping a tear from the corner of his eye. He's the only one laughing. The doctors file out, muttering under their breath, clearly not amused. I've never witnessed one of Carter's infamous pranks before, but now I understand why they're so hated. I really thought he was dying. Axel and GREYSTON must have been too shocked to notice his actual heartbeat, which is clearly strong if he can laugh that hard. Now that my teary vision is clear, I see how Carter disconnected the monitor to fake the flatline. That wasn't funny. I yell at him, caught between relief and fury. I'll settle somewhere in the middle. Axel, on the other hand, doesn't hesitate. Without a word, he storms out of the room, not even glancing back at his fully conscious mate. Ax, come back. Carter calls after him, looking a little guilty. I thought only Thana would fall for it. Didn't you hear my heartbeat? Too late. Axel is gone. GREYSTON shakes his head, only to then realize I'm standing when I shouldn't be. His eyes widen before he gently but swiftly scoops me into his arms and sets me back in the wheelchair I already despise. Thana could have hurt herself worse because of your little joke, he mutters, clearly irritated. Okay, I get it. It wasn't my best moment, Carter admits as he finally gets a good look at me. I'm sure I look awful, bruises on my neck, arms, and a blotchy cheek. You look like a mess, Carter says bluntly. I glare at him, and he glares back playfully. We stare until my lips twitch and his smug grin spreads wider. I cave and grin, shaking my head. I want to stay mad at him, but all I want to do is hug him. One look from GREYSTON makes me mumble as I wheel myself over to Carter's bedside. Carter scoots over and pats the empty space beside him. I smile and decide a little disobedience keeps GREYSTON on his toes. I groan as I try to get up. Gray grunts and scoops me up again. What are you doing now? He mutters, setting me down beside Carter. I want to sit here, I mumble. Carter lifts his arm so I can rest against him. When I lean in, I catch a sharp intake of breath. I instantly backed off. I'm fine, he assures me with a smile I don't buy. Just avoid the middle. He motions to his stomach area, clearly still sore from his injuries. I nod and lean gently against his shoulder. GREYSTON crosses his arms, scowling. Should I go cuddle with Axel then? He asks, unimpressed with my position. Yeah, you should, I tease. He looked upset. Maybe your cuddles would cheer him up. Carter chuckles at the image. GREYSTON throws his hands up. That's not what you're supposed to say. You know I love you, I grin and lean my head back. I feel his presence before I see him. He kisses my forehead and whispers, I love you too. Then he's gone off to check on Axel. A moment later, Carter speaks. Did I just mess things up with Axe? I sigh. A little. I didn't think he'd fall for it. He should have heard me breathing. Honestly, I thought you'd be the only one who believed it. We sit in silence for a while, just breathing and reflecting. You know, he says suddenly, I didn't understand mate bonds before Axel. I peek at him as he lies with an arm over his eyes, blocking out the lights. When I met Axel, I was in a really bad place. I won't bore you with it, but he changed my life. The bond is powerful, it connects souls. That's not something to take lightly. The pain when your mate is hurting. His voice trails off. The emotion in it says enough. I feel the same for GREYSTON. I breathe deeply and decide not to dwell on past pain. My focus now is healing. I'll learn all I can to be a good Luna. I'll help my family heal. I'll support Carter and Axel, and I'll love GREYSTON with everything I have. And eventually, I'll heal, too. One step at a time. The next few weeks are full of frustration. Carter is already walking around while I'm stuck in bed. He and Axel made up, though Axel stayed distant for a few days. Carter tried telling me how they patched things up in detail, but I shut it down fast. I didn't need to hear all that. GREYSTON stays by my side often, even though I know he wishes he could be with me all day. My mom has been an enormous help, taking care of Avina and giving me space to rest. She took some time off work, and when I asked how she managed it, she said GREYSTON pulled some strings. I'll definitely ask him more about that later. My days are a mix of studying and Luna training. I'm learning about responsibilities and expectations and starting to worry about when GREYSTON and I will fully mark each other. Since Avina's rescue, he hasn't initiated anything romantic beyond affectionate cuddles. I know it's because he doesn't want to hurt me, even though I'm basically healed. The doctor cleared me to walk, but GREYSTON overruled him. Even Mom thinks I should move around. Just don't tell GREYSTON I said that, she whispered. So today, I decided to visit the daycare where Avina spends her time. I followed the sound of laughter to a brightly colored room with a neon darks daycare sign, adorable. Inside, Avina was coloring next to a boy her age. They were laughing and sharing crayons. The sight made me smile. A voice cleared his throat beside me, and I jumped slightly. A man in his late 20s stood there, pushing his shoulder-length blonde hair behind his ear. Sorry, Luna. I didn't mean to scare you. No worries, I smiled. I was just checking on Avina. I know, he said, then corrected himself. I mean, I work here so that I would have noticed. His nerves made me smile. I changed the subject to Avina. She's doing well, he said. The boy next to her, Darren, has really bonded with her. They're inseparable. That was comforting. I didn't want to interrupt, so I turned to leave, but he stopped me. If you want, you can stay and help out. Avina would love it. We're heading to the playground now. He rambled a bit, but I accepted his offer. As the kids lined up, Avina spotted me. Vanna, are you all better? She yelled, bouncing toward me. Yeah, I feel great, I said, hugging her tightly. Darren soon joined us and, to my surprise, gave me a polite bow. Hello, Luna. I'm Darren. Avina's my best friend. I smiled and pulled them both into a hug. It's very nice to meet you, Darren. They ran off, and I sat with the blonde employee from earlier. What's your name, by the way? Justin, he said. Please call me Vanna. He smiled, then began telling me stories about the daycare and his mate, Tara. It was refreshing talking to someone new. But suddenly, everything shifted. Every werewolf around froze and looked at me. Justin glanced at me nervously. Alpha's looking for you. I gulped. A minute later, GREYSTON stormed out of the pack house, eyes scanning until he found me. Justin slid away from me. Why are you out here? GREYSTON asked sharply. I wanted to see Avina. Justin was telling me about the daycare. GREYSTON noticed Justin and gave a low, warning growl. I sighed. No. He was polite and told me about his mate. I turned to Justin with a smile. Thanks again. Then I followed GREYSTON inside. He was fuming. I could tell where he was heading. His room. Once inside, he started pacing. I leaned against the door and waited. What's wrong, Gray? He stopped and glared. I think you know. He pulled me to sit down, then leaned over me. Did you just roll your eyes at me, baby? And if I did? I shot back. He growled softly, then hovered over me. You can't follow simple orders. I'm Luna. I don't need to follow every order. He kissed my neck once, then lightly near his mark. I told you to rest. You're still healing. I'm fine. Look at me. He clenched his jaw. You don't get it. You almost died. I watched her hurt you. I was trapped. Helpless. A tear escaped his eye. I wiped it away. I had to watch her choke you. Throw you. It was the worst moment of my life. I pulled him into a hug as he began to sob. I held him, whispering that I was here, that I was safe. Eventually, he calmed, looked at me, and I saw it. Love. And in that moment, I knew. We would move forward. Together. Chapter 57. Exam week flies by, which is surprising considering how long and stressful exams usually are for me. Carter and I were studying whenever we had free time, and now that exams are finally out of the way, I can focus on more important things like the pack and my family. GREYSTON and I have grown even closer since he opened up about his deeper feelings. Now it feels like we can truly connect without emotional barriers. But since I had exams all week, we didn't get to spend as much time together as I would have liked. My mom finally went back to work. She tried enrolling Evina back in her old school, but Evina threw a full-on tantrum about leaving her new friends. Darren's name came up a lot. So, Mom decided to let her stay at the pack school, and honestly, I think she feels more comfortable with the added safety now that we've all seen what supernatural threats can look like. I finished my last exam today, ethics. Sitting there, staring at the multiple choice questions brought back a flood of emotions. Eli should have been here. Nobody in class seemed to care that he was gone. Maybe college just makes people disconnected, but it hurts to think that no one noticed. I noticed. I won't forget him. What helped me push through was imagining Eli telling me something clever and oddly fitting like, "You're the most ethical person I know. You can't fail ethics." As I walk out of the lecture hall, the chilly air fogs my breath. It reminds me of a book I once read about an ice queen. I guess I'll settle for dating a werewolf instead of having magic powers. Speaking of my supernatural boyfriend, there he is. Illegally parked just like he was the first time he picked me up from class. Even though I'm bundled in layers, he's in a short-sleeve black tee and jeans like it's summer. Must be nice. He leans against his Tesla, arms crossed, biceps pressing tightly against his shirt. I remember the first time I saw him at Java and how he completely took my breath away. GREYSTON's face lights up when he sees me, and before I even make it to him, he crosses the distance and wraps me in a warm hug. "You're freezing, Dana," he murmurs, rubbing my arms. Not all of us have werewolf insulation, I shiver. Grey quickly ushers me into the heated car. I collapse into the seat with a sigh of relief. Then he surprises me with a to-go cup of coffee from Java. Coffee. Yay! I squeal, taking the cup and sipping it gratefully. Chocolatey. Thank you, baby. He leans in and kisses me gently. You're welcome, he says, then grins. I much prefer the taste of coffee when it's from your lips, though. I blush, speechless as always when he's charming. The drive back to the pack house is filled with me singing along to every song and enjoying the last drop of coffee. As we near the house, I feel a flutter of nerves, and not from the caffeine. It's GREYSTON. I can sense his anxiety. Once we're inside, he tells me to take a warm shower while he takes care of something. I raise an eyebrow, but don't question it. The sparkle in his eyes tells me whatever he's doing is important, so I let it go, and I'm also still cold. I take my time in the shower, letting the vanilla-scented products warm me up. Grey always stocks his bathroom with my favorites, and I may or may not sniff his body wash. Don't judge, it smells like him. Afterwards, I dress comfortably in jeans and a cropped long-sleeve shirt. When I reach the bottom of the stairs, I call out for GREYSTON, but instead get ambushed by my energetic little sister. Evina screams as she tackles me. I try to catch her, but she knocks me off balance, and I land on my butt. Hard. I start laughing immediately, holding her close to keep her from falling too. Mom and GREYSTON both rush over. Mom's cracking up, while GREYSTON looks half amused and half concerned. I've got it, I mutter as I get up, brushing myself off and hugging Evina. Greyston says he has a surprise for us, she beams. Come on. She drags Mom toward the next room. I go to follow, but Greyston gently catches my hand. You okay? He asks earnestly. Just bruised pride but I joke. That's when his eyes darken slightly. He pulls me against him, and before I know it, his hands are massaging my backside. I can help with that, he murmurs. I gasp slightly at the contact, and he smirks knowingly. You like it when I touch you like this, don't you? He teases. I don't reply, too distracted by the tension building between us. He lightly taps me, drawing my attention back. Yeah, I whisper. Later, he winks, then walks away. And just like that, he leaves me flustered. I glare at the back of his head. That man is trouble. I follow him into the room where Evina and Mom are already seated. Greyston hands me a gift-wrapped box and tells us to wait a moment. My heart races with curiosity. When he returns, he carries a long rectangular box wrapped in red ribbon, the same one he tried to give me on the night everything went wrong. Evina tears it open and pulls out 6 sleek paper slips. My heart stops when I see what they are. Plane tickets. To Venice. I read the departure and arrival details repeatedly in disbelief. My mom and I are speechless. Evina is excitedly waving her ticket in the air. I look at Greyston, wide-eyed. Grey, we can't accept this. It's too much. If money is the issue, too bad, he interrupts gently. I told you I'd take you around the world. And just like that, the memory returns, him promising me gondola rides in Venice, snow globes from every destination, and a world of adventure together. Tears fill my eyes as I leap into his arms, wrapping myself around him. Thank you, thank you, thank you, I say over and over. I love you, he whispers. I love you too, I reply, burying my face in his neck. Even my mom, once hesitant about Greyston, thanks him with a hug. He looks surprised, but hugs her back. We laugh and dance around the living room, yes, even Greyston, as Evina teaches us the chicken dance. Later, back upstairs, I notice there are 6 tickets. Greyston explains that the last 2 are for Carter and Callista. I'm touched. Things have been strained with Callie lately, but this is Greyston's way of helping me fix that. What about Axel? I ask. Someone has to stay and watch the pack, he explains. I nod, but guilt creeps in. Greyston lifts my chin. Don't overthink it. You're still learning. Let me lead you through it. I nod again, grateful for him. Then I kiss him, no holding back. Through the bond, I pour my love into him, feeling warmth spread in response. He growls softly, flipping me gently onto the bed, our bodies aligned with only fabric between us. My breath hitches. His eyes ask the question. And I answer it with certainty. I want you, Grey. Please don't make me wait. I'm ready. He doesn't need to be told twice. Chapter 58. Greyston's POV. Hovering over my beautiful mate, her warm hazel eyes swirling with all of the love and emotion she tries so hard to contain, all I want to do is cherish her. I want to hold her close, slowly undress her with care, let her know how deeply she's wanted and adored, and love her in a way that leaves her breathless and safe. She's innocent in her actions most of the time, but I know we'll grow together and explore love in ways that honor her trust. The look she's giving me is so tempting, but I also know that I need to be gentle with her. This is her first time, and I don't want to overwhelm her. It's a lot, I'm definitely larger than average, so I need to keep that in mind as I hold her, but I'm done waiting. Diana was right, my animal side is yearning to be close to her. I'm done holding back. I can't control the low growl that escapes me as I admire her, the way her shirt rises just slightly above her jeans. But it's her confidence that undoes me. The way she asked me to love her. I'm so in love with her. It's time I show her how much. I reach for her face, cupping her soft cheeks. I kiss her deeply, letting her feel every ounce of passion I've held back. The way her body moves beneath mine sends heat coursing through me. I groan and move my hands down to the hem of her top. She helps me remove it, revealing a red lace bra. I groan again, this time in sheer admiration. When did you get this? I ask, trying to keep my voice even. I bought it with Callie and Carter at the mall, she says, a bit shy. You are so beautiful, I whisper, kissing her again. My hands gently trail along her abdomen as I kiss her neck. I have the sudden urge to show the world that Thana is mine. I leave soft kisses and gentle nips along her neck. She squirms under my touch, reacting to every spot I find. She reaches for my shirt and tugs at it. I chuckle, amused by her eagerness, and pull it off. Her gaze lingers on me in a way that sends warmth down my spine. She bites her lip unconsciously, something she doesn't even realize that drives me crazy. I can't resist kissing her again, our bodies drawn to each other naturally. I kiss my way down her body, aiming for her jeans, purposefully skipping over sensitive areas to tease her. She lets out a slight, playful sound as I do. As I unbutton her jeans, her eyes follow me with quiet anticipation. She's wearing a matching set of lingerie, and it only makes me love her more. Thana lies beneath me, vulnerable but trusting. Her beauty, her spirit, it's all mine to treasure. She whispers, yes. I'm yours. Those words echo in my chest, awakening something primal. I remove my jeans and boxers, keeping my movements controlled and respectful. I lower myself to her, kissing along her neck and shoulders, then wrapping her in my arms. She clings to me, gasping softly with each gentle touch. My fingers trail along her skin, and I focus on her comfort, watching her reactions, moving only when she's ready. I've got you, baby, I whisper. I press soft kisses across her chest and stomach, slowly deepening my touch. Her breaths quicken, her hands gripping me for comfort and connection. I watch her, memorizing every expression, cherishing each moment. As she gasps softly in response to my movements, I know she trusts me completely. Are you okay? I ask gently, stilling to let her adjust. Yeah, she says. It feels different, but it doesn't really hurt. That's because you're ready, love. Her blush makes me smile. I kiss her gently, reassuring her every step of the way. As I begin to move, I keep my pace tender and unhurried. She clings to me, and our connection deepens with every breath, every shared look. She begins to move with me, and I match her rhythm. I hold her close, never letting go of the softness between us. Our bodies move together in perfect harmony, the room filled with quiet gasps and sighs of mutual discovery. I kiss her lips, her cheeks, her neck, everywhere I can reach, until we both tremble and collapse into each other's arms, completely spent and deeply content. I clean her up gently, making sure she's comfortable and cared for. She reaches for my hand. Don't leave, she murmurs. I'll be right back, I whisper, squeezing her hand and smiling as I go to dispose of the condom and return with a warm washcloth. She's almost asleep when I return, but I help her feel clean and cozy, then slide in beside her, wrapping her in my arms. Her back presses against my chest, and I kiss her temple. We can sleep for a little while. I'll wake you when it's time for dinner. I drift off to sleep beside her, fully content. Later, I gently wake her. She groans, complaining she didn't have enough time to look presentable. I laugh. She always looks beautiful. When she sees her neck covered in light marks, she shoves me playfully. I call it proof she's mine. We shower together, and she insists on no funny business. Of course, I couldn't help myself a little. Who can resist a soapy, smiling Nana? She winces slightly as she dresses, and I grow concerned. Don't be so smug, she teases. Then, seeing my worry, she places a hand on my arm. You didn't hurt me, she assures me. I exhale in relief. She knows me so well. Did you hear that in your head? I ask. Her eyes widen with surprise. Oh my gosh. I think I did. Try again. I grin and think a teasing thought, watching her reaction. Geez, yes. Yes, I hear you. Stop, she laughs. She can mind link. I lift her into my arms, spinning her around in joy. Our laughter echoes in the room. I've never been happier. All the pain, the waiting, it all led me to her. I love you, she says through the link. I love you, too, I respond without hesitation. We kiss, losing ourselves in the moment. And honestly, if I'm lost, I don't ever want to be found. Chapter 59. Theana's POV. A week has passed since Greyston, and I completed the mate bond, and I feel so much closer to him. Not just because of how our connection deepened, but because we are constantly in touch now. Grey loves mind-linking me throughout the day, even when we're side by side. The night we had dinner with the pack after our bonding was an interesting one. Grey kept sending cheeky thoughts through the bond, and I had to work hard to keep a straight face as Evina excitedly told me about all her plans for Venice. We decided to travel during Christmas break, so I'd be back in time for school. We planned to spend about a week away and return just in time to spend Christmas with the pack. I know Axel and Carter should be together for the holidays. They've had a rough time lately and deserve a break. When I offered Callista the plane ticket to Italy, she screamed and hugged the life out of me, then started going on about all the charming Italian men she planned to meet. When Greyston overheard that conversation, he got a little extra clingy. He's adorably protective sometimes. Carter was also thrilled about the trip, even though Axel had to stay behind. He saw it as a chance to unwind from all the stress, and he also planned to visit his older sister, who would be meeting him in Italy with her mate. I didn't even know Carter had a sister, but apparently, their relationship has been rocky. Axel didn't seem to be her biggest fan. After emotional goodbyes and a dramatic farewell kiss between Axel and Carter that I really didn't need to see, the six of us, Callie, Carter, Evina, my mom, Grey, and I, boarded the flight. First class. My mom looked a little out of place being the passenger instead of the flight attendant, but she was clearly excited. After about 9 hours, we landed at Marco Polo Airport in Venice. Thankfully, Evina and Carter slept most of the way. Those two are definitely bonding, childish chaos in the best way. I'm fairly certain I overheard Carter teaching Evina some not-so-appropriate words. Once we landed, we grabbed our luggage and got 2 taxis to our hotel. Because the hotel is right on the canal, we had to take a water taxi next. Then came the room situation. Greyston insisted on covering the hotel, and of course, he booked a luxury hotel that probably costs more per night than our monthly rent. The rooms were massive, each with granite bathrooms and a bed bigger than a king size. He arranged for my mom and Evina to share a room, Callie and Carter to have their own rooms, and me to stay with him. My stomach flipped thinking about the cost of it all. Greyston, this is ridiculous, I said as he handed his ID to the concierge, still trying to convince him that 4 rooms were unnecessary. I want everyone to be comfortable, baby, he replied calmly. I sighed and fidgeted with the handle of my oversized suitcase. It was packed with books and extra clothes. It was heavy, but thankfully, I had a werewolf boyfriend to carry it for me. The concierge confirmed the reservation and told us the luggage would be brought up shortly. This place was fancy. As the staff explained all the amenities, my frustration gave way to excitement. Massages? Room service? Champagne with a view? Greyston may have gone overboard, but it was hard to stay mad at him. We took the elevator to the top floor. All 4 rooms were side by side, but ours was at the end of the hallway. Greyston just grinned when I glanced at him curiously. My mom, cradling a sleepy Evina, said she was going to take a nap, and we agreed to meet later for dinner at the hotel's restaurant. After saying goodbye to everyone, Grey gently tugged my hand, leading me to our room. "They'll be fine," he whispered. He slid the key in, and I was immediately stunned. The room was regal, deep blues, gold trim, velvet textures. The bed was huge, and there was even a sitting area with a breathtaking view of the canal. Gondolas passed by below us, and I instantly realized this wasn't just any room, it was a suite. "Do you like it?" Grey whispered from behind, wrapping his arms around me. "No," I replied, turning to face him. "I love it. And you?" I kissed him, grateful beyond words. Greyston had brought so much joy and depth into my life. He opened a part of me I didn't even know existed. He's everything I never dared to dream of. He kissed me back, his hands trailing lovingly along my sides. Before I realized it, my legs bumped into the bed, and I fell back with a soft laugh. Greyston followed, guiding us onto the bed, kissing me gently. I tugged at his shirt, eager to feel his warmth. He smiled against my lips, and through the bond, I heard him say, "I'm the lucky one." I must have shared my thoughts with him without realizing it. In that quiet moment, surrounded by all the elegance and the softness of our connection, we allowed ourselves to simply be two souls wrapped in love, devotion, and the comfort of knowing we were meant to be. Later, we freshened up and joined the others for dinner. Over the next 3 days, the 6 of us explored Venice together. We visited a glass-blowing factory where a kind artist created a little teddy bear for Evina. She was thrilled. On day 4, Greyston declared it was just our day. I said goodbye to everyone and walked with him along the canal. The air was cool and flowers decorated the streets. Everything about Venice felt like a dream. Greyston suddenly tugged my hand, stopping me. "This way," he said, nodding toward a gondola where an older Italian man stood waiting. "No way." I gasped, delighted. "Yep. Go get on," he smiled and playfully nudged me forward. I climbed into the gondola and the man helped both of us on. As we glided along the canal, I watched the city pass by colorful buildings, romantic couples, warm laughter from cafe patios. But Greyston wasn't watching the scenery. His eyes were fixed on me. I leaned into him, hugging him tightly, feeling his head rest in the crook of my neck. After a while, I pulled back to kiss him, soaking in the magic of the moment. I couldn't believe this was real, this man, this love, this city. Tears welled up in my eyes. He wiped one away instantly. "What is it?" he asked, concerned. "I'm just so in love with you it hurts," I whispered. He held me tighter. "Same, baby. Same." When the gondola ride ended, we paid the man and continued walking. I saw a tourist shop and asked Greyston if we could go in. "Of course. Go find the biggest snow globe you can," he teased. I ended up picking a small one instead, one with a gondola inside, a couple in the center, gold flakes falling around them. It reminded me of our ride. Greyston paid for it, despite my half-hearted protest. We had lunch at a beautiful restaurant by the water. Stuffed with pasta and seafood, Greyston then grabbed my hand and led me somewhere else. He opened the door to a jeweler's store, sparkling, elegant, and very, very expensive. My smile faltered. "Grey," I started. "I told you I wanted to spoil you," he smiled. "Pick anything." I stood frozen, overwhelmed. Everything was so beautiful and pricey. I hesitated. "Baby," he asked, holding my face gently. "Talk to me." It's a lot of money. I can afford it. I've been saving for my mate. "I want to give you the world," he said softly. "So let's get you a diamond necklace, since apparently it's still too soon to put a diamond on your finger." I stared at him, speechless. He had thought about proposing. The idea of being Vanna Dark filled my heart with warmth. Looking at all the diamonds around me, I realized I already had something more valuable. The man who would stand by me through everything. When we return to our lives in Redwood, there will be responsibilities, duties, and maybe even new challenges. But we'll face it all together. Greyston will always be by my side. Forever. Epilogue. Elle's POV. Another night of loud music and packed crowds still hasn't drowned out my thoughts. Another night of drinks and strangers trying to catch my eye still hasn't distracted me from my past. The regret still burns inside me, consuming every bright memory I have, until all that's left is the ache. That's what happens when you feel responsible for your brother's death. I can't even say his name. I can't face what I've done, no matter how often I try to convince myself that I didn't know what was going to happen. I didn't know what my twisted mother was planning. So, I distract myself. I dance. I drink. I stay out late. Anything to keep the past buried a little longer. I thought New York City would be the perfect place to lose myself. The noise, the energy, the chaos, none of it asks questions. There are other supernaturals here, plenty of them. With the strength I now carry, it's easy to mask my power and blend in. Nobody looks twice at me. The stool beneath me creaks as I knock back another shot. 8? 9? I've lost count. The warmth spreads through me, and everything becomes hazy. It's the sweet spot when the pain in my chest quiets, and for a moment, I forget. Technically, it's not my apartment I'll be returning to. I borrowed it from a guy named Bradley Tyson and gave him the idea that he lives happily in a cardboard box across the street. Don't feel bad for Bradley. He's skated free from charges after multiple women came forward with serious allegations. So I took his apartment. And his black credit card. Every night, I swipe it at a different bar. I'm not about to trust my magic when I'm this far gone. I stagger off the bar stool, weaving through the sea of moving bodies. A girl with pink hair and heavy eyeliner catches my eye. Her look is bold, her gaze even bolder. I flash a sly smile and head her way, my steps deliberate despite the alcohol clouding my mind. Next thing I know, I'm in a VIP booth with her, locked in a kiss. Her lips are soft and hesitant, and I take the lead, guiding the moment with firm confidence. She sighs against me, clinging to the edge of the seat. I press my hand gently to her neck and pull back, smirking. You like it intense? I ask playfully. She nods, breathless, clearly hooked. What do you say we? Before I can finish, the music cuts out. Alarms scream through the speakers. Panic spreads like wildfire. The girl clings to me, terrified. I peel her off gently, scanning for exits. I lock eyes with the bartender, a vampire, and he looks on edge. That's not good. This place isn't exclusive to supernaturals, but there are always a few in the crowd. Still, most don't realize who I really am. Then the gunfire starts. The room erupts in chaos. My magic is dulled by the alcohol and I stumble, trying to focus. I spot a silver bullet on the floor. Supernatural hunters. Not good. I crouch, crawling through broken glass toward the back of the bar, blood now mixing with the spilled drinks. I make it to the staff area, hoping to find an exit. The bartender is there. He hisses at me. I ignore it. His fangs and red eyes don't faze me. Vampires don't scare me, not even when I'm drunk. He looks at my injuries and instinctively licks his fangs. I brace for a fight, but he surprises me by backing away. You need to leave, he says through gritted teeth. I'm trying to, I mutter. Just point me to the exit, Dracula. He's thrown off by my lack of fear, but I can see the wheels turning in his head. 3 large fae burst through the door. Great. Well. A vamp and his little human pet, one sneers. The vampire tenses, but I stay calm. I play along. The vampire. I gasp, pretending to be frightened. The bartender catches on. The fae try to charm me. One offers to save me. I can't help the laugh that escapes me. You guys actually think that works? Their expressions shift to anger. Fire and wind begin to swirl in their palms. I hold up a single hand and block the attacks with ease. They finally understand who I am. I release just a fraction of my aura. They stumble. I snap my fingers and they collapse, writhing. What did you do to them? The vampire asks, wide-eyed. I disabled them. Someone else can decide what happens next. I cloak my power again and start for the exit. I stumble slightly, still not entirely sober. You okay? The vampire asks. I'll manage. You did that while drunk? I chuckle. You'd be surprised. I finally find the door, but before I leave, I warn him. If he talks, I'll make sure he regrets it. He nods quickly. Outside, the street is filled with flashing lights. I try to walk past unnoticed, but of course, I bump into someone. He's tall, strong, and when he turns around, he's handsome enough to make anyone stop in their tracks. Mate, he breathes, stunned. My heart drops. Of course, a werewolf. He grabs my arm gently, but I stiffen. You're human, he murmurs to himself. Good. My scent is still cloaked. But the mate bond must have broken through that. A short soup runs up, announcing that the attackers were all found with severe injuries. The wolf holding me growls at the interruption. I put the pieces together quickly. He's not just any wolf. He's a High Council representative. The only werewolf one. And now he thinks I'm his mate. I can't let this happen. I shove him away and bolt. I run through the streets, not caring where I end up. I need distance. I duck into an alley and focus hard, summoning just enough magic to portal. I don't care where, just away. I lock onto Bradley's apartment. And I vanish. I land in the bedroom and collapse in relief. I strip off the dress and shoes, tossing them in the trash. I pull on silk pajamas, grab ice cream from the freezer, and collapse on the couch with The Bachelor playing on the screen. As the show unfolds, I find myself thinking about him, my so-called mate. The idea unsettles me. He doesn't know who I really am. If he did, he'd probably want nothing to do with me. But still, there's a part of me that wants to see where this goes. A reckless idea forms. What if I pretended to be human? Got close enough to him to understand what this bond really is, and then walked away on my terms? To do that, I'll need help. Tomorrow, I'll find Anna. Tonight, I'll watch The Bachelor. The end.